It is the second day of the 7-day mourning period for former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, who passed on yesterday, October 15th, and Kerala, India, while receiving treatment. Odinga died of heart attack, reporting.
Yes, a country in mourning. The 7 days of national mourning kick off today. Flags to fly at half-mast. And of course, the president making that official announcement yesterday. We do expect the repatriation of the remains of the former prime minister. And we'll be giving you more details on this show as we continue. Let's take a look at the headlines this morning.
Taifa Leo, Baba atuacha.
And as expected, this is the same theme across all papers, even on the front page of the Business Daily. Raila Odinga, Kenya mourns the father of democracy.
The Star, a giant of democracy.
Same thing, and the Daily Nation has given us a spread. Kenyans mourn Raila Amolo Odinga.
The Standard, enigma bows out. The man, myth, and legend.
Right. So even People Daily, Raila Odinga, the giant who shaped Kenya's democracy. Now you'll realize that that is a theme across all papers as expected, and not just locally, even in the region as well. Because if we go to Uganda, this is a paper, the front page of the Daily Monitor. Raila Odinga. Remember, they're in campaigns, but they do not make mention of anything political there. It is only Raila Odinga on the front page of the paper. You might think that this is a Kenyan paper. This is Uganda Daily Monitor. The president Kenya never had. Raila's mixed legacy of hope and doubt. World leaders pour tributes to former premier, and Raila's love-hate relationship with Uganda. They've given special coverage to this story. Pages 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 of the Daily Monitor in Uganda. No other story. Raila Odinga all through. That's how big Raila Odinga was. Yes, so that is a Daily Monitor in Uganda.
All right, the New Vision, same they make mention of Raila Odinga, 1945 to 2025. Baba's political journey, his last visit to Uganda, and of course, world leaders mourn icon. Page 4 and 5.
And the question is, do you think there's any other politician, apart from the presidents, across the East African region, who has a greater impact than what Raila had? I can't think of any politician across this region who would actually dominate the front pages of regional papers. Yes, even in death.
Other quick headlines here, of course, still stories making headlines in Uganda, apart from Raila Odinga, of course, Museveni opening an NAM summit thereabouts, and that's it.
So even in Uganda, Raila Odinga, the same thing.
Tanzania.
Crossover to Tanzania. The papers in Tanzania still make mention of the same story there. Mwamba wa siasa Afrika uliozimika, Raila Amolo Odinga on the front page, habari zaidi kwenye ukurasa wa 3. Kumbuka ni siku 12 peke yake kabla uchaguzi mkuu kule Tanzania. So masuala ya uchaguzi na masuala ya kampeni yanazidi kunoga, lakini wamepata nafasi kwenye ukurasa wa mbele wa gazeti hili kumwomboleza aliyekuwa wakati mmoja waziri mkuu hapa Kenya, Raila Odinga. Tukizidi na habari za Tanzania, wanaongea kuhusu vigingi vya zima ndoto ya Mpina. Mpina alikuwa ni mmoja wa wale ambao alitaka kuwania urais, na kama angekubaliwa wangekuwa sasa ni 18, lakini koti ilimsimamisha na sasa wako 17, lakini kwenye kurasa za mbele hautawaona wengi, utaona tu Samia Suluhu Hassan. So nasema mahakama yatupa kesi yake ya kuhitimisha siku 51 akipigania ndoto ya kugombea urais mwaka huu. Mjadala wazuka, ACT yatangaza msimamo. So hizo siku 51 ni idadi ya siku ambazo Mpina amepambana kusaka uteuzi kutoka INEC. Msajili aliweka pingamizi baada ya malalamiko ya kada wa ACT. Wananukuu chama cha ACT Wazalendo. Wanasema hata kama mahakama haikusikiliza maombi yetu kwa muktadha wake au on merit, bado tutaendelea na juhudi za kuitafuta haki na tunu za demokrasia nchini. Masuala zaidi pale kwenye ukurasa wa mbele, dada wa Polepole azusha mapya. Polepole ni yule ambaye aliuawa baada ya kutekwa nyara. Nasema mambo mapya yameibuka katika shauri la kutekwa kwa aliyekuwa balozi wa Tanzania nchini Cuba, Humphrey Polepole, baada ya mawakili wake kulomba mahakama kuu masjala ndogo Dar es Salaam iridhie kupokea ushahidi wa mdomo. Habari kamili kwenye ukurasa wa 6 gazeti hili. Kwingineko, mahakama yawapa Mnyika Heche siku 6 kujibu, na pale juu siku 12 za lala salama kampeni ya kusaka Ikulu. Kumbuka uchaguzi mkuu kule Tanzania utakuwa mwezi huu tarehe 29. Ni siku mbili tu tangu siku 10 tu ndio zinasalia kwenye kampeni 12 waende kwenye uchaguzi. Gazeti la Mwananchi kule Tanzania.
All right, kisalia kule The Citizen makes mention of Raila Odinga down here. Tanzania joins Kenya and Africa in mourning Raila Odinga, and they say Tanzania yesterday joined the rest of Africa and the world in mourning the death of Kenyan political icon Raila Amolo Odinga, who passed away at the age of 80 in the Indian city of Kochi. This story has been given coverage on page 2. But other quick headlines here: Samia pledges to transform Kagera, promises better lives for residents as campaign continues. But the major headline here is about government unveiling a 462 billion shillings grain tender amid soaring demand. And the government has floated through the National Food Reserve Agency a public tender worth at least that amount for the sale of non-GMO grains, as Tanzania positions itself to benefit from strong regional demand. Global central banks drive gold reserves to a 6-decade high. On the top strip, canvassing enters final stretch as clock ticks on presidential campaigns. 10 days to go, 13 days to election date. And High Court upholds Pina's disqualification. ACT vows to appeal. These are the stories making headlines regionally. And of course, we'll be back to take a look at the local dailies. Tuangalie hali ya anga.
Hali ya anga, and perhaps let's start off with Garissa, the northern part of the country. 24 degrees Celsius. It's a cloudy day. Very hot in Garissa today, highs of 36 degrees. And this will continue for the rest of the week. Very hot in Garissa, zero chance of rainfall. Let's go to Bondo, where a lot of activity is happening at the Opoda home of the former Prime Minister.
It's 19 degrees, feels like 20 in Bondo this morning. Highs of 30 degrees expected. This is very hot. Her precipitation in this area is 0.5 millimeters. This 29 will persist. Actually, today is 30?
Yes. It will drop over the weekend, and some precipitation expected over the weekend. Remember that as we continue giving you more details, there will be a lot of activity in Siaya and Bondo in particular as preparations for the funeral and burial of the former Prime Minister continue. So yes, quite hot in Bondo. Areas around Rift Valley, Eldoret, a bit chilly this morning, 12 degrees Celsius, mostly cloudy, and the highs of 23 degrees. I think this is the coolest we've seen so far. A bit of precipitation expected for the rest of the week into the weekend. Today, 0.8 millimeters of rainfall there. And the weatherman had said that we should expect a lot of rainfall, but this will probably happen next week. By the end of next week, there'll be proper rainfall in those areas of Rift Valley.
It's 19 degrees in Makueni County, highs of, it feels like 24, however it's 19 degrees, highs of 30 degrees today. Precipitation here, nothing to show. That's Makueni.
Just a moment, I've seen that Makueni will hit 32. 31 at the weekend, and next week it will even get hotter. Where?
All right.
Coastal region, 24 degrees in Mombasa this morning, partly sunny, highs of 28 degrees, which will sustain for the better part of the day. Itakuwa joto sana. 28 is okay, it's comfortable for areas around Mombasa, but it will get as high as 29 into the weekend. 0.7 millimeters of precipitation expected there.
Finally, Nairobi, it's 16 degrees. It feels like it this morning. Highs of 26 degrees. There will be a lot of precipitation here. Okay, some. It's a mostly cloudy day. Precipitation today, 2.7 millimeters.
Which is the highest I think we've seen anywhere in the country. But if we could, if it's anything, if we could compare it to yesterday, yesterday was quite hot in the afternoon. Yes, and probably even as Kenyans continue to pour onto the streets to express their emotions as they continue to mourn the former Prime Minister, it was quite hot across the country.
So even as you'll be preparing to go view the body of former Prime Minister today, Beba umbrella. It's likely to rain.
All right. The traffic situation in Nairobi. Now, this will change a bit because we do expect quite a lot of activity, especially on Mombasa Road, as the president heads there to receive the remains of the former prime minister. The body is expected to arrive at the JKIA at around 8:30 this morning. Yes, so I expect some road closures here and there. But as it is right now, the roads are still clear. Most parts of the roads, areas around Outer Ring Road, further Tasia, it's nothing to worry about there. Jogoo Road is quite normal this morning, a bit of snarl up there at Makadara, but after that it's smooth all the way into town. Haile Selassie Avenue around Railways Bus Station getting busy, but that is very normal. Thika Road, and this is only at the Pangani interchange, yes, because you can see it stretching, already stretching back past the Mathare Mental Hospital into Survey. This is a bit unusual, meaning that today we do expect a bit heavier traffic on Thika Road coming from both sides. That's Kiambu Road and Thika Road itself. Other areas on the other side of town, nothing much to worry about. The roads are green. These are the major tributaries into the city center. But as we said, because of the activities around the JKIA this morning, later around Parliament buildings, because the body of the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga will be lying in state at Parliament buildings between noon and 5 p.m. today to allow for public viewing. So there could be a number of road closures around that area as well. And we'll keep you updating you throughout the day on those things.
All right, let's have the quote of the day.
Find out who you are and do it on purpose.
Taifa Leo, Baba Atuacha. This is the only story given coverage on the front page of Taifa Leo this morning. 1945 to 2025, 80 years. That's the only story here. And the question now will be, the country, we are marking 7 days of mourning. So did it start yesterday or does it start today? There's 7 days of mourning.
Well, ideally, I don't know. I'm not so sure. But yes, the president laid out quite a number of things. That announcement was made at around 3 p.m. So even if the 7 days were to start at 3 p.m. yesterday, then I guess we're still in the first day of mourning. Yeah, by 3 p.m. today, we enter the second day.
24 hours as
24 hours as Jesha.
Okay.
So even, and this is what we need to expect, even on the inside pages of a paper like Taifa Leo, which unfortunately we do not have a physical copy. The president yesterday, in making the official announcement following the death of the former prime minister, made the following announcements. He laid out the next steps. One, the 7 days of national mourning, in which all flags of this republic will fly at half-mast at all across Kenya and in all territories where Kenya is represented abroad, meaning all missions and embassies for Kenya. The president himself postponed all his public engagements going forward within the 7 days, meaning that quite a number of activities that were even set to continue in preparations for Mashujaa Day, which comes on Monday, have been cancelled. Whether or not the celebrations for Mashujaa Day will continue in Kitui, that we have to wait and see. But before that, there were some other events that would take place in Kitui. Those have since been cancelled. The former Prime Minister, the President announced yesterday, is going to receive a state funeral with all the attendant honors, meaning that even the reception of the body at the JKIA is going to have some ceremony around it, including probably some military ceremonies too. But that we will continue bringing to you. What we understand is that the burial of the former Prime Minister will take place on Sunday.
On Sunday, a delegation was sent to India yesterday, led by Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi. Among other leaders, they arrived at Mumbai by 1 a.m. Kenyan time. And of course, once again, they're expected to be here around 8:30 a.m. this morning. They will later then move to Lee Funeral Home.
And then the remains will later, by noon, be taken to Parliament buildings for public viewing, where the body will lay in state between noon and 5 p.m. this evening to allow for Kenyans to actually view the body of the late Prime Minister. The other thing is that the committee for the funeral is being co-chaired by the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, and is the one expected to make a lot of these announcements, alongside the Governor for Siaya, James Orengo, where the former Prime Minister's home is Bondo Opoda Farm. So these are the main stories that will feature probably in the inside pages of a paper like Taifa Leo, because the other papers, at least we do have a physical copy of the Business Daily. It also makes mention of the fact that Kenya is in mourning, but there's a different story there on the Business Daily. NSE investors join gold rush on global price rally. So local investors have joined the scramble for the gold exchange trade funds ETFs at Kenya's stock market amid a global rush for the yellow metal market. Other stories: EABL targets 20 billion shillings from new corporate bond. Vodafone fights to exit Safaricom dispute with distributor, and SMEs outperform large companies in tax payments. I'm just rushing through that because all other papers are just dealing with one story today, and that's the death of Raila Amolo Odinga. So that's a Business Daily. Let's go to the Star. We do have a physical copy of that.
All right. Giant of democracy, stories on page 2 to 12. Let's see how they give him coverage. The Star. Raila to be buried in Bondo on Saturday, and Ruto has declared 7 days of national mourning following the ex-Prime Minister's death once again. And
there seems to be a confusion with that, because like the Star says he'll be buried on Saturday. Other indications is that the funeral will actually take place, the burial will take place on Sunday. So we're still yet to confirm that. Of course, the official announcement will be made today.
Okay. All right, that story is on page 2. Joey, why Raila used to chant at funerals. They make mention of it on page 3. Page 4, most consequential politician in history of Kenya bows out. Remember pages 2 to 12. That's about 8 pages. A life lived in motion, Raila's last moments. In Odinga's death, Kenya finds unity. Very beautiful photos here of his life, the life and times of a political titan in pictures as Kenya mourns.
A very nice pictorial that's spread on what pages? What?
8 and 9.
8 and 9 of the Star.
Very beautiful. His family.
Some never seen before pictures as well. Yeah.
Condolences from Africa, the world after Raila dies, from continental leaders and of course wale wa kule nje, world leaders. Reformist, how Raila pushed for constitutional changes. Aside from that, EAC's tax harmony failure holding back trade, and Raila's empire push for sound policies and economic growth. Hata huku ndani, they still just make mention of Raila.
Yes.
It's Raila through and through. Bitter tears flow as Kisumu mourns shocking Raila death. So it's not even on page 2 and 12 only.
Yeah.
Raila has been covered extensively in this newspaper.
Right. And the Daily Nation has this spread, and this is both the front and the back page of the Daily Nation. On the back page of the Daily Nation, a woman seen there mourning following the announcement of the death of Raila Odinga. The front page is just Raila Odinga with his hand on his heart. Raila Amolo Odinga, 1945-2025. Let's get inside the Daily Nation and see. It's actually a heavier paper than normal, and the story has been given quite a lot of prominence. Pictures of him voting during the elections in 2013. And these are special coverage on pages 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, even 9, even paid adverts on very many people actually just paying newspapers to carry their messages of condolence. A nice pictorial as well on pages 4 and 5 of this paper, the Daily Nation, including one very interesting photo of the widow of the former Prime Minister, Ida Odinga, with her hands clasped on her chin as she addressed mourners at their family home in Karen yesterday. And what the Daily Nation has done is shown an array of pictures in different parts of the country of people mourning the death of the former Prime Minister. That's on pages 4 and 5. They've not really focused on the life and times of Raila Odinga, and I think in the coming days that will be the focus. But at least the Daily Nation, they've gone with how Kenyans received this news of the death of Raila Odinga, and it continues there. Messages and messages of condolence. And on the back page as well, even the sports pages Baba's Other Love, How Raila United Kenya Using Football, is a story on page 38. That's a very interesting angle to it, and you see Raila Odinga there, very energetic, even with the president celebrating Harambee Stars, with the Gor Mahia captain Jerry Munyango, where they were presented with the Premier League trophy back in 2015. Yes, so Raila Odinga, yes, dominating not just the front and back page, but also the inside pages of the Daily Nation, as expected.
All right, the Standard enigma bows out the man, myth, legend. A towering figure in the continent's political history has fallen. Raila Amolo Odinga, freedom fighter, reformist, and the country's most enduring opposition leader, died in India, closing a life defined by struggle, sacrifice, and an unrelenting quest for justice. Raila was both revered and reviled, a restless, brilliant, mercurial force whose life was a constant duel between destiny and defiance. He led, fought, reconciled, and re-emerged time and again, a political phoenix in a nation that rarely forgives its own. Now, as the music fades, Kenya mourns the enigma whose silence leaves a huge void. Wow. How many pages are these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Yes, and once again, you see the front and back page is just dedicated to Raila Odinga, even on the Standard. Quite a number of pages, yeah? Okay, fine. The Standard has gone with a historical pictorial of the life and times of the former Prime Minister, pages 2 and 3, especially with quite a number of international leaders, with members of his family. Picture there of him and the former US President Barack Obama, a picture of him with the former Attorney General Charles Njonjo, with Olusegun Obasanjo. Very interesting photo of him next to Miguna when he was sworn in as a people's president back in 2018, January 30th. And even a photo of him with the former President Daniel Moi when he was NDP leader during the merger. So a very nice pictorial, historical pictorial on pages 2 and 3. And it's interesting to see the kind of angles that each paper has taken. Well, the Daily Nation has gone with how Kenyans received the news yesterday. The Standard has gone historical. The Standard has one of the best libraries, actually. And probably they are at an advantage on that one. Yes, so even if you look at page 4 and 5, they've really gone into the history. Right. Son of the bull, they call him.
Raila's court battles that transform justice. Now, in the picture we all know. And where to land and lorry is also his election petitions reshaped electoral law and judicial accountability nationwide. And beyond politics, he defended constitutional order and public interest cases.
Yeah, and the Standard, as I said, have just gone back to the history. Page 8 and 9, and a very interesting photo of Raila Odinga and William Ruto. Back in 2005, William Ruto looks very different now. When they were both in ODM, Raila Odinga and others at Orange House in October 2005, during the launch of the No campaign against the proposed WACO draft constitution.
3 names, many hideouts, how Raila fled country to exile. The Kanu regime had enough of Raila's agitation and sought to discipline him using tags in 1992, about. Kenya Africa leaders celebrate Raila Odinga's enduring legacy, the legend through lens of cartoonists. Also tutakuja kuangalia that as we continue kwa caricatures. On the back page, Raila. Usually this is a sports page. Lakini they also make mention of him Hapandani, why Raila was also Baba of the game. He was Gor Mahia patron and attended most Harambee Stars matches. He also supported other local clubs financially and was a passionate Arsenal fan. Now when I tell you why I love Arsenal,
and Sabia Baba.
Because of Baba, you will think I'm mad. Kutoka kitabu though.
All right, that's a Standard. Same thing on the People Daily. Raila Odinga, the giant who shaped Kenya's democracy. That's a story there. And of course, the same thing on the inside pages, just looking at the life and times of the former Prime Minister. They now talk about other things that happened yesterday. And yes, the president yesterday morning assented into law to a total of 8 bills. One of them is a cyber law. And you discussed this a few days back. Yeah, Ruto case, tougher cyber law to curb rising online threats. Now, because of the big story about the death of the former prime minister, this could escape notice for so many people. Chunga sana, usipatikane, it's now a law.
Yes.
It's been signed into law. So familiarize yourself with the provisions of that act now. Cyber laws.
Si post tufua.
Yeah, utapost maneno alafu upatikane, alafu useme hapana. It is now law, it's been assented to. What happened to the slain GSU officer? Kenyans want the truth. This is a case that happened at State House where a man assaulted or rather attacked one of the officers guarding the State House and killed him, injured him fatally. That's the People Daily. We had looked at the regional dailies, and yes, the story is the same. Just like Kenya, the Daily Monitor in Uganda gives coverage to Raila Odinga's death on pages 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Imagine that, if Kenyan papers would do that to any leader from Uganda or Tanzania for that matter. Yeah. The cartoonists talk about the same thing as well. And the Standard has done something special here, a full page of the legend through the lens of cartoonists. One here with Martha Karua. There's a place where he's been given IEBC deal, very bitter hub, while he was friends with Uhuru Kenyatta. Raila Tosha, back at NASA days, back when he was in CORD, and kwingineko ako kwa nyumba inaungua Orange Party and rebel MPs. There's a time when rebel MPs within ODM had become quite a number. Yes. So yes, they've done a spread on page 14 of the Standard on the life and times of Raila Odinga as captured by cartoonists. But the cartoons today,
Baba.
rather obvious.
Fare thee well, Baba, 1945 to 2025. This is the People Daily, right?
Yes.
People Daily.
They have a caricature of the former prime minister facing away and waving goodbye, but just giving us one look ya kusema kwaheri. Daily Nation. Final handshake, Raila Molo Odinga, RIP Baba, 1945 to 2025. And this time round, the caricature here is he's having a handshake with Kenya, the map of Kenya. Na amesema kwaheri.
Okay. This is the...
This is a different cartoon, I think. Let's take a look at this one. This is the Standard.
The Standard, kofia yake tu ya kawaida, the one we all know.
Yes.
1945, 2025.
And these are some of the things, in as far as fashion is concerned. Raila Odinga has been known for using different headgear. There's a headgear that is known as Raila. Ilikuwa inaitwa nini hiyo? Tinga. Yes, there's that one, and then there's this one. Those was, I think that fashion statement was during his younger years. When he grew older, he adopted this kind of fedora hats, and this is what features on the cartoon on the Standard, just that hat. Interestingly, you've seen videos of as he prepared to move his remains and the casket in India, and his daughter Winnie he, placed a fedora hat on top of the coffin. And she did that quite a number of times in the videos that I've seen. It is the same hat that he is pictured wearing on the front page of the Standard, the white one. So that's a cartoon on the Standard. A reminder that yes, we'll be having these people as we continue mourning the death of the former Prime Minister. We'll be having these three gentlemen and a lady in studio. Mwalimu Wilson Sosion, interestingly, Mwalimu Sosion was present here with us in studio yesterday, immediately after we received the news of the death of the former Prime Minister, and he, having worked with Raila Odinga in ODM and also as a leader of KNUT back then, had a few interesting things to say about the former Prime Minister. Dr. Peter Mbai from the DCP party is a Secretary Planning and Economic Affairs in that party, will be in studio as well. Gloria Uroba, former nominated senator, and Joe Mutambo, former MP Mwingi Central, they'll be in studio as we continue looking at the life and times of the former Prime Minister.
Today we're talking Raila, only Raila. I'm trying to see your feedback even as we come to a close of this particular segment.
Yes. And also later on, I will be having one journalist who covered the former Prime Minister from back in the day, back in 1992. He was a young journalist. Right now, Maina Muiruri, he chairs the Media Council of Kenya. He was a newspaper journalist from back in the 90s. So he covered a lot of the younger Raila back then. And it will be interesting for him to bring us back, take us back to those times, tell us who Raila was in 1992. Yes.
All right. Now, on social media, we're asking one word to describe Raila Odinga. What's yours? Tell us on our socials, TV47 Digital on X, Facebook and YouTube, TV47 Kenya. And we can already see one here. Ayu anasema, I schooled at Langata Road Primary School, Nairobi, opposite Wilson Airport. I first met him while I was in class 4, when he came to school and promised to purchase 100 desks, which they were later on brought. At that time, he was the Langata Member of Parliament. All right, once again, you have another?
And just an update. I've been sent an update on that return trip to Kenya. The plane, the Kenya Airways flight carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister is airborne over the Indian Ocean currently, just about to get to the Gulf of Aden, and it will be flying over a Somalia airspace into Kenya. It is expected to land at JKIA in about 2 hours' time or less. Yes, from Mumbai to Nairobi. So yes, in about 2 hours' time, it is around 6:35. So yes, as you said, 8:30, President William Ruto will be heading to the airport as well for the first phase or the first part of the state funeral of the former Prime Minister. Do remember that he will be accorded all attendant honors as set out by the President yesterday as we continue the 7 days of mourning following the death of the former Prime Minister, Raila Amolo Odinga.
All right, see you after the break.
Our world is changing every day, and so should we, for the better. Each week, we tackle the big why, the question that should be on everyone's mind. Why isn't this fixed yet? Deforestation, global warming, and the adverse effects of climate change. The future isn't just something that we inherit, it's something that we create. Join us on The Green Fix as we tell the stories of those who refuse to give up. When it comes to fixing the planet, there is no time to waste. Join me, Shiksha Arora, on Thursdays at 9 p.m. on The Green Fix as we look into the big why, you and I.
For comprehensive information and education on your health, Body Garage is here.
Don't allow anyone to pluck out your good tooth, as long as it is strong and stable.
Cancer doesn't start today and you get the symptoms tomorrow. By the time you pick it or the time it is manifesting in you, probably will be there about 5 to 10 years.
The eye is the window to the rest of the body.
Don't forget to stay hydrated.
And of course, you at home do take your water.
So the ultimate test is actually you check your urine. Your urine should be clear.
Clear like the water?
Yes. Should be able to see the other side of the urine. If your urine is colored or has changed color, you cannot see the other side, then you have not taken enough water.
Don't forget regular health checkups. Early detection saves lives.
I want the message be, we can prevent cervical cancer. We prevent cervical cancer in several ways. You have young girls and even somebody who's above that age, you can pay at least every 3 years. Somebody should have a pap smear done.
If you are 40, 45, 50 going upwards, once a year, please go see a doctor. Yeah, it's just for normal routine maintenance.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
We're going to do half cup of chocolate chips, and the other one, we're going to do half cup of the blueberries.
So, grab your imagination hats and get ready to explore with us. Join us every Saturday at 9 a.m. for new friends, amazing stories, and tons of laughter.
Jiunge nasi tunapoangazia safari za viongozi bora. Kutoka kwa ushindi mkubwa hadi masomo magumu.
Wakati wetu kwamba wasichana si wa kusoma, ni wa kuolewa, ng'ombe ipatikane, wazazi wakuwe watajiri.
Tunashughulikia yote.
I wish I were a better investor.
My parents taught me how to look for things for myself.
Tazama Mfahamu Kiongozi, ambapo kila kipindi kimejaa maarifa, mikakati na hadithi za kukuza azma yako.
For me to succeed, I have to fight.
Kila Alhamisi saa 1:30.
Our world is changing every day, and so should we, for the better. Each week, we tackle the big why, the question that should be on everyone's minds. Why isn't this fixed yet? Deforestation, global warming, and the adverse effects of climate change. The future isn't just something that we inherit, it's something that we create. Join us on The Green Fix as we tell the stories of those who refuse to give up. When it comes to fixing the planet, there is no time to waste. Join me, Shiksha Arora, on Thursdays at 9 p.m. on The Green Fix as we look into the big why, you and I.
For comprehensive information and education on your health, Body Garage is here.
Don't allow anyone to pluck out your good tooth as long as it is strong and stable.
Cancer doesn't start today and you get the symptoms tomorrow. By the time you pick it or the time it is manifesting in you, probably will be there about 5 to 10 years.
The eye is the window to the rest of the body.
Don't forget to stay hydrated.
And of course, you at home, do take your water.
So the ultimate test is actually you check your urine. Your urine should be clear.
Clear like the water.
Yes. Should be able to see the other side of the urine. If your urine is colored or has changed color, you cannot see the other side, then you have not taken enough water.
Don't forget regular health checkups. Early detection saves lives.
I want the message be, we can prevent cervical cancer. We prevent cervical cancer in several ways. You have young girls and even somebody who's above that age, you can pay at least every 3 years. Somebody should have a pap smear done.
If you are 40, 45, 50, going upwards, once a year, please go see a doctor. Yeah, it's just for normal routine maintenance.
Hey there, friends. Welcome to Kids on the Block, where fun and imagination come alive. We dive into magical world filled with exciting adventures and awesome friends.
What position were you in?
I was number 2.
What position were you?
Number 1.
He decided to cross the bridge by his house and look for food on the other side.
Good morning once again. This is TV 47. My name is Fred Ndimuli. This being the first of 7 days of national mourning following the passing on yesterday of the former Prime Minister of this great republic, Raila Amolo Odinga. Yesterday, an official announcement was made by President William Ruto, who set out the next steps. 7 days of national mourning, during which all Kenyan flags will be flown at half-mast within the Kenyan territory and anywhere else where Kenya has space, meaning all commissions or high commissions and embassies abroad. He also made an announcement that he has postponed all public engagements, his own public engagements as president, for the next 7 days. That the former Prime Minister will be accorded a state funeral with all attendant honors. And he also announced the formation of a committee to come up with the funeral arrangements, to be co-chaired by the Deputy President, Professor Kithure Kindiki, and the Siaya Governor, James Orengo. Now, the latest update is that the flights from Mumbai that was returning home the remains of the former Prime Minister is airborne above the Indian Ocean as we speak, approaching the Gulf of Aden. It will be using the Somali airspace into Kenya, where it's expected to land at about 8:30 this morning. The President will be at the JKIA to receive the remains of the former Prime Minister alongside other dignitaries. Of course, the team sent to repatriate the remains was led by the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, and they arrived in Mumbai late into the night, where they were met with Indian officials, and within an hour or so they were back on their plane to Nairobi. So after the remains are received at the JKIA, they will head to the Lee Funeral Home later this morning. The remains will be taken to Parliament Buildings, where the body of the former Prime Minister will lay in state between noon and 5 p.m. this evening to allow for public viewing. Tomorrow, Friday, there will be a public prayer service at the Nyayo Stadium before the body and the procession leaves for Kisumu. On Saturday, another funeral service is expected at Kisumu, and there are conflicting reports on when he will be buried. There are papers that are indicating it will be on Saturday, others say Sunday, but that confirmation will be made today. Allow me to welcome my panelists this morning. Gloria Roba, who served in the Senate. Karibu sana, Senator Roba.
Good morning.
Joe Mutambu, former MP Mwingi Central. Karibu sana. Mwalimu Wilson Sosion, who was with us yesterday immediately after we received the news, the shocking news of the passing on of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, is with us again this morning. Karibu sana, and we do appreciate your time at TV 47, Mwalimu.
Good morning, Fred, and good morning, our viewers.
Dr. Peter Mbaye, the Secretary of Planning and Economic Affairs at the DCP, is also with us this morning. Lady and gentlemen, allow me to give you an opportunity, at least to give your message of condolence before we discuss anything else, starting with you, Senator.
Yeah, good morning. It's a sad day. I believe the whole country is shocked. And really, this is a time that we need to celebrate a leader. And for people who are in politics, I think we sometimes forget that this person is somebody's husband, somebody's father, and we need to be sensitive towards certain things. So as I pass my condolences to the friends and family and to Kenyans at large, I would also like to put in a word to say that, you know, we need to be sensitive towards during this time. It's a time when families are going through a lot. And I believe we also just need to remember all the things that this leader of this country has, you know, brought to this country, and just celebrate him for the leader that he has been.
Yes.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the most consequential politicians of our time, not just in Kenya. You look at the dailies even in Tanzania and Uganda. For example, in Uganda, it is the only story on the front pages, given prominence on the Daily Monitor in at least 6 pages inside the Daily Monitor in Uganda. Raila Odinga was that consequential. Bwana Mutambo.
True. And on that note, as we mourn Raila here in Kenya, I know the entire Africa and also some parts of the world are mourning this this hero. To me, he's a hero. He was a friend to me, a personal friend. I was a friend to his children, starting from the late Fidel Jr. And it's so hurting to see us losing such a kind of significant figure, not only into our political space, but also to our social lives. Because Raila was known in many aspects of lives when it comes to social life, when it comes to political, where he featured so prominently across the country, across Africa, and across the world. So it is not only Kenya which is mourning, it is the entire world mourning Raila. And like my sister said, he is a father, he is a husband, he is a uncle, he is a maybe grandfather to many. And I would want to urge Kenyans. I know Raila's death has got a lot of excitement here and there. People trying to think outside the box, trying to think politically. I think this is not the time to engage in such a thoughts about this gentleman. We need to give the family, the beloved ones, the friends, time to mourn their hero, and we let him rest in peace.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bonambai. Mwalimu Sosion, I know you got the opportunity to say a lot about the former Prime Minister, but one more opportunity won't hurt.
It won't hurt. Yesterday I had congregated with my family who actually are very close to Raila. Raila was a regular visitor of my home, and on behalf of my children, my entire family, I convey condolence to the family of Raila Odinga and the people of Kenya and the great members of ODM family, where that is a university where most of us graduated in leadership. And as I stated yesterday, this is the most consequential death, political death in this country, after that of Jomo Kenyatta. Raila Odinga remains the best president that Kenya never had, but the best leader that lived and impacted in the political and economic development of this country. So during this period, it is a moment to promote peace everywhere in the country, because Raila stood for peace. He sacrificed a lot for the sake of peace of his country. And also it's a moment for us to engage in very deep reflection about our motherland.
Okay. Thank you, Mwalimu. Dr. Mbai, your chance now.
Fred, on my behalf, and on behalf indeed of my party, the DCP, and my party leader, the Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, who has already come out to offer our deepest condolences on the passing of the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. Honestly, Fred, I can tell you, we never saw that coming. We've still not internalized the fact that the Honorable Raila Odinga is gone. Raila exhibited this bigger-than-life image. He would go fall sick, but somehow people were like, okay, he'll come back, you know? He'll come back, because Raila was an institution. Raila was a whole thing embedded into one. Guy who was there since 1960s, grew all the way, and he has become everything that you would wish for, from a lecturer, you know, the father of the democracy in Kenya. He has gone through detention, through the lens of Moi, Kibaki, Uhuru, and Ruto. That is big. He had some institutional life. So honestly, I must say we were all shocked. We thought, no, Raila will go and come back, like he normally does. He'll go down, but somehow people thought he's this human being that should not even die. Actually, that's why people are shocked, and even some people are suspecting foul play, because they were thinking, how can the Raila we know die? But we want to say life and death are in the hands of God. God is a creator of life. He's a giver of life. And so he's the one who has the last word. He's the one who knows when And anybody cannot pass on without God's knowledge. So everything else, finally we say, God knows what happens. He knows the time. We are all passing through. And for me, the whole thing I've been thinking the whole night is, what can I do? The best I can do on this earth. Because when my time comes, at least I'll be remembered for something I did, because to exit, we must exit. But how do we exit with what impact? Look at Raila. Literally everything has come to a stop. Fred Raila, with all things he have done, MP, cabinet, the minister going back, and also the whole capacity that he was able to weave into 4 government. Nobody, I think, so far, since this country was born, 1963, has able to do what Raila have done. In terms of being in opposition, but being in government. And every time he gets out, it is the presidents who have been elected who literally come in to say, I need you. That issue of Railaism is something which can be studied. As a student of political science, Fred, we have studied Raila Odinga in all our classes, right from the university. We studied Raila as a book. We studied Raila as an institution. And nobody goes anywhere without reference to Odinga. So all of us, this is a time we all come together as a nation, despite to come and say, this is a statesman, this is a man who have never exited like him, and we are saying our pole and saying we are very happy that he has been accorded a state funeral because he deserves it.
Right. And the pictures we're sharing with you are currently on screen. That's the team that was dispatched yesterday by President William Ruto, I beg your pardon, led, of course, by the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, to head to India and conduct the repatriation of the remains of the former Prime Minister. As we speak, and I'm informed that the Kenya Airways flight carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister is currently on African airspace. A few minutes ago, it was above the Indian Ocean. Right now, I think it's within the Somali airspace. It's expected to land at JKIA within the next 1 hour, an hour and a half. Yes, KQ flight 203, currently above Somali airspace. And President William Ruto is expected to be at the JKIA to receive the remains of the former Prime Minister. Other things will follow, and we'll keep updating you on that. So this is a great opportunity probably to remember the life and times. I know Bwana Mutambo said, yes, there's a politics that we will discuss and what happens next, because that's the main question many people are asking. Okay, fine, this has happened, what next? But before that, it's an opportunity, and you look at the dailies. The Daily Nation has decided to go with the reactions that Kenyans had yesterday after the shocking news was received in Kenya. The Standard, meanwhile, and I made mention of the fact that the Standard, being the oldest newspaper with a very great, one of the best libraries around, they've managed to paint a rather historical tribute of the former Prime Minister, the life and times of this gentleman, and the stories that they worked on back then. And we'll be having one of those old journalists, Maina Mwiruri, in studio later to discuss some of this. But from a younger politician, Senator Ruoba, you interacted with the former Prime Minister. There's so much that young politicians can learn from him. What's your best memory of Raila Odinga?
Oh, my best memory. I always say that every time our country has had to, deal with the dynamics of democracy, and every time we have had maybe the youth go out to demonstrate and have their voices heard, the one thing that was constant when it came to Raila Odinga is that he always put the country first. So despite whatever was happening politically. So for me, I would say, when Parliament was raided, I kept on thinking, man, I don't think Raila Odinga is part of this, because from 2007, 2008, that's as far back as I can remember active politics and democracy, because that's when I really started participating. And there was always this constant theme where he was a person who'd be able to say, no, okay, ODM might want this, or I personally might want this, but now we have to put the country before anything else. And I think that's the one thing that I will, that I carry with me, that, regardless of whatever situation is happening politically, as a young and upcoming politician, I have to think, okay, what's best for this country? You know, aside from my ambitions, aside from, you know, my political alignments, what's really best for this country? I can't say that I interacted with Raila Odinga a lot. I think I personally met him maybe 3 times in these political setups. But there's once at Current Club when I was getting in and he was coming out, I remember joking and saying that one of his candidates in Kisii, you know, so-and-so alianguka. And he also joked back and said, atawesi ulianguka, ukanominatiwa. So, you know, he had that kind of lightness. So he could interact with the older generation, he could interact with the younger generation. And he had an awareness that I think as a leader, his duty was also to ensure that he sort of motivates and mentors the younger politicians. I, however, must say that I wish he held the hand of, I wish he handed over. I wish politically, whatever that means, I wish he had a protege and I wish he handed over. And I feel like that is the one thing. He mentored many people, but he just never handed over. And that, for me, that's a learning point, even in, you know, going forward. Like, there has to be continuity in political parties, in movements, even with his legacy, yeah? I mean, we all carry the spirit of making sure that we liberate this country, but there has to be that person that, you know, is handed over, gets the mantle and moves forward, and we say, okay, you know, we had this leader, and, you know, they handed over to this person. And I believe in the next couple of weeks, that's the biggest challenge that ODM as a party is going to face.
And we'll come to that conversation because what next is a big question. But before that, Bwana Mutambo, I'm sure you may have personally had close proximity interactions with the former Prime Minister. What is your best memory of the gentleman? I am told he had an aura like no other, that even if he held your hands, you felt a certain way. I don't know.
You'll be shocked because I knew Raila since 1992. By then, I was very active in politics when we formed YK 92, and I was a youth leader in Malindi then. And I remember one time he came around, and before I joined Kano, we were supporting his father. Ford was very strong in Malindi, and there were some key leaders in Malindi who were fighting for democracy and fighting for multi-party. And when I was lured by a former member called Badawi of Malindi, who came to a place called Watamu, and they told us, please let us join Kano, let us support Moi then, and Raila was totally against. And when he had some youth in Watamu who were strongly supporting Moi, and by then Malindi, Watamu, those areas were perceived to be a Ford zone, he came and we met him. And apart from that, I had a very strong working relationship with him. I don't know whether you know a bit of my history. I was the first Kenyan to promote a boxer in this country at high levels, called Justina Acheng. I'm the one who was involved in that. And I remember we were doing it with his son, Fidel, and some other friends of mine. And he kept calling us to his office and asking us, how is Coach Justina doing? What are you guys doing? And he even went out and forged for sponsors for us to support the boxing. So this is the kind of man we are talking about. And I've met him on several occasions, and that was way back before I became a member of parliament. And when I became a member of parliament, actually he's the one who proposed to me to be a whip. And he told Kalonzo, if Mutambo could be the whip of parliament. But there was some interest because Mudhama also wanted to be the whip of Senate. So it was very difficult for two cabas to be the whip of both houses. So that's how I lost out. But he was really fighting for me to be, because he was really my good friend. And entire time since I was a member of parliament until just the other day when he traveled to India, he was my fellow member in the gym. We used to go gym together. So it's a man I can tell you, I know him in and out. Because you know, sometimes when you go to gym and you want to get to sauna, I don't want to say before Gloria here what happens there. When men are in the gym, you just walk freely. Freely. So this is the man I have been with for, I would say, entire my political career. I remember a time it was to come to Mwingi for my homecoming. Then when homecoming were homecoming, and I remember the late Kajwang, who came to represent him because before he came, he fell sick and he was taken ill. And he called me and told me, Joe, I'll not be able to come to your homecoming because I have some flu which I'm fighting. So I wish you well, and Kajwang is coming to represent me. And actually Kajwang came, and it was a very good interaction. So since then, we've been meeting regularly, having discussion, sometimes business discussion, sometimes political discussion. That's why I said it changed so many people, even on social life, apart from political life.
Right.
So I have been close to Raila. I don't want to say that any other leaders, but I've been so close to him. Even when he came to work with Uhuru, remember I was very close also to Uhuru. And we interacted in many.
Right. Bwana Sossion, in your history as a unionist, probably you got also to interact with him as a politician. Give us a bit of that.
I think my interaction with Raila Odinga is extremely deep, and it spans over 25 years within the framework of the trade union. And as I stated yesterday, the election of Kibaki in 2002 was mainly engineered by teachers when Raila walked to NAT headquarters with Ngilu. And we were calling off a strike where we won nothing, we gained nothing, because Moi said, hakuna pesa, hakuna pesa, hakuna pesa. So we knew we were in for difficult times. And therefore, we resolved that time that we, as teachers, we want to be part of the political process. And we told Raila and Ngilu, can you opposition, go and give us one candidate? And Raila assured us that the opposition will be united and they will produce one candidate. And true enough, you remember the Kibaki Tosha in Uhuru Park. But back to my personal relations with him, that continued, my relation with him continued, and close to 07, we took him round villages in South Rift with the late Kipkalia Kones to connect him with the people at the grassroots in his presidential bid. And that we would do night meetings in homes in different places. And so we got to work thoroughly for him. And I remember in 07, I was getting elected also to the national office of the union. And he gave me all the logistical and necessary support personally. And we've maintained very, very close personal relationship with him within the framework of the union. And I would say this is one leader who worked very, very closely with the trade union movement. Raila and trade union movement, you cannot separate. And this is one person who would consult in difficult times. And as national chairman of NAT and secretary general of NAT, I worked with him very closely to support the cause and the programs of teachers. At family level, many of my events he attended is actually part and parcel of my family and that of my children. And very often when he's flying over my home, he would always call me that he wants to land and take lunch. So we've maintained that very, very close and trusted relationship. Once you are Raila's friend and he trusts you as a friend, he's always there for you. He's available on phone. It's not somebody who's very difficult to reach. Anybody can call and get to Raila. And it's the most accessible leader that I have interacted with. And as a reward to the labor movement and teachers, he nominated me in 2017, 2021 to represent workers in the National Assembly by the dint of Article 97.4 of the Constitution. And in 2022, when I was moving over to UDA, he released me very formally and officially, and he's a Democrat, and said, yes, go the other side and organize yourself politically. I give you my blessings and all the support, and we've continued with all these conversations, and post-2022, within the framework of the broad-based government, we've continued with collaborations and conversations, and therefore, I'm sure many people have personal stories with Raila Odinga, and just like I do, and it is great. And as I said yesterday, this was a moving university of leadership.
Right.
And I think I've graduated from his university with a master's in political science.
Right.
And Professor...
Let's give Dr. Mbai an opportunity.
Mbai,
I don't
yeah,
know, Dr. Mbai, if you had
confirm
any
that.
personal interactions with the former Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. I interacted with the late Prime Minister during the 2010 Constitution. If you remember, he was co-chairing the Secretariat with Professor Peter Kagwanja, and I was among the people who were actually at the center of what I would call the sensitization, the promoting the Constitution under the Committee of Experts. I was doing that in most of counties in Nakuru, the Central Rift and all that. And I remember we met. And somebody went and said, this is Peter Mbai, and he's helping us to do the work in Nakuru. And we chatted. But one thing that's very unique, even anybody who have never met Raila Odinga personally, they feel like they have seen him. They feel like they have seen him. I was lucky to have read his book, The Enigma of Kenyan Politics, about his life journey. Raila Odinga is this person who everybody knows, they can even touch, they feel like they have met him, they have seen him, out of who he has become. Now, what is very surprising, from at 80, every other person, kids, everybody, middle class, workers, they feel like Raila is part of their lives. They see him every day. And of course, what Raila have done to maintain, and we have said that a lot in the political circles, Fred, is to make sure Raila have made sure that he is always in the presence of our TVs and radios and something. He made sure. Raila will not disappear for 2 weeks. No, the way somebody can go for 1 month. It's not possible. And people begin demanding where he is. So Raila will always do something to make sure that he is in our sitting rooms. You know, he's on our phones. You know, he's talking to us every day about something. But I'll tell you this. This is 2025. This is October. Nobody saw Raila going. I don't know. They say death sometimes, you know, it tricks you. Look, even it was just Winnie, you know, and himself going for what? Because if it was that serious, Fred, many people would have gone. If it was that serious that he has so big complications, and who walks anyway? I mean, when he's about to pass on, who walks? I mean, somebody who is going to go is bedridden sometimes for months because he's not able to move and all that. But this person who was actually walking, so he could come back. He had called some people saying we meet on Saturday. So, and people are waiting for him back. But I want to say that death, when it happens, the little thing we can do now is actually to look back and celebrate one man. Look, after he lost, he went to become the African representative of infrastructure at AU. What is it that Raila has not done? I think the only thing Raila didn't do is to assent to the president of Kenya. But according to me, the stature of Raila Odinga, Fred, has gone beyond any president of the Republic of Kenya so far.
All right.
It has gone beyond all the presidents, the five presidents who have been there, because he just comes and towers over them.
Yes.
All of them, and he gets this, you know.
And you've said something interesting, that you mentioned the fact that he ran for president 5 times, which is a record for any Kenyan.
Yes.
And the Daily Monitor, Ugandan paper, says Raila Odinga, this is the front page of the Daily Monitor, the president Kenya never had. For a person who ran for president 5 times, and as you've all said, is perhaps one of the most consequential, if not the most consequential politician of our time, not just in Kenya, but the region as well. he has made quite some political moves, and most of the time it would appear that many people have criticized some of the decisions he has made. Do you think, Gloria, that perhaps he was also quite misunderstood by many?
Yeah. I believe if you are a person who's very simplistic in thoughts, then you are the type of person who would say Raila betrayed us, because your thoughts are simple. If you look at the things consistently that Raila Odinga has been fighting for, since some of us were not even born, you know, the struggle of even going against the one party, fighting for multi-party, for the democracy that we have now. If you look at what it entailed and the things that he was talking about then, you know, you won't be the person that comes and says, just because I'm going to have this handshake with this person, then you're betraying everything that you fought for. If you look at just even the introduction to devolution, that we even have seen it where I served, you can see some consistency in someone who is shaping the politics of an independent country. And some of the things that I think Raila Odinga introduced to us and even pushed for and fought for, including freedom of speech and all the our rights that we have, the fundamental rights that we have under this constitution that are protected. I believe that he was a person that thought way into the future. He was not doing it just for this, you know, now we are doing these ODM things in this political cycle and this is the thing we are going to fight for. No, there was always a consistent path. And I believe for those people who actually understand the intricacies of politics, when you look at the different times that Raila Odinga has gone into a handshake arrangement, I can't speak much about this one, but I can speak much about, you know, in the previous times, it was more about sincerely looking for a way forward to bring the country together, to bring down the temperatures, to ensure that, you know, more lives are not lost in all the demonstrations or whatever violence that was going on at the moment. And yeah, I mean, some people will call that betrayal, but for me, I see it as a person that would rather say, you know, we can fight, we can kill each other, we can burn down everything, and if we don't have a country, then what? Who will you be leading?
Right.
What will your legacy look like? So I think for people who have simplistic thoughts, then they can say that he betrayed he betrayed Kenyans. I've seen a lot of that happening online,
especially
like,
on social media.
Yeah, they're like, and it's most of the young people, because the young people actually don't understand. For some of us to sit,
but
in
even
studio.
some of the older politicians, some of who were in the trenches with the Raila Odinga back in the 90s, they judged him unfairly, or probably judged him when he decided to merge with KANU and President Moi back then. Talking to them yesterday, some of them in hindsight now admit that yes, probably at the end of it, the byproduct of that merger really helped us move forward. Yes, the outcome of that. And do you think?
I have, you know, and let me just conclude by saying that the outcome of all the handshakes or all the times has come in the past we've been able to see the outcome. And I believe, as he had said, that he was coming back to give us a message. He was going to come back during the celebrations of ODM 20 to maybe give a clear picture of what the outcome of this particular broad-based government is. I believe, I mean, I was looking forward to that, because I am one of the people that were like,
questioning some of the actions. Yes.
And I was like, I need some clarity.
Okay.
And now thinking about it, I'm like, this is probably now the question. You know, now what is the outcome? What was the intended?
Yes. Do you feel that he's a man that has been judged a bit too harshly, politically especially?
Being judged harsh or no harsh, a man has to make a decision, whether right or wrong. And some decisions, maybe they don't make you popular, but sometimes you have to make them. And understanding Raila and understanding our political dynamics and the people we lead, this country is a country of very special people who think in many different ways. And leading a team which thinks, or having leaders who think, if you are not with us, you are not for us. All right? And with that scenario, whereby we have a team which is led by Raila, and the other team thinks that these people are not for us. So it becomes a little bit difficult to make a decision unless you make an unpopular decision. If being with this person is what will bring peace, so be it. So maybe that is what Raila went for, and that is what Raila has been going for. And he must start the heart of being on the warm side of the opposition, you know? And since time immemorial, from, I think the only government which he never joined is the Kenyatta, the senior Kenyatta, Mzee Kenyatta, which he never joined. But his father was there, although there was on and off a kind of a relationship. But on these others, he's been always there. And he's not there to stay. He has never been in any government to stay with them to the end. He comes in, when it comes to election, he says, okay, this is me. I'm going to fight against you. Even if I was, we did have some handshake, it was not about the election, it was about the peace of the nation. And there was tranquility. Now I'm going to fight, which was his democratic right. And he has done it so with, he has done it with Moi, he did it with the Kenyatta, yes, with the Kibaki. Now he came and joined hands with the Kenyatta, the last term of Uhuru Kenyatta, and now he was in it with the Ruto, and he made it very clear that we did not agree. We go beyond 2027. That was his trade. So I will not blame him for saying so, because he's been doing it that way. It is only Kenyans who perceive Raila as a trader because he has made that decision to calm the nation. And sometimes it's necessary. Some people were also, not only him, you remember during Kibaki time when there was a lot of heat and Kalonzo was appointed as a vice president and he joined. People were saying, why are you joining this Kibaki? And yet, so also the team of Raila felt Kalonzo betrayed them by joining Kibaki for the tranquility and the peace. But
those are decisions that have to be made politically.
Sorry?
Those are decisions that have to be made.
Yeah, those are decisions. When you are a leader, you have to make them. Sometimes people will love you, will hate you, but you have to make a decision for the good of the people whom you lead, because without those people being in a conducive environment for them to live in, then what kind of a nation are you having? When you wake up every day and it's tear gas. When you wake up every day, it's chaos. And those people want to do their normal small businesses and large businesses for them to thrive. So they need to wake up to do things, not to wake up to be subjected to tear gas and to fights.
And of course, we're bringing you live pictures from the JKIA, a beehive of activity there. And you can see that military carriage that probably will be carrying the remains. We do expect will be carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister. The latest update is that Kenya Airways Flight 203 is already in Kenyan airspace. That's a flight from Mumbai carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister. It's expected to land in about an hour or so at the JKIA. And this kind of honor is probably reserved for former heads of state or heads of state in Kenya, because we've had Jomo Kenyatta, Daniel Moi and Mwai Kibaki. But the kind of honors that Raila Odinga is going to receive definitely is much more than any other Kenyan who's not gotten to the level of head of state. But this is the same Kenyan who has been denied an opportunity to lead as president 5 times. He has not been shy to oppose things that he did not believe in. As you said yesterday, is perhaps the most consequential death. And I mean, from the flight is still above Somali airspace. We are tracking the flight KQ203. It will be in Kenyan airspace within the next few minutes. And yes, we'll be tracking it before it lands at the JKIA. Bwana Sosion, do you understand why many people did not agree with Raila Odinga from time to time?
You know, conservatism is a disease everywhere. And people who wanted to engage in self-preservation and preserving their own interest and refusing change would definitely view Raila as a radical. And of course, the views of Raila were very revolutionary. We needed a new political and democratic order. And the establishments at that time really would not accommodate that. But this is not only going to be a consequential death, but Raila is going to tower as the most consequential post-independent leader in Kenya, above even the presidents. The presidents have occupied offices, but Raila has occupied the country and has shaped the country from his position, from his influence. And one thing that we note about Raila, even as labor leaders, is that he was a very meticulous organizer. Politics is about organizing, building networks, connecting, and building relations with people, with institutions. In fact, if you hear the stories now, you will get even those mamambogas and those boda-bodas calling Raila and having very hearty conversations with groups. And sometimes the ordinary people, the mamambogas and the rest, would even know that Raila is landing in a given place before the leaders are very much aware. This was a very meticulous organizer and a true social democrat to the core, who believed in social equality and equity. And, you know, conservatives are owners of capital. They would like to preserve their interest and dominance and perpetuate inequality. But if the social democratic philosophy talks of equity, fairness, if you look at the philosophy of Raila all through, is basically on social issues and democratic rights of people. So I think basically the country has come very far, has been shaped by Raila Odinga since the clamor for multipartyism. And the moment we started having the first multi-party elections in 1992, then the journey of redirecting and elevating the democratic politics of this country started with Raila on the steering. He has been on the steering up to when he left us. Yeah. And people may have looked at him in terms of compromising with government in place. He started with Moi as early as 1997, building the cooperation as a strategy, and it worked. He ended up being a minister.
Secretary General of the country.
Yes, and being a Secretary General of the party of the president, that of Kanu. And, you know, that is making sacrifices for the country.
And even as you continue speaking, we have very dramatic pictures there from the JKIA as supporters and mourners throng the airport as they wait for the remains of the former Prime Minister to land aboard that Kenya Airways Flight 203, which is now on African airspace and is expected to land in about an hour's time. What we're seeing is, unlike what we've seen before, that military carriage at the airport, the military carriage that we've seen in the past few years carrying the remains of former presidents who've passed on. And this time around, we're going to see a former prime minister being accorded that honor. The fact that this former prime minister, the body will be laying in state inside parliament from noon to 5 p.m. this evening. These are things that do not happen every other day in our situation here. And we look at the history of state funerals. Yes, the president made that proclamation. Not very many people receive such honors. Yes. But Raila Odinga is definitely one that deserved this kind of honor. Whether people have disagreed with him or not, you're one of those who did not necessarily agree, Dr. Mbaye, with a lot of the political decisions that Raila Odinga made in the last 1 year or so.
Yeah, now, two things you have mentioned. One is true. In this world, you are never made to agree with anyone. But what we could say, we disagree respectively. I remember when the Raila Odinga came from AU and he lost, we were genuinely saying, you could join us. But when Raila Odinga decided not to join us and then go to the entrenched broad-based agreement, one thing I kept saying even in this show is that we respect his decisions, because you cannot be anybody. Look at how Raila has managed to weave into every government, four governments and 4 presidents. It's not something that anybody can do. It's only Raila who can do what he does. And now, the issue about Raila and his followers is that they believe that most of them believe that the decision he makes are the right decision for him. So what happens in this world? Live and let live. You may have your stand, like you've said. We have not necessarily agreed with what, and we felt like he has been a human rights defender. We don't have a lot of human rights in Kenya. He's moving to the other direction. He should have moved on the side of the people. But I want you to mark one thing, that, like I've said here always, Raila Odinga has never left the issue of listening to the people. He always, and even in this arrangement, he had 2 camps. There's a camp that was purely on issues of checking the government. And what is the most profound statement he made? He said, nobody have said that ODM will not field a candidate in 2027. Raila has been a person who knows how to calculate, depending on the mood on the ground. Most likely, you never get Raila off flat-footed. Maybe 2022, a lot of miscalculations, something happened because he thought he has gotten it. But for me, I would say, Raila Odinga has made many decisions in his life, political decisions. Some of them, of course, somebody may think that they are not the right one. But it's good to say today here, as we think about Raila Odinga, the institution, he has always felt that he has won elections, which he has never been declared the winner. Those are issues people begin talking about. Why has Raila not been able to become president? Why? What happened? Those are things now students of political science will be happy to know, and we need to know what happened. Is it a result of his calculations, or what happened? But there's something else you have mentioned. Now, state funeral, in Kenya, unfortunately, we don't have a law. We know that a state funeral should be given to the president, retired president, and maybe CDF, the chief of the defense forces. But then the people are asking, why Raila? Now, there are a lot of other Kenyans who have gotten the state funeral. Besides the President Jomo Kenyatta, of course, the former President Kijana Wamarwa, Nobel Prize laureate Wangari Maathai was accorded. Of course, First Lady Lucy Kibaki, Second President Daniel Moi Kibaki, Mukami Kimathi, and Phoebe. These are situations where when the president and the nation agrees to accord. But of course, it is the decision of the president. Now, for people who are not presidents, deputy presidents, or former presidents, only the Defense Council can agree to a state funeral because they are the part of the people who are going to make part of. Unfortunately, most times, Fred, it is only the sitting president, the magnanimity of the sitting president, even to take the agenda to the Defense Council. What am I saying? We need a law so that we know who qualifies for a state funeral. It's important going to the future because you can have a very important person passing on, but if they don't agree with the president, maybe he will not be accorded yet. Look at Raila Odinga. We agree, and let me say this for record. We all agree from opposition, from Turkana, from Voi, all the way to Northeastern, to Luo, to wherever part of this country. Do you know what? Everybody agrees that Raila deserves a state because of who he is, despite anything else. But remember, maybe he's being accorded another because maybe he is part of the government. We need a law in this country. Let's not be learning things at the whims of the personality. I'm thinking, look at the issue of the honors, for example, Fred. We are going to award honors in December. Who really deserves the honors? It's a problem in this country. We need to know because Raila is our hero as a country. Forget about which side he's supposed to.
Even in December, Mashujaa Day is on.
Mashujaa, that's what I'm saying. So Mashujaa Day is. Now, who is our heroes? Do you know what happens? Unfortunately, people sit. The people who develop the list, they are people, they are human beings in this country. They sit in some office. They agree, you are our colleague. How can I miss? If you look at last year's list, people who give themselves, sorry to say, give themselves. Because you cannot be the one ordering the list. You put your name there as MBS, all these, OGW, all these words. They are going to lose meaning. Please, can we have seriousness here? Let's know who are our heroes, who deserve state funeral, who are the people who are going to be called, who will be accorded. Those honors are government
They belong to this country.
And it's interesting to note that even some of those people who've been accorded state funerals probably did not have the attendant military honors that probably Raila Odinga is going to enjoy, especially that military carriage that's going to carry his remains. That is something that we've not seen apart from former heads of state. The rest, even those who've been accorded state funerals, have not gotten that level of honor. But these are very polarizing figure, and we must agree, a very polarizing figure. And I want us to look ahead. I know there's hesitation to talk about the politics, but about the consequentiality of this death. Because Raila Odinga, for the longest time, for about 3-4 decades now, has become the reference point. Will Raila run or not? Will Raila support Ruto or not? Will Raila back Kalonzo or not? Will Raila? Even when the Gen Zs went to the streets, they made reference to Raila and told him, okay, now, Baba, this time, stay at home. Because we have always used Raila as a reference politically. Now, he's no more. What next?
By the way, you cannot talk about Raila Odinga without talking about politics. Like, I don't even think Kenyan politics would exist to this level if you did not have Raila Odinga in this country. So we must talk about the politics around it. We must talk about what next. We must start to deliberate, give our opinions, because I believe this is also a time when this country needs that kind of engagement and conversation. So it is a fallacy to tell people that let's not talk about politics. The man, the leader, the hero that has passed on is a politician. And in his right, he has actually led this country to places we would never otherwise have reached. My question, my one single question is, first, who leads the movement?
ODM.
Yes, not the party, the movement. Raila Odinga is not the party. Raila Odinga is a movement. So it's not about this structure of a political party that has an SG or what. It's about the movement, because he is a movement. Everywhere he would go, despite the political party, there are people, I have never been a member of ODM, but there is a time when I followed the movement of Raila Odinga. So my question would be, who leads the movement? That's the number one question. And I was looking at the images that you were putting up and the videos of even just the delegation that was sent to go and bring back Raila Odinga. And you notice that there was so much disregard to women. They didn't send any women. Yet Raila Odinga is known to celebrate the women of this country. His political party, ODM, is known to have pushed for the two-third gender rule, not only in theory, but in essence, it is the one political party in 2022 that said for any sitting member of parliament who's a woman, we are giving you a direct ticket. We are not going to subject you to nominations. We want you to maintain that. And for other places where we could bring more women on board, we will try and see as much as possible to encourage. But then you look at the images that are there, and you can even see, even Raila Odinga in death was with his daughter. A woman in death was with his sister. But then you look at now this, I would say now, this is where I would come in as a politician and say, you look at how they choose to carry out this very delicate matter, this very big occasion where it's a celebration of our hero, us as women, and there is a complete omission of women. And this is now, I was just thinking about it yesterday, I was thinking about it, throughout this whole time, and I said, there would be nothing better if Winnie Odinga stepped up and led that movement. Because I believe, and I sincerely, I cannot say that, I've seen people saying messages were sent to me, we were talking last night. No, I did not talk with Raila Odinga, but I believe deep down, when I look at how he has had that respect for his wife, for his daughter, for women in Kenya, the people around the political party, I would say, this is the time that I would look up to Winnie Odinga and say, hey, look here, we might not have, before we were born, God already knew our destiny. You might be thinking that, oh, I'm the person behind the scenes, I shouldn't be. I believe at a time like this, there is a message that God is sending. And I think Winnie Odinga needs to step up. And I think Winnie Odinga not only needs to step up, I believe it is a calling. There's just, it is not a coincidence that
she's already a legislator.
You know what I mean?
African
She's already a legislator. Yeah. I know her, she's my friend. She's a brilliant mind. And I think that truly, when I look at everything happening in ODM and all, of course, there's going to be all these vultures. I'll be outright and say that. There's going to be all these people who have literally used Baba till the very last day for political survival. And I want to say this outrightly. I hope that those people fall, because those people are the reason why, even when the time when the family wanted Raila Odinga to, take a back step and resign from active politics and go into the African Union, those are the same people that would pick him and take him for a rally in Kisii.
Okay.
The same people who would pick him and use it. If given a chance, I am telling you, those vultures would even take his body and use it for
And indeed, Bwana Mutambu,
So-
most current politicians, even in the National Assembly and the Senate, they're courtesy of Raila Odinga. That in the absence of Raila Odinga, most of them would not even marshal enough support for them to gain access there. And anyone who received the news yesterday, everyone was asking, what next? What next for ODM? What next even for the opposition? What next for President William Ruto? What next, what next, what next? Because politics is what we consume on a daily basis here in Kenya.
Before we go to what next, we need to understand, and Standard, because we are doing a paper review, has put it very clearly and boldly. The man, myth, and the legend. And I remember sometime I was in a certain forum and I said that Raila was a spirit, is a spirit. What kind of a spirit? I told people, don't ask me whether it's good or bad, but it's a spirit. And that has come to pass. There is no human being in this country who will reach the level of Raila Amolo Odinga. I don't see it happening. Not in this generation, maybe in some 100 years to come. Ask yourself, we are calling Raila Amolo Odinga Prime Minister, a position which was not in our constitution. But somehow, he managed to get that position. And he died being called Prime Minister because he crafted his way out and he became one. We have never seen, and Dr. Bai is right, he's saying that we may not have a law which guides who and how the state funerals should be accorded. But on this one, despite others being given or accorded a state funeral, no one has ever boarded that Land Rover, but Raila will. That's what I'm saying. Even in death, it's a spirit. And I feel that that spirit will still live on. And maybe, like my sister is saying, it will be transferred to somebody who, I don't know and I cannot tell. But will that person be able to accommodate the powers of that nature of spirit? That's a question which I'm asking myself. Will he ever get somebody who will be able, sometimes we say in Ukambani, spirits, they have powers which can sometimes knock you down or make you go crazy or something like that. So will we have someone who will withstand that so that it can marshal the opposition? Because in my opinion, Raila's death is a death to many. Not people per se, but
political
political
careers died
careers
as well
of some people. And I will be bold enough to say it may even extend it to the president. Because I said here, president is standing because of Raila. After whatever happens, after Gen Z and everything, Ruto was standing because of Raila. So if there's anybody who has been affected, before we even go to Kina Junet and the rest, the first person who is feeling the absence of Raila is Ruto.
Yes.
Today as we speak. So if we're asking what will happen, because in engineering there's something we call lateral movement. When a structure gets a lateral movement, the entire structure collapses. So how do they call it, bread or blood, or how do they call it?
The broad base.
That one.
Government.
Yes, it has experienced a lateral movement. It's like an earthquake. When an earthquake moves,
some houses collapses.
The tectonic.
So with this one moving out, the earthquake has now taken place in our country, political earthquake. That lateral movement of Raila moving out of the scene, it is so impactful that even the current government we have today, they don't know which way to go. They don't know what to do. As of today, everybody now is running across the jaws, those people who have been appointed, they don't know their future because they don't know what will happen tomorrow. They don't know now it is Gideon Moi who will come with this canoe and take their position. There are so many questions being asked. But the truth of the matter is, the man we are mourning today was a spirit, and I believe that spirit will live on. But in terms of current political structure in our country, it has already been affected.
Mwalimu, we must accept that this is indeed a watershed moment for Kenyan politics. Something significantly will change.
Yes, I choose to be optimistic because I believe in the philosophy of positivism. No doubt, the stability of the country is always founded on personal decisions of Raila Odinga. Right after 2002 elections, first of all, to say Raila Tosha, that was a major decision. Yes, Kibaki Tosha, rather. That was a dramatic decision. You know, the opposition leaders at that time were not going to agree on a single presidential candidate. And from Kibaki Tosha, we know there were a lot of fallouts. Nyachai continued contesting for the presidency. He was very furious. But at least, looking at the mood of the team, he knew you cannot take these people to the dialogue table and arrive at a decision. So he made the statement in front of the crowd of Uhuru Park, and that was it. And Kibaki became the choice of the opposition and of Kenyans. And even thereafter, Kibaki got involved in an accident. He was unable to campaign, but he provided leadership. And for the first time, you know, Kenyans elected a person who really didn't do much in terms of campaigns, but because of the leadership and the optimism that Raila created, Kibaki was elected as a president. The rest then is history. The disagreements within the first Kibaki administration, within the first 5 years, is another political story. But then Raila was able to provide a new bearing for 2007 election where he presented himself as a candidate. And no doubt he won the 2007 election. But despite winning, he was able to sacrifice, because in many African jurisdictions, such person would not have sacrificed. They would have armed people and gone to the bush. There was an option of creating animals out of citizens and driving the country into anarchy and going for raw power. Raila avoided raw power, and he believed in a peaceful country, and that is why he settled for a coalition and power sharing arrangement. And some people want to demean the position of the prime minister. The position of the prime minister is a position of authority, almost equivalent to that of the president. The only other prime minister was Jomo Kenyatta, who went on to become president. But during the Grand Coalition, the position of the prime minister came back. And that is why, with all intent and purpose, and the president issued that proclamation that Raila enjoys military honors. Looking at the elections of 2013, 2017, Raila chose to dispute elections in the courts of law, but not in the streets. And we live by the verdicts of the street. The rest, he engaged political gears that avoided people fighting, and of course, he was also able to maneuver and negotiate the authorities. He was able to negotiate Uhuru Kenyatta to also to also have a space in government. And then the post-elections of 2022, I think we have had a more orderly, more sober, and more.
It is now in his absence that
more structured engagement.
We do not have any other leader whom the president can call upon, and we've mentioned this, that it's only Raila Odinga whom president.
I think I don't want us to be pessimists about the country. Gloria Ruoba is here. Professor is here. Everyone is here.
That was a valid question that we did ask. So maybe it's not about being pessimists. We are having a conversation.
Even going forward, there's still some optimism.
Yeah.
Yes, Gloria Ruoba is here. Let us not underrate ourselves. Many political leaders in this country.
Now, politics does not necessarily have to change for the negative.
Many political leaders.
Probably things will get better.
No, I choose not to join that club of saying there are no other persons. I think there are people who can grow. We may not match the standards of Raila Odinga. Mm-hmm. We may not match. And many may not match today and tomorrow. But we have all graduated from the University of Leadership.
An update.
Odinga.
Flight KQA 203 is currently above Ethiopian airspace and will be landing in the next 1 hour or so. I can see different timings here. I'm just tracking the flight here. Mm-hmm. And this is a flight that's carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister, Raila Odinga, from Mumbai to Kenya. And you can see the flurry of activity, a lot of military preparations at the airport, JKIA. We do expect President William Ruto to also head to JKIA to receive the remains of the former Prime Minister. From there, the body will be taken to the Lee Funeral Home this morning. Later, it will be taken to Parliament between noon and 5 p.m. Where to lie in state to allow for public viewing of that. Other details will follow, but we continue just looking at what next, Dr. Mbaya. Even for the united opposition, this is consequential for them. Your calculations in as far as politics is concerned, even the conversations that you're having so far had factored in Raila Odinga. And now he exits and everything changes. We have a by-election in November. A lot will change, definitely.
Yes, Fred. Two things. I don't know why Mwalimu is running away from the question and say that he's not.
I've not run away. I've said I don't want to.
And he said,
I don't want to promote negatives. I want us to be positive.
Yeah.
After the exit of Raila, others can try.
And he said that
there's nothing wrong with trying.
He doesn't want any crap. Now we are here. God has done His will. Personally, I'll tell you this. I would have loved to see Baba for many. Baba, sparked life. When Baba comes and does some things and nobody knows what he's doing next, that in itself was very interesting. He and people believe that he's playing some card somewhere. That was very interesting. Look at the other time. He simply came and said, who said ODM will not field a candidate? Everything went into a spin for 2 weeks. That alone causes confusion everywhere. And of course, we also want to know whether he is running so that we know how to, as official position. I mean, who was like Baba? It's someone who I think since, by the time we get somebody like that in this country here, we are going to take some time. It's going to be, this is one man who comes to this earth. He does something so profuse that nobody else can be able to match it. And I can tell you that. But let me tell you this. Fred, this is the impact of Raila's passing on. What is going to happen, the issue of somebody else coming in, leadership it's not about appointments. Leadership just emerges. Mm-hmm. Let's start with Kibaki. Look at Moi, 1955. Elders go and he's asked to vie for Legicom. 1955, when he was a high school teacher. I think he was either a principal or a headmaster or something. Things just happen and you emerge. Ruto didn't wait to be given the baston for the Rift Valley kingship. He simply took over. And actually, some people think in a bad way.
Yet others like Uhuru Kenyatta, someone had to mention the name and say this one should come. He was not a politician before.
No, he was not. But between me and you, look at how it ended. If you are given leadership.
How did it end?
He eventually became president.
Listen to this. There's what we call natural leadership and what we call pushed leadership. There are people who are asked, you go and become. Let me be very candid here. there are those who grows into leadership, and there are those who it is put on them, and they ask you go. Because you have a big name and you have whatever, you are going to become, I don't know to use the word imposed, but it is like, it is handed on to them and told you go become. Look at Raila, despite all the issues that are normally said about him and the father, that issue of 90s, he went over and all that, took over for the Kenya. Circumstances here and there, we don't want to say much about that because the same thing happened with Ruto. It was not a good thing. He was not handed over by Moi. He took over and he was not able to see the former president even in his last days. But he took over the leadership of courage, and then today he's the president. So I will say this. I like Gloria. She's already whatever for Winnie. And he said, I hope Winnie takes over. This thing is not like that. It comes naturally. We don't know. There are two things that are going to happen. Remember the time Raila had given over when he was in the AU campaigns, he handed over to the governor of Kisumu, Professor Nyong'o. That is one route. They may decide to go that route of the established people who understands ODM. Or they go the family line. Yeah, they go the family. The way he took over from Jaramogi to be the king of Luo Nyanza, then ODM, and then afterwards everything else. Those are things that can happen about the leadership of ODM. But one thing I can tell you, as you speak today, there are two camps. Clear, yes. Of course, the one led by, there's the issue of the Wanga being the chairman, Joho, Opalanya, all that team is their body. That's a team that's there, conservative, and they are in government. But even before the death of Raila, there has been the Babu Owino, the Sifuna. They are all in Kenya Moja. And so the question is, what will happen after a week or so and everything is cools down? You are likely to see, and will that person, who we don't know, will take over the issue of ODM, be able to do the Raila, how he was doing. The guy was, I don't want to call him a spirit. I'm looking for a better word. He is beyond human understanding. He is beyond you getting to understand him. That's how he was. Whether someone with that stature will realize, and remember, this kind of leaderships, Fred, don't have deputies. There has never been a deputy Raila. The Railaism has never had a deputy. That's the problem now. There has never been a deputy, somebody who will just... So it is something that will happen. Unfortunately, there was no time to say, this time will happen, so let's be someone. Now, but also, these people don't emerge when you are sitting. They emerge when you are gone. Because again, if they emerge so much and you are there, they'll look like you're trying to take over. The issue of kingship...
I'm more concerned about the impact that it will have even to the unity of the opposition.
Now,
this changes...
This is what... Quickly, this is what will happen. Definitely us, we were like, already, we had blessed Raila. We had blessed Raila Odinga to go to the president camp all the way to the elections. And by the way, we were looking at 2 points. One, if Raila vies. Now, let's start with if Raila supports Ruto. We were saying if he supports Ruto, when the turnout that time when Raila was vying was 66%. So we were thinking, how many people will actually vote for Ruto upon the recommendation of Raila? Now, remember, we are not talking about the Raila who garnered 6 million votes. We are talking about Raila minus Western, minus all those Kamba, Mijikenda and all that. So we were looking at the Luo Nyanza, the percentage that will come out to support Ruto. That was number one. But number two, we were like, in the instance, he vies himself. Because for me, I was looking at instance whereby, who wants to lose all the political parties fund? And I was looking at a situation whereby he was going to vie, so he can consolidate the Luo that is remaining, what is remaining of ODM. That was our thinking. Whichever happens, Fred, it's not going because already we had released him to the broad-based arrangement. We were not making any calculations. All what we are saying is that in Luo Nyanza, we may get 10, 15, 20% of the vote to our basket. So for us, we had released Raila Odinga. I want to be very candid. There's nowhere we were hoping that Raila Odinga will join us.
Don't you think the vacuum created by the passing on of the former Prime Minister will now cause the ambitions of other people to spur? That people may see that there is a vacuum here, that everyone now wants to fit in the shoes of this great opposition leader who has been there. And that could change the workings of all political parties now.
What I can tell you, the passing of Raila will confuse the political situation like you have never seen. But the confusion more will be felt more in broad-based. The confusion more will be in broad-based because that's where he was. And the Luo Nyanza politics. Now, what will happen, I have given an example. People like Babu Owino, Sifuna, You know, we want to emerge and let all this say, you guys have had 20 years, 10 years, you become governor, come back to become a CS, you have had it all. Can we now move on with this thing? And remember what I said, nobody will be given this thing. It is the person who will emerge. Okay. Babu would want to emerge, Sifuna would want to say, I'm the SG, and begins making statements and move on. And also remember, there's the role of our mother. Ida is very much respected within ODM. So again, there's that issue that she may want to come in and give some direction to on the way forward. But whatever happens, broad-based is the biggest casualty.
All right.
Laila,
Let's say something, Gloria.
Yeah, I wanted to say, first of all, that power abhors a vacuum.
Yes.
There is nothing that power hates like a vacuum. So while you are planning all these things, someone is an SG, I don't know who will say, before you can even sleep and wake up, before you can even go to the grave and, throw put your mchanga in, power does not like vacuum. And this is why I want to speak very strongly to my friend Winnie Odinga. Power, it abhors a vacuum. And unfortunately, I lost my dad, and we went through a lot of things and when I lost my dad. And I didn't have someone to tell me this. And I wish I had someone to tell me that, listen here, you are mourning, you have lost your father, you are going through your emotions as a daughter. The people around you, they have lost guidance. They are looking for someone to guide them. The other people around you, they have lost their positions in society. As this gentleman, as I have rightly said, when Raila Odinga rested, many political careers rested with him. And those individuals are very much aware. And so therefore, they are now not only mourning their political careers, they are opportunists fighting for survival. That is why you have seen some people getting into aeroplanes going to India who should not even be there. They should not even have been part of that delegation, But they are, while you are mourning Winnie Odinga and family and those in that political space, but my message particularly is to my friend Winnie. You are mourning your father, you are going through things. Nobody told me this when my father died. Power abhors vacuum. And if you don't step up, and if your family does not have a proper plan that is not guided by opportunists, because remember, the broad-based government was a moment where somebody who was very vulnerable took that opportunity to bring in someone to save them. So I'm saying it cannot be that at this particular moment you are being guided by opportunists for you to make that decision. So for me, I would just say this. I hear a lot of people saying, especially now that you've said, Raila Odinga is a spirit, nobody can, take that up, nobody. As I've said again, before we were born, God already knew. And the funny thing about life is you try to draw parallels and things. There'll be a lot of things happening online. All this, I call it propaganda, all these people claiming foreplay and all this. Someone even mentioned in one of the forums that I was in that, this is the same day that Thomas Sankara died. Raila Odinga died the same day that Thomas Sankara died. And I said, well, if you want to draw parallels, then you can also say Thomas Sankara's birthday is the same as Ruto's birthday. We can't. At this moment, what is required of us as Kenyans is we need to understand that this country is literally, we are walking a thin line because Raila Odinga stepped in and saved the peace and stability of this country. Now that tectonic plate has shifted, it is actually our responsibility, even as we sit here today, to guide those in place. And my amateur thinking, my amateur view is that I see a very strong leader in Winnie Odinga. I see a person who's also committed, who knows the legacy of the father.
Yes.
And who understands the legacy of the father more than those who think they have been given political
On that note,
position.
Let's take a short break so that we come back and finalize this discussion. Of course, we're still tracking the flights, KQ Flight 203 that carries the remains of the former Prime Minister, currently still above Ethiopian airspace, but very fast approaching the Kenyan borderline. And I need direction on when to take the break because we're just flying blind here now. All right, so we continue. And
I actually, I feel like when I get to my place, I'm like, hurry up.
Because it was top of the hour, and usually we take a break at that
okay.
time. So I really need a direction. Don't let me fly blind like that. Yes, Bwana.
So can I conclude?
Yes, kindly conclude.
I'm not trying to push for something, but I'm just trying to say that.
Oh, you're pushing an agenda.
No.
Okay. No. Well,
no.
That's fine. It's your friend.
No, but this is what I'm saying.
They're already pushing an agenda.
No. It's your friend.
What I'm trying to say is, there's so much going on, and I believe because we are, as women, we are set up in a way that if we are mourning, we don't really necessarily want to discuss what happens afterwards, and I believe that's also what's happening with the family, with Mama Ida, with the daughter, and I think that this is also a very dangerous space for us to be in, because while we'll be genuinely mourning, there will be opportunists who will be, jumping in. And that calculation that this DCP gentleman has put out, that they didn't have any calculation of Luo Nyanza or Raila, they had basically let him go. Can I also just point out that you might not have had a calculation before, but you can be sure, I at least am sure as day and night, that Luo Nyanza is going to disintegrate. And I'm 100% sure that they are going to
politically, or
yes,
you're saying
they are going
Luo Nyanza
to
will disintegrate.
Politically, I am 100% sure there are going to be 3 factions.
Mm-hmm.
I am 100% sure one faction will be led by the youthful Sifuna and Babu Owino, and who have always wanted to push the agenda, the legacy of Baba, which is literally to liberate this country. I know that faction will move out from, the likes of the Gladys Wanga and Orengo faction, the one that would want to probably sit in the institution and carry on with the broad-based things. And I also know that there's going to be an emerging, because what has been happening is that there's been a lot of disappointment with how ODM have been issuing their tickets. Mm-hmm. So there's this other faction that has been independently voting for instance, independent candidate that has been there. And I am certain that in that disintegration, then DCP or any other player, including Wiper, you might not have had them in your calculations, but I think it is time for you to think, okay, if that happens,
yes,
what are you going to do as a political party? And you might want to join, forces
now,
with those
political ambitions will emerge. There's a vacuum to be filled, definitely. We cannot ignore the fact. And there's not too much time for people to laze around and say things will fix themselves. There's a by-election in November. It is 22 months to 2027. A lot needs to be done. And the sooner the better.
As we dive into that, I would urge us not to derail from our subject, which is Raila Odinga. And I want to tell Mwalimu here. He said, and Madam, of course there's no vacuum in power. But the issue is who occupies that position. Will they reach the level of Raila Odinga? That's what we are discussing. We are not saying that after Raila goes, that life will stop. No, life will continue. There will be the leader of ODM, all those things will be there. But will we have somebody of Raila's stature? And that's why I go back to Mwalimu and I tell him, the entire nation can point the good chairman, the chairman of NAT. And when you talk of NAT, Sossion features so prominently. It is not that there were no other chairmen, and it is not that there is no other chairman. There were. But you talk of Sossion because he played a different role which changed the lives of so many teachers and people. So that's why it's recognized. Mm-hmm. That's why we recognize Raila, because he was exceptional. Go to the football world. We have so many players, but we talk of Pele, Maradona, I don't know who. We don't mention all of them. So that's why we are mentioning this particular gentleman, because his contribution was exceptional. We are not saying that there is a vacuum, there will be a vacuum. No. It depends on who takes over. And that's why we are judging from Kenyatta, the senior.
It should be also be noted, Bwana Mutambo, that ODM and the leaders who are being left have often made it known publicly that they totally depend on the direction from Baba. That when Baba says left, they turn left. When he says right, they turn right. Coming from that,
that's why we are arguing there will be a problem at that party, because we may not get that person who will push
that party the way Raila was. And that's why I'm saying Raila was aspirational. When he said left, everybody was standing left. When he said right, everybody was saying, when he said Sossion go to parliament, he did not even say, no, I'm a teacher, I want to remain here. He went running to parliament, because that was Raila. When he told Moi, I want you to join hands with me, he came running. When he told Kibaki, can we join hands? Kibaki came running. When he told Kenyatta, Uhuru, we want to join hands, Kenyatta, when the man who even walked across the entire nation and pronounced that there will be no Nusumukate. What happened? What happened? We saw Raila coming in. Yet, we were told and we were treated to a narrative, there will be no Nusumukate. That song died. How did it die? Nobody knows. So that power was with Raila, not with anybody else. That's why we are saying we have lost a very important person in this country who shaped the political space, who shaped people's, our society, and who shaped a lot of things in our administration. Okay. So we cannot forget that. Yes. We are not saying that we will miss somebody to, even Sossion today can be the leader of ODM if he so wishes, because he is qualified. He has all the qualification. We were discussing this week. You cannot compare, I will not compare the leadership of ODM led by Sossion with the leader of ODM led by Raila Amolo Odinga. That's what we are saying.
The facts or the discussion on whether or not these political parties are simply vehicles for these political leaders or personalities has always emerged. And we've seen, even in our history, that once the leader exits, that's the beginning of the end of that party. We saw even when Moi exited KANU, despite even managing his own succession, even attempting to manage his own succession, KANU is a shadow of its former self. We've seen other people exit, even Mwai Kibaki, and DP is nowhere. And we look at ODM right now, and you've been a member of ODM. Do you see a future for the party?
Yeah, I wish to state that sometimes institutions, the success, stability of institutions is determined by the caliber of the leader of that moment.
Thank you.
And it takes time to create a leader for institutions. That's a fact. We must accept that. And maybe that's a gap we have in this country in political institutions. But then we must be able to create a balance between the individuals and the persons and strengthening the frameworks of an institution so that it can transcend generations and times. That is a challenge we have in this country in terms of political institutions. We tended to personalize so much so that when that person is not there, that institution must die. And this is where we fail in sustaining strong, reliable political institutions where the citizens can incubate their democratic ideals, their policies from time to time. Having been a member of ODM and having worked very closely with Raila Odinga, I think what he has done is to incubate leadership at all levels. You might underrate ODM because the prominent face is Raila Odinga, but I can tell you the capacity of the leaders within the framework of ODM is so strong.
If we could draw parallels with KANU, which was the other party that had proper structures at the grassroots level.
I choose to be optimistic, and I choose to present a
KANU had a longer lifeline than ODM. And if we could draw comparisons there, KANU had structures to the grassroots level across the country. But the exit of the leader, within no time,
but KANU
was no
let's be frank with KANU. KANU didn't have very strong internal democratic structures. Look at what happened in Kasarani, ile ilikuwa Kisirani, and there was automatic fallout. Because if you don't promote internal democratic practices within the structures, that is when you have a fallout. So for me, I wish ODM very well. I do not wish to see ODM disintegrate because of exit of Raila. I would wish to see ODM more united and play a more significant role in the democratization of this country. Me, I don't wish to see any fallout. And probably I even will not see any fallout. And the presence of ODM in the broad-based government gives it an insurance of continuity and strong sustenance post Raila, because they have the best opportunities
based on what?
To organize
there must
themselves.
be something you're basing your argument on, that probably the party structures are better, that the party democratic structures are better. ODM, like any other party, has not even had elections for its own officials.
But it's a political party that has conducted more democratic elections at the grassroots than any other political party. That's a fact for sure.
For the past 2 years, we've been getting promises and commitments that the two parties,
this is a political.
ODM, allow me to ask this: that ODM is carrying out grassroots elections. It was not successful, not even in Luo Nyanza.
Fred, let us mourn Raila Odinga today. let us
Dr. Peter Mbai, are you willing to
let us
that
promote
matter?
positivism.
That political
it is a moment for positive reflection. I think Fred, we are crossing the line because we are beginning to get tempted
I'm being
to engage in controversial.
Fred, let me say,
controversial
you're being
politics.
unfair to Sossion. Because the way some of us are mourning the loss of Raila Odinga as a leader is not the same way the broad-based people are mourning. So he's in so much shock. They are in more shock than anyone. And he cannot be able to answer.
I think Fred in this show, let us refrain from playing the usual primitive politics of political parties, and I think let us avoid.
We cannot divorce issues of politics from this matter. Unfortunately, Bana Sossion.
I think it's good with
Fred. I'll tell you what. Sossion being a teacher first, may I remind him? Yes. Perhaps he does not know the definition of primitive. When he calls the politics that we are talking about primitive, I wonder whether he is really celebrating the life of Raila Odinga.
So Fred,
because Raila Odinga played this politics.
Okay. Let me reframe.
You cannot call him primitive.
Let me reframe, Fred.
Yeah, you need to.
Let us avoid politics of hate. Let us avoid politics.
Lady and gentlemen.
I think that is a better word. Let us avoid politics of hate. I think that is a better word.
Bwana Sossion, it is now Bwana Mbai's time.
Thank you. Let's avoid words like those. It's good to withdraw and apologize. So what you are saying, I can tell you today seated here, because we are discussing, we are in this country. I mean, we are here doing analysis, fair for that matter. One thing I can tell you is that the SG of ODM is on record, saying several times in the presence of Raila, in Raila being around, he is in public saying he is a one-term. This is SG, the SG of ODM party. And he has never been summoned and told, stop it, don't do it. Babu Awino has been speaking out this way, but going back to Raila to tell him, Baba, we still love you. We owe everything to you. So I can tell you what will happen. The biggest person, the best who I feel for, sincerely, Fred, is the President of this Republic of Kenya. Because his calculations were that, because Raila commands this number, let me chase out Rigathi Gachagua, get Raila, and win a second term. That, by the way, he had no other plan. That was the only plan. We have said here, many people have said that the last hope for President Ruto is Raila Amolo Odinga. It's there, it's known. I mean, that's what has been there. So now I can tell you this. With Raila, I think there was hope. Not that we were knowing it was going to be a sure bet, but there was some hopes that somehow he'd replace his magic with Joho, Coast, Northeastern. But now, I can tell you, if the SG himself, if many people, Babu, we know, all the people who are eloquent, forget about the people who are elderly, they have done their life. If they have been talking about one term openly, what about now that Baba is gone? And remember, Sifuna has been saying, Baba, you have told me. There is nothing Sifuna has said which has not come in the spirit of Baba. Because Baba was, during the day, this side, but of course, he was sending Akina Sifuna to go to the opposition because of the future. Because he didn't want to have a lot of egg on his face. So practically speaking, I can tell you, the one man who has suffered most with this death, the biggest, in the worst way possible, is the President of the Republic of Kenya, because of his political calculations. What happens here, I can tell you, it's going to go either way. Either they decide, someone like the governor for Kisumu takes over as a party leader for now, or it goes the family way, where now somebody emerges quickly, or people like Babu or Sifuna, or maybe the family, somebody to come up and say, we are moving on.
Don't you think that probably the campaigns for the AUC post allowed the former Prime Minister an opportunity to somewhat and to a certain extent manage his transition, especially in the leadership of the party? At that time is when we got to see this transition of some of the older officials move into government, and we got a new chairperson of the party in the person of Gladys Wanga. Yeah. We got new officials separate away from the older deputy party leaders. Don't you think that that means that now we have a new energized leadership for ODM, and that could signal whether or not the party will survive going forward?
Fred, the party is as good as a party leader. The party is good as a party leader, and the party leader is not appointed. Party leader emerges. That's why people have a problem, for example, with DCP. It's not about, it's about the person. Mm-hmm. So it's a person who emerges, then he rallies people around him out of his personality, character, who he stands for. These things come. So the fact that somebody is appointed party leader doesn't mean he deserves the party leadership. Okay. Because this is something that grows. I'm giving you an example of how Raila became who he became. He just emerged. Something happened, he felt, no, you guys are taking things so slowly. He went and took over for Kenya. Mm-hmm. When the problems came, he went to PLDP and all the way. I afraid don't see, we are praying, of course, with the family. We are here mourning, of course, praying with the ODM family and wishing them the best and telling them, we all had wished Raila to go even 100 years, right? But since fate has found it fit for him to pass on, Fred, we are here saying on record, we are with the ODM family, yes, with either another, but
focusing on ODM.
Yes, but we are saying we are with them. But we are saying how it transits going forward is a miracle.
Interestingly, you talked about Winnie Odinga, Senator Gloria, but you never mentioned the chairperson of ODM, Gladys Wanga. She has received plaudits on her performance as governor. She is the chairperson of the party.
He was even touted to be the
yes,
next deputy
someone
president.
Even said that she would be a possible deputy president or a running mate to the president. How come you do not see that?
This is my personal opinion.
Yes.
I know Winnie Odinga personally.
Yes, Mwalimu, kindly let's allow.
And I feel like maybe because I know her personally, and I know how she had the best interests of her father's legacy. And I feel like as a person, because I know her personally, I trust her more. I'm a politician, so I also know at this time there are a lot of politicians who will use this to, further their careers or whatever. So maybe my opinion is biased because my opinion is coming from a personal level. And if people would get, and maybe this is the fault that Winnie has also done, she's sort of taken a back seat. But if she would present herself as who I know her to be, I believe that she is definitely the person.
And I was asking you directly about Gladys Wanga.
Yeah.
Now, she is the chairperson of ODM. Right now, she may not be the party leader, but she has a greater role in trying to navigate the party going forward.
Yeah, but as we've been told here, it's not about being given a position. It's about who you are. It's about the beliefs, how you inspire people, the people you can rally around you. And not that I'm negative about it, at this moment, my personal opinion is, I feel like this movement needs somebody who truly has who understands where the legacy of the father was.
And it was never going to be an easy job taking over a party of the stature of ODM.
I want to say this also. Baba had said to Kenyans to wait, that he was going to come and give us direction. He had said that. And the only person I believe who knew that direction is Winnie.
Oh, but is that true?
And I'm giving my opinion.
She says it's a personal.
I'm giving it's a personal opinion.
She's thinking the only.
And no, that's my personal opinion based on what I know, and nobody can take my personal opinion away from it. Yeah, I believe that their relationship, she knew more what the father wanted. And by the way, if you look keenly at Winnie Odinga as a person and at her movement since the broad-based government, you will see that as much as Baba was in the broad-based government, the same way you have talked about Sifuna coming out to talk about all these different things, I want you to get me a video or a photo of Winnie Odinga in any of the broad-based government events. You will not find her. Okay. You will not see her. Okay. So I know and I believe and I trust that that is a person that knows what kind of legacy the father wanted to leave, and is a person that knows the direction he was coming back to give us. And another thing that I want to say, because we keep throwing names here and there, I just think that we have a bias as Kenyans not to trust in the leadership of young women. And I think that is becoming more and more of a barrier, that we cannot see the potential, that someone
Gladys Wanga is fairly young.
Well, I'm talking, Winnie Odinga is 30, what, 6 or is it 30? I mean, between Gladys Wanga and Winnie Odinga, what are we talking about? We are not going to argue about that age. That's like day and night.
All right.
I'm just saying that we have been conditioned to think in this country that young people cannot take up that mantle and run with it. And you know, people like Baba Owino have had to really push themselves out and defy all sorts of odds. So that's my thinking.
And I'll take you back to the days of KANU. You've been a member of KANU, yes? And it was never going to be easy for anyone to take over the big shoes left by the party leader in KANU. That even a person of the stature of Uhuru Kenyatta, who eventually became president and ran this country for 10 years, running KANU was a different problem altogether. That ODM, a party that has steered clearly, it was steering purely because of the person that Raila Odinga is or was. Taking over from that, filling those shoes is going to be impossible. It was easier for Uhuru Kenyatta to form his own party and run for president in a different party than to run KANU.
Let me say this, although many people may disagree with me, but I know for a fact, ODM was Raila. Raila was ODM. How you process that information
is up to you.
It's up to you. But that is the fact. Another painful fact in this country, parties in our country, they belong to individuals. KANU, despite it being a single party for the longest time, it was Moi's party. When Moi left, not even his son,
who was very close to the father,
could pull or could bring an impetus into the party. People went their way. DP was Kibaki. With Muturi today trying left, right, and center, nothing. Wiper is Kalonzo. Okay? ODM is Raila. So, as much as we want and we are wishing ODM well, I'm wondering we are wishing them well to prevail where others could not. I don't know how special it will be that ODM now will remain ODM. I can tell you today, we are mourning the death of Raila Odinga. The next thing politically we'll be mourning is the death of ODM. The way KANU died, the way DP died, the way PNU died. People will argue, no, the parties are there. They are here with what? With who? Doing what? What impact do they have? I also have a political party and I'm silent. I'm not talking about it because I'm not at that level, right? So to reach the level of Raila, to drive ODM to the position it is today, trust you me, there are people who are now polishing their shoes from ODM. They want to wear their shoes and walk away. I can tell you for free, and you will come to see it happen, and it will come to pass. Others are even calling Wiper, Your Excellency, blah, blah, all those kind of things. They are happening today, and we have not even buried Raila. So let Kenya know that Raila was ODM, ODM was Raila. How you process the information, I wish you...
The other significant contribution that Raila made to this country is around conversations around the Constitution and constitutionalism. That even 15 years after promulgation of the 2010 Constitution, he still was the one who was driving conversations on how to improve on this Constitution, on how to possibly amend or change. He drove the BBI, yes? Conversations that are yet to materialize. How do you think that will proceed going forward? He has been referred to as a father of devolution,
The only way you can strengthen a society so that the society does not die when you die, so that the institutions don't die when you die, is to bring instruments of governance. Instruments of governance that will guide the operations of governance within that space. And I think the biggest benefit to this country, which of course Raila Odinga and Mwai Kibaki jointly agreed and delivered, was the Constitution. The aspirations and the dreams of the second liberation and how to transform governance in this country so that we can have a more prosperous country was through the Constitution of Kenya 2010. So that then in the absence of Kibaki and in the absence of Raila, good things happen in the space of governance. And that's the optimism I'm talking about. And when you look at Vision 2030, there are 3 pillars: political pillar, economic pillar, and social pillar. And it is what the manifestos are anchored on. And that is why, for me, I'm very optimistic that the country in terms of governance will improve. The political parties, if well managed internally within the democratic framework, they will grow to be strong institutions. And the party that has the best opportunity is ODM. And for me, going into the future, the ecosystem of governance within the country, courtesy of the Constitution of Kenya 2010, will allow good things to happen within at the institutional level and at the country level, so that even if we try to be optimistic, then we have automatic systems that really do make things happen.
Yet Raila Odinga was among the top people who carried conversations, Bonasusion.
Look at it.
He carried conversations individually towards improving on this constitution, amendments, how much money should go to the devolved units. He was the one who ran with that. We've not had any other person who has actually pushed for those things.
Correct. And I think Raila is seeing beyond. The Constitution of Kenya 2010 was not 100%. You remember how we negotiated the Constitution of Kenya 2010 was to remove contentious issues. So it was just but a consensus document. That means a lot of efforts didn't go into the rigorous negotiations for good things. And devolution for equity and equality of resources was one item. And I think as it is in the current constitution, I would say devolution structure as it is phase 1. We should move to phase 2, where counties have more functions, more responsibilities. Of course, Raila talked of education being fully devolved. I agree with him. Certain aspects must be done by the counties, particularly infrastructure. It's the work of communities. Transport of children to school. It is the work of communities. Maybe teachers and other policies
it is such
can still remain national.
About.
So I think
that we lack a person who will carry that conversation
now,
forward.
What Raila brought to Kenyans was a vision, and a vision that works. We are not going to stay static with this constitution and with this governance structure as is currently. It is open for review. There is nothing that cannot be reviewed in terms of development and progress.
Hence my question.
And even that of institution.
I think you've missed my question because I'm asking, without someone else to carry that conversation forward, because Raila Odinga, in his stature, for him to suggest that probably the resources that go to the counties should go to a higher level, that education should be fully devolved. Such conversations, not even the other political leaders in the other parties in the oppositions are talking about it. It was only Raila Odinga.
Now a straight answer.
Who brings that conversation?
A straight answer. Raila spoke to 55 million Kenyans. 55 million Kenyans were not deaf, they heard. And I don't think out of the 55 million Kenyans, someone will miss to reason, including the government itself. So anything that Raila spoke about must form a basis of future reflection by government and those of us who have remained.
Okay. Dr. Mbai, do you agree that on that front,
and we should be able to go beyond?
In as far as improving on the 2010 Constitution, that is another front where we face a vacuum that will need to be filled.
Actually, and of course, they have declared tomorrow a public holiday. Yes. I think in honor of the departed Prime Minister, which again we are saying, he deserves it. Raila deserves a whole holiday for people to mourn him. He is somebody who all of us have been trying to understand and to study really. And of course, there's something you had mentioned. Remember, he had said 72 hours, and people are saying, they're trying to say, no, you can't do that to Raila. It's too, but people need to understand it's something called the family wishes. General Gora also spoke about 72 hours. He was buried within 3 days. But if you notice, there's a statement they had released saying the burial is on Saturday. And it went viral. But of course, maybe when they looked at the planning, it couldn't fit within the 72 hours exactly. That's why the burial was moved to Sunday. Because remember, that Saturday is when there's going to be a public viewing at Moi Stadium in Kisumu the whole day. Then the body travels by road to Bondo. Then the burial now on Sunday because, of course, to give people time to travel. So that's how it's going to be. Now, you have raised a very important question, Fred. Raila has been struggling of late because he is the father of democracy. He's the father of the Constitution. He actually was in the Secretariat, if you remember, like I mentioned earlier, where I met him personally. So he has been wanting to see the fulfillment of the Constitution. You've said something very important. He has raised very fundamental issues. Remember, abolishment of a CDF, something which, and he doesn't fear. He said to their face, this thing should be abolished and the money taken to the counties. Remember, he was a great ally of Dr. Odinga, who was my lecturer, actually, teaching political science at the University of Nairobi. Actually, we interacted a week before he was killed. And the spirit of devolution is embodied on Raila Odinga. Remember, he spoke about the issue of free bursary, the issue of devolvement of funds to go for education. He said about it. Now, what was interesting, Fred, Raila Odinga was in government, but his spirit of pushing for activism was disturbing him. That's why he was saying something which were actually, even some of them not being supported by the president. Because if the president was willing, Fred, today, it needed just an administrative action to make sure that all the bursaries are corrupted into one free education. That thing has been being talked now for over a year. So Raila is here. He's trying to talk to government. He cannot overdo it because he's in government, but he has been talking about it. Fred, those are things that need a simple administrative action. Number two, like you have just said, the issue of CDF. Now, remember, what I know is that there was a plan to introduce formally the position of the Prime Minister. Now, the President was depending on Raila to marshal the forces. To see how the Parliament will go and all that. There was an issue of the Constitution review. For you to entrench Prime Minister in the Constitution, to make it not this one, to be not the one like Musalia Mudavadi where he is appointed Prime Minister. Those are major constitutional issues which I am not sure the President will be able to navigate alone. And what the President is likely to do, Fred, he's likely to increase his speed of trying to woo other people, unfortunately including the opposition, because he's now left alone. Completely. Look at it. Okay. Now, that's why you see he was trying to dangle Musalia, you're going to become my deputy. Wanga, my deputy. Kidiki, remember, he is there already. Yeah? So all these positions is being promised. It's because now, some of the constitutional amendments, which I suspect were on the table for next year, or maybe to be done with the elections, like introducing a powerful prime minister, which they were pushing for in NADCO. Selectively, there were some sections that they thought were going to be important to them. So now, what we are going to do, these are challenging, Fred. What we are going to do as opposition, some of the things that are supposed to help Kenyans, like abolishment, like the issue of the bursary and all that, some of these we are going to take them up. Now, the problem is why the president was not for the abolishment of CDF and all that. The president believes in National Assembly. He believes in the MPs, getting them on hold. The MPs are against it. Those are the issues that have been left hanging very seriously because of the issue of the state capturing the National Assembly and the Senate. So we are going to see some lapse. Some people need to come up and pick the issues that Odinga was pushing for the common good. Okay. The ones are for the common good in terms of the Constitution.
Thank you for that, Dr. Peter Mbai. We do have an update here that the KQ Flight 203 is now above Kenyan airspace, is now in Kenyan airspace. And an update from Kenya Airways, something unique is going to happen to this flight, that as soon as it reaches the Kenyan airspace, which is already happening, then that flight code will change from KQ203 to RAO001. This is an update from the Kenya Airways in honor of the departed Prime Minister, that the flight carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister from Mumbai to JKIA is currently in Kenyan airspace. We are tracking it, and the update from Kenya Airways is that the code, the flight code, will change from KQ203 to RAO, RAO 001. I don't know if this has ever happened before. This is very interesting. It is expected to reach the Kenyan airspace at around 8:50 a.m. And they're going to do this in honor and respect of the departed leader. Expected time of arrival 9:30 a.m. according to Kenya Airways. This is an update from KQ. I am just reading it directly there, that it will change from KQA 203 to RAO 001.
No, call it nicely, Fred, Lao.
RAO 001.
Yeah.
RAO.
Yeah, it's Lao.
And I think everyone is keen to honor this gentleman because of the many things that he did for this country. And it's definitely unique. But on this issue of the Constitution, you must agree, Gloria, that no one else drives or carries that conversation the way Raila Odinga did. And in his absence, definitely, not even the other people who have been vice presidents or leaders of other political parties are doing that. We do not hear in the other political discussions anyone talking about the Constitution. It's only Raila Odinga. Then what happens? Because yes, we all seem to agree there's need to improve and adjust a few things in the Constitution 2010.
It's not only improve. And the reason why I think Raila Odinga just came out consistently and loud enough about the Constitution was because that was his brainchild. He literally, drafted this 2010 Constitution. He brought devolution. And I believe, when it is your baby, you have to ensure that you see it to fruition. And so these are some of the things that really pained him. I served in the Senate, and sometimes you would listen to the ODM senators speaking, and you could really see that their inspiration is from their party leader, because the Senate is a creation of the 2010 Constitution. Devolution, the Senate would otherwise not exist. And some of the times that we would see things going wrong, particularly in the Senate, you would see the ODM senators go like, hey, wait a minute, where is the independence of the upper house? Where is this drive to protect devolution, to protect county governments, to ensure that we are resourcing county governments? Even his argument about the CDF, being removed so that more resources can be taken to the county governments, basically was coming from a point of the spirit of the 2010 Constitution was such that devolution must thrive, devolution must be resourced, devolution, we have to ensure that the resources get to the grassroots, the people in the grassroots. So I think we have a serious problem there, because as much as some of us talk about it, protecting the Constitution, upholding the laws, how many times have we seen this particular regime? And I believe this is why Raila Odinga, towards the end of this journey he has had with the broad-based government, I believe this is why he felt uncomfortable, because he was in bed with people who are going against the very core of what he believed in. When you are sitting with an administration of people who are disobeying court orders on Constitution Day, for instance, yeah? You saw what happened to me in the Senate with the court orders and everything. He started to think like, okay, maybe I came into this broad base because I needed peace in this country, but is this really the things that we're pushing for? It's not only that. Look at some of the things that we are doing, including privatization of state-owned agencies and how we have gone about it. And what is particularly strange is all the 8 bills that were assented into law very quickly during the break of the news that Raila Odinga had died. And this is why, for me, I am very much alert. Because if you look at those bills that were assented, they were going against his legacy as a leader. Look at what they passed as the Cyber Crimes Bill, and then you look at how Raila Odinga has really fought for freedom of speech. And, certain fundamental things that were wrong, but those bills were passed. So you got to ask yourself, these particular people who are now oversighting and are the ones who are driving the celebration and the burial of Raila Odinga, the enigma, the person that we believe in, who fought for this Constitution, do they really mean well for this country from his legacy. Because again, and that's why when you asked me about Gladys Wanga, I didn't want to go much into details, but for me it's like his legacy is understood as a legacy of one that will, despite the odds, the unpopularism, he'll fight for the protection of the Constitution. He's a person who said we must have a vibrant democracy. But what we are seeing today with this particular administration is money being thrown left, right, and center to buy candidates, to buy people off. That is not the democracy, the spirit that Raila Odinga fought for. And I think as we are having this conversation, I know that this is a somber day to celebrate and to mourn and to just remember who Raila Odinga was and what he brought to this country. I think it is imperative to remind Kenyans that as we are giving Raila Odinga the send-off that he literally deserves, we need to ask ourselves, the people that are taking over, the people that want to even preside over this end-off, do they really care about his legacy?
Right.
That's the question.
The quality of conversations around the Constitution will definitely suffer. He has driven the BBI, he was at the forefront, the NADCO, he was at the forefront. Besides him, very few other people are concerned about this Constitution and developing it further. Do you see that this is one of the areas that will really suffer, and it might take us probably a longer time to get back to that conversation?
Oh, I'm sorry, Fred. I'm sorry, Fred. Yes. I'm so sorry. You also have to ask yourself, did Raila Odinga stop William Ruto from signing those bills? Did it take his death for those bills to be signed? Because they had already been passed from Parliament. It's a question we need to ask ourselves. Because they only assented to law after he died very quickly. That's a question we need to ask.
Yes, Dr. Mutam.
Replying to my sister about whether Raila stopped Ruto, anybody who understands the lawmaking process will know this is not a one-day event. The bills go through Parliament, through many processes.
Correct.
And many first reading, second reading, and all those kind of things. And when those things were happening, Raila was happened about, right? And the time to stop Ruto was not when he's appending the signature. It's when the bill is being discussed. The point where he could have played well is to tell his members not to support the bills, but not to assent. So the moment the bill has been passed, it takes a lot of courage, like what we did with the finance bill.
But
like what we did
in all fairness, and you and I both have been in Parliament, yeah? In all fairness, Raila Odinga has been having health issues for the recent, let me say, when these things were happening. In all fairness. So you can't just put a blanket and say that he didn't talk to his members. And the thing I said here is that our president and this administration has been throwing, I've been saying, Parliament is captured. He's been throwing money at these legislators. So there's a lot of moving targets. You can't simply say Raila didn't stop it.
All right.
You know?
No. What I'm saying, I don't want to associate that signing or ascending of the bill with the death. Correct. Right? That's what I don't want.
I would like to associate it with it.
That's what I don't want to. Because as much as we know Raila has been unwell, I'm trying to say that the process of making a law is not a one day or 1 month or 3 month event.
And I think that's a different discussion altogether.
That's a different discussion.
Yes.
Some of those laws, though, have been passed in less than 3 months.
Yes.
So, you know,
it is a parliamentary process.
It's a parliamentary process.
Needs to be
however,
let's focus on Raila Odinga
and I think
yes.
But also, let's not mislead people. There have been bills that have been passed and signed into law within 3 months.
I remember.
Yes, Senator.
I remember cautioning that let us not think like politicians when we talk about Raila's death. Because there are so many questions. If you go that route, the questions are too much that when we start doing it, we'll split this country into 2 or to 3. And we don't want to do that. Let us uphold the spirit of Raila of togetherness. Because if we start asking ourselves questions, we'll even go further and ask ourselves. We were told by that doctor in India that Raila was taking a walk at 3:30 in the morning. That's what she said. So you'd want to hold it that. Did he really wake up at 3:30 to take a walk? And then he was taken to hospital at 8. So you ask yourself, between
to that and hate what happened there in between. And
let's not
no,
go
we
there.
don't want to go that route.
Yes,
correct.
It is very murky. Let us, as Kenyans, refrain ourselves and just give Raila the decent farewell he deserves. On the issue of what we are discussing, the push of the Constitution, people may not understand. And I, being one of the people who pushed for the amendment of the Constitution in this country, if you remember the Mutabu bill, I was the first Kenyan to come and say we need to reduce our counties. When I presented that bill to Parliament, the first person who called me was Raila. Let me come to my office. What are you saying here? Why are you? No. Let us have devolution. Let it fast. Let us see what happens because it's too early. Those were the words from Raila because he defended the Constitution he fought for. All right? And he really felt that devolution should be given a chance. And I listened to him, even though I pushed the bill. All right? So what am I saying? He is a man who was so keen with this Constitution. You touch it, you would want to know where you are coming from. And it is not only the issue of devolution. Even finance bills. I remember my good friend Jomo, he used to come here. He introduced a bill, Judy. He introduced a bill in Parliament, finance bill. And I remember having also a discussion over the same with Raila. He was so concerned about it, in somewhere having a cup of tea. So what am I saying? It's a man who really looked at our Constitution and he believed and he thought and he wanted every regime or every person either in power or wherever they are to uphold the dignity of the Constitution. This is what he fought for. But who could push or who can do it the way Raila did it today? I can tell you there is no one. Me and the association here, we cannot call for public holiday. Even if we tell people tomorrow there is no work, they will still go to work. But the moment Raila says tomorrow it's a public holiday, we are going mandamano, nobody will.
We have so many other party leaders.
That was the powers with Raila.
We have
and
so
that's
many
why
other
you are
party
seeing,
leaders.
let me finish. That's why I want to vindicate myself by saying, when I said it is a spirit, you have just told us that the aircraft has been changed the number. That coding of aircraft, let me tell you, is an international thing. And that's why they are saying the moment it is in Kenyan airspace, you cannot call it Raho when it is on other airspace, but in Kenya. So the spirit is working. Everybody is being ignited by the spirit of Raila to do something abnormal.
Because what
that's
you
why
said,
you see my sister here also doing something abnormal.
On that issue of the Constitution.
To push for the daughter.
Mutambu, you have even your own party leader. You are a member of Wiper Party at some point. These are very big or significant political voices. Are you saying that none of these individuals who've been in politics with Raila Odinga for quite a long time, some of the people he was in the trenches with are still here? James Orengo, Peter Anyang' Nyong'o, Gitoboi Manyara, and all this, even Kiraitu Murungi are still there. They pushed for the Constitution, Martha Karua as well. Are you saying that none of these voices is big enough to drive the level of conversation about the Constitution that Raila Odinga had?
No, they can, but not to the level of Raila. Like Soshan said, Raila, 55 million people, Kenyans, listen to Raila what he says. But I can tell you, not the same number will listen to Mutambu and the likes we are talking about. No. Yes, they will. People will listen, but not to the magnitude. I can tell you, even today, Kenyans would listen to Raila more than they could listen to the president. Raila could go to a stadium when there are chaos. The president stands and says, stop, they will not. But when Raila stands and says, nyamaza, they will do so. Why? There's that power, and there was that power in Raila, and we need to respect it. It was there. Politically, not other things. Not about who was rich or poor or whatever, but politically, his voice, although coming now to the end, when he joined the broad-based government, it's my opinion, and I can be corrected, I have no problem, that has been diminishing a little bit. That command, many people felt, where we are going, where Raila is taking us, is not the right direction. That's why you could see so many people dissent, including his Secretary General, dissenting from what he is saying. So at that point, people disagreed with Raila. Apana.
Yes.
We are not going that direction.
Yet he was not the lone voice that sought to change or adjust a few things in the Constitution. The President himself wrote to both houses of Parliament in a memorandum a couple of years back, pushing for the inclusion of some things that were also carried within the NADCO report. The President, too, is interested in pushing that conversation around the Constitution and possible amendments to it. Without Raila Odinga, who can the President turn to? Or should he take over the mantle to push for constitutional
I think at this moment, let us not look like we are desperate at the exit of Raila. As we mourn and bury him, it is a moment for deep reflection. And we know the standpoints of Raila, what he proposed, and we must take responsibility. The leaders who are around, those leaders of the different political parties, because Kenya Constitution 2010 recognizes the importance of political parties and are financed by the taxpayers, and therefore they have the responsibility to originate proposals. And now the political ecosystem in Kenya has no resistance to new ideas. It completely has no, unlike before, during previous regimes. We have a more progressive political ecosystem, a more informed citizenry, and of course, the human resource within the different structures of institution, whether it's political parties, we have political scientists and experts and all that. The same can still be pursued. We have reports. We have got NADCO report. NADCO report has got nothing to do with a person and an individual. It's a document that can be translated into action. We have BBI report. It is not dead. It's still within the country. This is our motherland. We can make it the best by doing what is humanly possible. So to me, I tend to be very optimistic. Even in any class, as a teacher, when you exit a class that you think is the best class, sometimes you think there is no other better class that will come. But you will be surprised that the next class will even do better than the other one because they benchmark from the class that exited. So all political leaders in this country, including all of us in the room, let us positively benchmark from the political demeanor and institution of Raila Odinga, and let's agree things that must be done must be done. We must strengthen devolution if it means reviewing the Constitution to assign devolution more functions and assign devolution more money. It is in the NADCO, it is in the 10-point agreement agenda of the Broad-Based, which the President and Raila Odinga signed. It remains a living document for implementation. It is not meant for individuals. In our lifetime, as citizens of this country, whether we are in leadership position or outside leadership position, we must all mainstream our efforts to see that the country is transformed. If it is a better constitution, let us do it.
All right.
Without division and contention, we can have non-contentious approach to some of these fundamental great things. And I think the President is the most progressive and energetic person and knowledgeable.
And probably he should be the one to drive that conversation.
No, let's not wait for the President. It's all of us. Legislators are elected to do that.
And
legislators are elected
really try to be very
and their own taxpayers' money.
But allow me to give us an update on the
flights.
flights. We've been tracking this flight, and yes, it's already on Kenyan airspace. And yes, I can see the flight tracker on our screen. The code name has changed. The flight code has changed from KQ203 to RAO 001. And in a few minutes' time, it's arriving in the next 30 minutes at the JKIA, where military officers are there ready to receive the remains of the former Prime Minister. President William Ruto is also expected to be present at the JKIA for those ceremonies at the airport. Later on, we do expect that the body will be taken to the Lee Funeral Home, from where later on this morning it will be taken to Parliament, where the body will lie in state between noon and 5 p.m. today to allow for public viewing. And tomorrow we do expect other things to happen, including a funeral service here in Nairobi, which will be open to all the members of the public. And later on, taken to Kisumu for another funeral service before going by road to Siaya to the Opoda home of the former Prime Minister for burial on Sunday. ODM, meanwhile, has sent out an alert. They held a meeting this morning, and according to the National Executive Council of the party has opted to designate Siaya Governor James Orengo as the interim party leader. Once again, ODM party, which we've been discussing here for quite a while. The National Executive Council of that party has opted or elected to designate Siaya Governor James Orengo as the interim party leader. These are just some of the quick decisions that the party is making. Of course, as they adjust to this shocking news of the death of the party leader, former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. But back on who or the individuals who could possibly drive this conversation. With Raila Odinga on the other end of the broad-based arrangement, of course, now the united opposition was talking about offering the alternative. And one of those things that Raila Odinga did over and over when during his campaigns for the presidency was discussing issues around the Constitution. Yet in the discussions that we hear from your party leader and the other leaders that are there in the united opposition, we rarely get to see this kind of conversations. Is it that it's not an agenda for the united opposition? Are there opportunities that even these leaders could carry forward that conversation?
No, I want to be very clear about this. We have been working towards picking issues that are relevant to Kenyans going forward. Of course, like now we are on the issue of the IBC. We have raised issues. We have done letters personally on behalf of the party and on my own capacity, asking issues about IBC. That's one of the major issues we are driving. Now, as you know, there has been the issue about the border review, for example, which is current, and it may have it could have an impact on the next elections. But what have we done? Remember, Supreme Court returned the matter to IBC. You know, that's important to note. They said we only deal with presidential matters. So the issue of the delimitation of boundaries, you decide. So now, as a party, as official opposition, we are engaging IBC on, can we have a stake in what you are going to decide on the issues of delimitation of boundaries? That's number two. Now, we have these major issues, but let me tell you what I think. Fred, on some issues that need policy directions, issues on, for example, abolishment of all these schemes of bursaries, issues about universal health coverage, these are policy issues that government should be able to have its policies. Issues about housing levy and all that, those are policy issues. Now, everybody has been speaking about these things. They have not happened. We are going to be demanding that the issues on free health, the issues on free education have to be done like immediately. We will pick issues which I think, and I want to be very candid, which I think will have a big impact on our people, what we can be able to push. However, Fred, I can tell you, Kenyans are not interested anymore. People, when you go to begin discussing about the prices of things.
Allow me to cut you short because we do have someone speaking on screen and it will be confusing to our viewers. That is live from the Lee Funeral Home. We have the CS in charge of public service, CS Geoffrey Ruku. Let's listen in.
We are requesting all Kenyans to become and to give respect to the last respect to the late Prime Minister Raila Odinga, as well as to give space to the family to mourn and to grieve the lost patriarch.
All right. Thank you so much. Maybe we could also get some view from Rebecca Miano. This is a man who Kenyan politics cannot go by without mentioning his name. His legacy lives on. Perhaps how can you remember Mr. Raila Odinga?
Thank you. First is to extend my deepest condolences, especially to his family, to His Excellency the President, and all Kenyans, because we are all mourning. It is a very sad moment. It is a time of reflection, and this is a time to reflect on mortality and to show all of us that we are in this world for a time and that it is really mortal, and we must do the very, very best that we can when we are on this earth and this country. The late Right Honorable Raila Odinga is a celebrated figure in this country. I personally remember him, and I will cherish the memories of somebody who brought out their best in the space in terms of politics, in terms of governance, in terms of shaping the unity of this country. Indeed, we have lost a hero, a doyen, and for many of us who he mentored, we will be left with something, with qualities, and we call upon everyone to take the late Honorable Raila Odinga as an example. What we learned from him about unity, democracy, governance, and giving out your best to serve a country. You can imagine if we all do that, we will take this country to the next level, even in memory of his life. We are here to receive the body. Our colleagues, led by His Excellency the President, are at the airport, but we are here just to ensure everything goes on very well.
All right, thank you so much. We can also have some sentiments from Liki Nyanjui. You've been active in politics. This is a man who's been known to shape not only the young, but also the old when it comes to the politics of the country. What is the one thing that you're going to miss about Mr. Raila Odinga?
I think allow me first to join my colleagues in also expressing our condolence to the family, to Mama Ida, Winnie, and the whole family for the loss of Baba. Baba was a public figure, but he also had a very supportive family, and we join them in this very difficult moment. We are here to ensure that all plans relating to how the body is received here at the funeral home runs according to program, and this particular station is also manned by the defense forces and the police, and also at the leadership level. We are here just to align that part and to make sure that everything goes according to plan. Secondly, on the issue of Baba, maybe is to say that we have seen Baba through the years. Some of us came to know him later in life, but I think the story of Baba can be told through the four presidents, from Moi to Kibaki to Uhuru and up to the current. He was an active player, and he was a common denominator in all these governments. In fact, I would say he shaped government policy while out than even some of the actors who are actually in government. But one key thing about Baba's politics is that Baba was very focused on the nation. That yes, there was time for politics, there was time to seek votes, but when things didn't go your way, he always knew that we must put the country first. And I think in his last few months, he lived that statement in everything that he did. He was probably the true spirit of a father in a home. And he would call out any institution and any person who was doing anything against the interests of the nation, whether it was parliament, whether it was Senate, whether it was the counties, whether it was government, whether it was our young people who sometimes got a bit of a zealous and would want to do some actions that were against the national interest. Baba was that old man who would say, don't do that. And at one time, I remember him saying, he has nothing to fear. And that's really the benefit that Baba gave to the country, that he could stand firm for what is best for Kenya. And we will greatly miss that, because just like in any home, you need somebody who can stand up without fearing about politics, elections, or anything, because the country must always be first. So we remember Baba in many ways. We remember him in the struggle. We remember him in the many critical developments of Kenya, including the constitution that we have today, the repeal of Section 2A. He was a critical player in the multi-party, search for multi-party, and all the freedoms that we continue to enjoy today. So we celebrate him and continue to remember the great work that he did. And Baba, like I said, shaped politics while in government, out of government, and even now in his death will still shape. Thank you.
So maybe you can just tell us exactly what is happening at this place at this this time, what are we expecting? What is the nation expecting once the body of Baba arrives here?
I think there's a normal preparation that would come, and then I think the rest will be announced at that particular time. But obviously, we can't handle too many crowds around here, but the full program will be announced later. I think for today, mainly it is receiving, but the public part will be announced as we move forward. Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, there you have it, couple of centuries. That is Likinyanjiro, Rebecca Miano, and Joyful Roko just eulogizing as a mentor and a legend. Of course, I remember the police but just to mention asset is that security here is beefed up. Security is tight. It is actually not so easy for anyone to make their way through the funeral home without passing through very tight security checks. My cameraman can also pan this way because the security, as I said, Raila Odinga once he lands in the country is going to be here at the funeral home, and as the cabinet secretaries have said, everything is ready, everything is set to receive the body of the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga, and also to mention what happens about this.
Those are live pictures from outside the Lee Funeral Home, where it is expected that the remains of the former Prime Minister will be taken after being received at the airport at the JKIA this morning. We do understand that the flight carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister is expected to land at the JKIA at any time. That flight is already on Kenyan airspace. The flight code since changed from KQ203 to RAO 001, and President William Ruto is at the airport ready to receive the body of the former Prime Minister. We'll continue giving you updates. We've had the number of CSs, Cabinet Secretaries, outside the Lee Funeral Home. CS Geoffrey Ruko of Public Service, CS Rebecca Miano of Tourism, and CS Likinyanjiro in charge of Trade, speaking outside the Lee Funeral Home, where we do expect quite some focus will be there. Remember that at noon today, the body of the former Prime Minister will be taken to Parliament, where it will lie in state to allow for the public viewing between noon and 5 p.m. Live pictures there from the JKIA. President William Ruto has already arrived there, ready to receive the remains of the former Prime Minister alongside his predecessor. These are rare pictures. We rarely get to see the fourth president alongside his successor. Now they are together at the airport, joint in grief and in mourning. Raila Odinga was a friend to both, interestingly, very close friend to the fourth president after the handshake, and now very close to the fifth president, William Ruto, after the formation of the broad-based arrangement. And probably, even as he's considered a polarizing figure, he's also among probably the most uniting of figures politically as well, seeing the two presidents who at some point did not see eye to eye together in mourning. So with these pictures there at the presidential pavilion at JKIA, this is an indication that the flight carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister is about to land at the JKIA any minute now. Flight KQ203 is now flight RAO 001. Ladies and gentlemen, even as we give you final comments, because we'll be transiting to something else, this is a rare show of unity, even by any standard. And that he was a polarizing figure at one point, a uniting figure, even in death, seeing the two presidents in one room. Senator.
Yeah, very interesting images, and more interesting images to come on Saturday as well during the burial. And I believe the message here is, at the end of the day, we are all headed to the same destination. And one thing that I keep reminding myself in many a times when we have lost loved ones and buried loved ones and give them a send-off is, at the end of the day, your family, it's the family that counts. It's the family that counts. By Saturday, all the hype and the attention will sizzle down. In 2 weeks, the same people who are helping you, you know, with all these things will probably start fighting you. So I always say to myself, never forget the true north. And I think Raila Odinga consistently made sure that when it comes down to everything, his family was priority number one. I think for politicians, that's one thing that we need to remind ourselves every day. It's politics, it's work, it's, you know, something that, you know, when I die today, tomorrow life goes on. But what will matter is that how did you relate with the people around you, with your family? And I think, so these images also brings us back to humanity. Yeah, there's a lot of negativity online, but I keep saying, you know, we can't just succumb to the darkness. We have to always ensure, even in that small space, that you are the light. And for me, those images are also images of, at the end of the day, politics will be set aside, and friends and foes will become friends.
Yes.
And unity will be seen, and humanity will take the day.
Yes.
So for me, that's my lesson. And also, I want to really, at this moment, to the family and friends of Raila Odinga, share my thoughts and my prayers. And yeah, a time has come. And let's just celebrate the life that has been. Yeah.
Thank you, Senator.
Yeah.
And seeing Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto in the same room, it just goes to show the kind of space that Raila Odinga occupied. Out between the three men, they have no choice but to be friends. For President William Ruto, someone occupying his position, he must have very few friends, people he can talk to. The only other person was Raila Odinga, his co-principal in the broad-based arrangement, and now Uhuru Kenyatta, who has occupied a similar position. That says something, that in the absence of Raila Odinga, there's only one person that probably William Ruto can talk to in terms of when he really needs someone to listen to him, and it could be Uhuru Kenyatta.
Unfortunately, death unites people, friends, foes, and how I wish that people could behave the way they are behaving without death. What we are seeing, my opinion, is a short-lived thing. That today they are showing us this unity. After the burial, tomorrow there will be name callings, which is quite unfortunate. If this could continue throughout, maybe this country could have peace. But like I've said, it's unfortunate because it's just brought by the death of Raila Amolo Odinga. It is not fair because they mean to be united. It's my reading. I'm also a political analyst, and I can understand some things in our country, and I can know, and I do know who stands where and who thinks what about the entire thing. So, as it is now, the unity which we are seeing is brought in by death of Raila Amolo Odinga. And like you put it very right, that as it stands, I don't know whether Ruto has got any person apart from whom we call the rest. You know, like I gave an example of Sosion, who was a chair of NAT. There were also others, but his name is somewhere else. So today, Ruto, when you name key figures in this nation, you'll talk of Raila, you'll talk of Kalonzo Musyoka, you'll talk of many other leaders. But does he have access to talk to them freely the way he would have been talking to Raila because he brought him? So he's lonely, in short. Ruto is lonely in that space. He has just, is remaining with those, I don't want to call them sycophant, but those who support him. Those are the only people he has around. But what significance do they have? You ask yourself, I have so and so, what can he bring on the table for me to move forward the next term if I so need it? That is the challenge now Ruto is having. The only pillar he had was Raila, and now that pillar is gone. God has taken it. Do we have to ask ourselves whether is God happy with Ruto or not? I don't want to go that route, like I said. But the truth of the matter is there will be a vacuum in Ruto's presidency of these other 2 years.
Okay. Seeing Uhuru Kenyatta standing side by side with President William Ruto, that is very encouraging at this point. And yes, even in death, Raila, despite being a polarizing factor, he is also a unifying figure as well.
I think that should remind Mheshimiwa that we are in a country where there's a lot of political tolerance. and engagement. The day in politics is a long period. When people choose to meaningfully engage, it's a good thing for the country. And I dare say, arguably, Kenya is a country that has practiced high-level democracy. We are a superpower democracy, and we practice tolerance. Seeing Uhuru Kenyatta walking side by side with President Ruto, it is what should have happened way back, and it's what should continue. And we should see more leaders coming together, because this is our motherland, and we are not on a popularity show in the development agenda of the country. The issues that are very dear to the people of Kenya matters more than our self-gratification and self-glorification and self-interest. And I think this is what the president has communicated. And the president said, I'll work with everybody and every leader to change this country. And true enough, his engagement in the short period with Raila Odinga has been so deep. You can imagine if this incident occurred when there were differences in the country, it would have been a little bit more painful to the people of Kenya. And I think the peace that we are seeing, you can see people carrying branches, which is a sign of peace. People are peaceful and they're reflecting. And I think, as someone else said, this is a moment to promote peace during this mourning period and to engage in deep reflections. Those deep reflections, Mheshimiwa here, is about reaching out to each other. We are not animals. And so the president, I can tell you 100%, contrary to what some people are trying to allude, is not going to be lonely. He's leading 55 million Kenyans, and is engaging 55 million Kenyans on their issues. And I think that is what Raila stood for, that the country is more important. And I remember in 2018 when he was personally briefing me on matters to do with the handshake, was that if we continue fighting the way we were fighting, we are going to lose the country. We'll go the Zimbabwe way. Mm-hmm. So we would rather find a compromise arrangement that will allow the country to move on and prosper. Somewhere along the way, we'll continue sorting out our things. And that is who we are in Kenya. The president is a top-notch graduate of the University of Raila Odinga leadership. And so you are asking who will do it. Number one student is the president, who has been tutored from the University School of Leadership of Raila Odinga, and the rest of the political leaders in this country. None can claim not to have learned and graduated even with a certificate or a diploma or a first degree from the University of Leadership of Raila Odinga.
All right.
So the rest is for us now to work. Let's make this country better. Okay. Because we are on a stage. Kenya is a stage. We are acting now. We shall exit. Others will come. Let those who will come and find this stage a better stage to perform.
Very well said. And the flight RAO 001 is in its final descent towards JKIA. This is a flight that was KQ203 from Mumbai, carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister. From the activities at JKIA that we can see on our screens, it means that people are getting ready to receive the remains. The plane will be landing in a few moments. It's fast approaching JKIA, only a few kilometers away in its final descent. And before it actually lands, probably an opportunity for Dr. Peter Mbaye to give us your final remarks on this issue. I know you're getting distracted there by Mwalimu Sosion, but final remarks on this issue. Raila Odinga, seeing Uhuru Kenyatta there alongside the president, definitely scenes that even the political class do appreciate.
One thing I've told you, and for me, the issue of Raila Amolo Odinga is a national issue. It's an issue that has brought all of us together from all political persuasions, from all cultural, regional, and religious bases. We are all united towards, and that kind of show of unity and being together to mourn is very welcome. We have said the fact like what Raila have done in his lifetime, 80 years, it's something that deserves all of us to pause and celebrate. That, for me, takes precedence. What happens after that is another story altogether. I mean, so let's not mix issues. What happens after all this is a period of mourning. Anybody can come in together. We are aware that the official opposition may come in at some point to honor Raila Odinga as a patriot, as a national leader, as a colleague in leadership, as a political leader. The official opposition very soon will come together and see how to fit in and pray their respect, because this is about life and death, is about in the hands of God. And whenever something like this happens, we have to come together and honor what Raila Odinga has done. Now, two things, very interesting. We had just talked about what happens in ODM. And you see, everybody's thinking the same. Mm-hmm. But you see, they have decided to go there, the people who have been in the trenches with him. Remember, the time he had gone to AU, it was the Kisumu governor. That time it was not, it is not Orengo. But, and what I suspect, Fred, is that Raila may have done some wishes. On who to succeed him. You know, definitely, he may have given some pointers. I don't think these people just met and agreed. So that is something very important on something called succession. Because parties should not be done like they're being done by one person. Mm-hmm. So I suspect that Raila may have appointed Orengo. And if you look at Orengo and what he stands for, is not the conservative type in ODM. He's a more progressive type. Remember, he has been speaking about it. Never mind, of late he was told, come a bit down so we can take somebody to Siaya. But if you look at Orengo, he's one of the most reformist and progressive leaders in ODM. Mm-hmm. And you know which side he takes around. So you can see the direction ODM is going to take after this. That is very clear. It has come. I mean, because they also understand, people want to know who is going to take to lead ODM, even during this moment. Somebody has to take the lead. This is very progressive ODM, by the way. But you can see it's about the people who have been within the trenches, not so much people who are inexperienced, never mind they are from his family, taking over the party. So those are the lessons we are taking about how should a party perform in succession. That's a point to learn.
All right. And the flight, we keep tracking it, reducing in altitude, now down to 8,900 feet. Even the ground speed is reducing, 255 knots. This was as high as 400 knots a few moments ago. The indication is that it's going to land in the next 3 minutes. It's making its final turn to queue for the landing at JKIA. It's currently above, I think, Kitengela and areas around Kajiado. Then it comes down straight to JKIA. And you can see the military already lining up there with the red carpet already out. President William Ruto already at the airport with his predecessor alongside him, President Uhuru Kenyatta, there waiting. And even the ADC, the president's ADC, aide de camp, I can see him engaging other military officials there as they wait and to accord the former prime minister military honors, because yes, as proclaimed, according to that proclamation by the president yesterday, Raila Odinga will be accorded a state funeral with all the attendant honors, and some of them I think is military parade that we can see already formed there. Today being the very first of the 7 days period of national mourning, during which the Kenyan flag will fly at half-mast within the territory of Kenya and in all other missions representing Kenya beyond our borders. The president has postponed all other public engagements apart from the engagements linked to this state funeral of the former prime minister. And this will affect even preparations for the celebrations of Mashujaa Day, which come up on Monday. Tomorrow, Friday, has already been declared a national holiday. A funeral service will be held at the Nyayo National Stadium tomorrow before the body is transported to Kisumu for another service at the Moi Stadium in Kisumu, where there'll be public viewing of the body as well. Today, once the body arrives at the JKIA and is received officially by the president, it will be taken to the Lee Funeral Home. Later on, it will be presented in Parliament, where the body will lie in state to allow for a public viewing. This kind of honors are only reserved for probably heads of state, retired heads of state, who pass on even in retirement, and Raila Odinga will be accorded the same. The flight, even Kenya Air is choosing to honor Raila Odinga in a special way by adjusting the code of the flight that carries his remains from KQ 203 to RAO 001, and it's now in the next 60 seconds set to land at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. It is down to 7,000 feet, ground speed reducing to 170 knots. So in a few minutes, we may be able to spot the plane RAO 001 carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister, Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga, a towering political figure in the country's politics, born in 1945, died at the age of 80 while undergoing treatment in India. This news was broken to us yesterday on social media by different people, and the president at around 3 p.m. yesterday finally made the official announcement as well as set out the next steps to be followed. A lot of issues to be discussed. What happens next? Transition in leadership within the ODM party being key among them, and that alert that I mentioned earlier, that ODM, the National Executive Council of that party, has elected to have James Orengo as the interim party leader, the position of party leader having been vacated through death by the former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. These are the conversations we've been having here with my panelists the entire morning. Gloria Roba, who served in the Senate, Wilson Sosion, who is a unionist, also an educationist, also having served in the National Assembly as a ODM-nominated member, Dr. Peter Mbaye, Secretary Planning and Economic Affairs at the DCP, and Joe Mutambo, who's a former MP Mwingi Central. Everyone is just thinking, what happens next after the exit of Raila Odinga? And yes, it is now just a matter of seconds. The plane has crossed that Mombasa Road barrier into the airport. And I think it has touched down at the JKIA. Soon enough, we'll be seeing that plane taxiing to where the military parade has been planned. And then President William Ruto and his predecessor, Uhuru Kenyatta, will be making their way to that same venue to officially receive the remains of the former Prime Minister, Raila Odinga. Flight RAO 001 has officially landed at the JKIA. This is the flight carrying the remains of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga from Mumbai to Nairobi. Flight simulation images that we are sharing there, just indicating the path and the journey that has taken hours. Yesterday, a team led by the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Musalia Mudavadi, headed out to Mumbai to actually pick and transport the remains of the former Prime Minister back to Nairobi. And yes, he left here as a patient, he's come back, departed, the former Prime Minister. And everyone, all eyes are on JKI right now, ready to receive the remains of the former Prime Minister, Raila Odinga. What will follow will be a lot of ceremonies, some of them military linked, others probably religious. Family and friends also will have their own ceremonies linked to this state funeral, and which will take about 2-3 days, ending up with the burial of the body of the former Prime Minister at his Opoda home in Bondo, Siaya County. And according to his wishes, we understand that he left a will indicating that he should be interred within 72 hours of his death. And the family has chosen to honor his final wishes. And this will be the process. Once again, the process today, the body will be received by the president and other leaders at the airport. Quite a number of supporters and mourners have converged at the airport ready to receive the remains of the former Prime Minister. From here, the body will be taken to the Lee Funeral Home. And a few hours later, the body will be transported to Parliament buildings, where it will lie in state to allow for public viewing today between noon and 5 p.m. Tomorrow, Friday, which has already been declared a public holiday, a funeral service will be held at the Nyayo National Stadium here in Nairobi. After that, the body will be transported to Kisumu, where another service will be held at the Moi Stadium there. And the members of the public will also get another opportunity to view the body of the former Prime Minister in Kisumu. After that, the body will be taken by road to Siaya, Bondo, or Poda Farm, where it will stay overnight ahead of the final interment on Sunday. And this will just be a day before the Mashujaa Day celebrations. How it will affect those celebrations that were to be held or still planned to be held in Kitui, we wait to see. Kenya mourns Raila Odinga, a nation in mourning, flags flying at half-mast, today being the very first day of 7 days of national mourning, as proclaimed by President William Ruto. Here in studio, we continue the conversations, trying to remember the life and times of this great man, a towering figure in Kenya's politics, a man probably who's considered one of the most consequential politicians of our times, and whose death is perhaps the most consequential death, perhaps only second to Jomo Kenyatta, who passed on in August 22nd, 1978. It is more than 40 years later that we get to experience another transition that is considered perhaps one of the most significant in our political journey as a country. The plane carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister has touched down at the JKIA and is currently taxiing towards the area where the military has laid out a parade. Once again, pictures from the presidential pavilion where President William Ruto is consulting other leaders there, and I can see, we even have images from inside the plane. PS for Health, Luga there, being among the team that went to accompany Prime CS Musalia Mudavadi in India. You can see the Secretary General of the ODM party, Edwin Sifuna, is also inside the plane. And that is a team that went to collect the remains of the former Prime Minister in India, and they've successfully managed to repatriate the same back to Kenya. A lot of activity at the JKIA currently. So much is not happening today because of this. Yesterday we saw the Speaker of the National Assembly actually adjourn a sitting following the shocking news of the passing on of Raila Odinga. Raila Odinga getting to receive a lot of military honors as well. Very few people get to do that. Even in death, probably only former heads of states. Even those who get to be honored through state funerals do not get the same in as far as military honors are concerned. But Raila Odinga, one of the few Kenyans whose body will be carried on that military carriage all the way from the airport to the Lee Funeral Home and later to Parliament buildings for public viewing where the body will lay in state. And these, some of the activities that we're going to witness over the next few days have probably never been witnessed before. State funerals and the ceremonies around it are things that we get to improve on. We've seen a few probably following the death of the second president of the Republic, Daniel Arap Moi, the third president of the Republic, Mwai Kibaki. And now we may see some of that following the death of Raila Odinga. A lot of activities at the airport, and I'll be inviting some panelists also in studio as we continue this conversation, even as we continue beaming the live pictures from the JKIA. Quite a polarizing figure in Kenya's politics. Many have considered him a divisive figure in Kenya's politics. Others see him as a uniting figure, managing to bridge political divides over 3-4 decades. One of those instances is when he took his party, NDP, into a merger with KANU that led to the formation of New KANU. Later on, he exited KANU together with other officials, formed a united opposition, declared Kibaki Tosha, where Kibaki ran for president in 2002 and was successful. Raila Odinga being part of those who formed the government under the National Rainbow Coalition, presided over a referendum, the very first referendum in a matters constitution in 2005, which led to a fallout in that government, Raila exiting the Rainbow Coalition, and later on forming another coalition. There we can see the plane taxiing It landed a few moments ago. Now it's taxiing towards the area where the military has laid out a parade, ready to receive the remains of the former Prime Minister. And you can see some of the honors even at the airport. Water being splashed on the plane. There's new planes by splashing water on them when they arrive for the very first time or landing on such airports for the very first time. We're seeing that happen to this flight, which changed its flight code from KQ203 once it got into the Kenyan airspace and changing to RAO 001. RAO 001 is finally on the ground and it's currently taxiing towards the military parade that has been laid out, ready to receive the remains of the former Prime Minister. Those at the airport are being led by none other than the head of state, President William Ruto, the commander-in-chief, alongside his predecessor, Uhuru Kenyatta. Very rare images there. Members of the Odinga family also present there at the airport, some ODM members as well, apart from those who are already inside the plane, part of the team that traveled all the way to India to repatriate the remains of the former Prime Minister. We'll be seeing them disembarking from the plane, carrying the remains. And yes, all eyes on this flight, RAO 001, a Kenya Airways flight that has been accorded that honor to carry the remains of the former Prime Minister from India back to Kenya. Once again, the itinerary today, once the body is received, it will be transported via military carriage to the Lee Funeral Home. Hours later, the body will be transported to Parliament buildings where it will lay in state to allow for public viewing between noon and 5 p.m. this evening. Tomorrow, Friday, has already been declared a public holiday to allow for a funeral service that will be held at the Nyayo Stadium in Nairobi in honor of the former Prime Minister. Later, that body will be transported to Kisumu for another funeral service on Saturday at the Moi Stadium in Kisumu, where members of the public will be allowed another opportunity to view the body. After that, the body will be transported by road to Siaya County, Bondo, the Opoda farm of the Odinga family, where it will spend the night there ahead of the final interment at that property on Sunday, the 19th of October 2025. This will just be a day before Mashujaa Day. Joining me now in studio, Fwamba NC Fwamba. Karibu sana.
Good morning.
Good morning, and welcome to studio even as we continue with these discussions. We've had a lot of people in studio since yesterday after receiving the news following the death of the former Prime Minister. We're also joined by Maina Muiruri, who was a journalist back in the day that got to cover the former Prime Minister back in 1992. And as a young journalist, now seeing the transition from that young politician to the figure that Raila Odinga is now. And before I even engage my guests, we continue seeing those live pictures. Quite a number of people have moved to the airport. We do expect some traffic disruptions within the city. That as the body is transported to the Lee Funeral Home, let's start with you, Bwana FC Fwamba. NC Fwamba. Fwamba NC Fwamba. You never told me the name.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. The undercarriage of the flight RAO 001 has been opened, and military officers there are ready to receive the remains of the former Prime Minister. The caskets carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister will be in view in a few moments, and it will be loaded onto that carriage. Being received there by military officers. President William Ruto available already at the airport to receive the body of his co-principal in the broad-based arrangement, his rival turned friend over the last 1 year, a man that the president has depended on for a very long time now to steer this country and to stabilize the political dynamics following the crisis that faced his administration last year. Now the president having to lead the nation in mourning this same gentleman through a state funeral that will culminate in his interment on Sunday in Opoda Farm, Bondo, Siaya County. These are live pictures, and I'm sure the whole country is just watching. This gentleman who has been so consequential in Kenya's politics over so many decades is now no more. And now he's being transported on the very first day of the national mourning, 7 days of national mourning, for his final interment. These are scenes that have never been seen before. I think even when the Vice President Wamalwa Kijana was flown back from London after his death, we did not have a lot of the technology that we have currently. So even the media reporting was slightly different. But this time around, all this is playing out live. Social media, mobile phones, we could see even inside the plane that was carrying the team that had actually traveled all the way to India. Bwana Fwamba, how does this make you feel? Just your initial comments.
It is indeed a very sad day for the country because none of us expected that Right Honorable Raila Odinga was going to leave us this soon. And before I proceed with my comments, I'd like to send my condolences to the family, especially Mama Ida and Rosemary, Winnie, and Raila Jr., and the ODM fraternity and the entire country were indeed all affected by the death of Right Honorable Raila Odinga. For me, I think it's an end of an era and a beginning of another one, because Raila has been like part and parcel of the Kenyan politics for more than 40 years. Because the first experience of hearing about Raila Odinga is traced back to the time he was detained after the 1982 coup. Mm-hmm. He was detained without trial and is considered the person who has served as a detainee longer than many other detainees that suffered under the Moi regime, because he was released in 1989, detained again, released again, detained again in 1991, until he had to escape to Norway. Of course, I heard Moses Kitwe giving testimony that he had to cover him and to make him look like an old, poor woman, so that he could not be recognized. Walking all that journey and later becoming a statesman has not been easy for him. For me, my own experience, the first time I saw Raila Odinga was in 1994. Mm-hmm. I was in class 8 at that time. So they came for the funeral of Dr. Frederick Masinde, who came from my home village. Dr. Frederick Masinde, who was the MP for Mathare, the one who was elected posthumously. And it was so easy to pick out Raila's speech from others. Remember at that time Jaramogi died and Wamalwa Kijana was the acting chairman of Ford Kenya. But Raila was also working hard to strategically inherit the position of his father, Jaramogi Odinga, mm-hmm. in terms of political persuasion and in terms of political party leadership. So I could hear the cheers. In as much as that was Wamalwa's stronghold, the cheers for Raila were so high. Never did I know that he was ever going to emerge to the levels of becoming Kenya's prime minister and even becoming the greatest politician of our time that he has been. There are many ways of looking at how his life has been. Of course, it is said that there's no one who is absolutely right, because in political life, you are supposed to agree with some people and disagree with some people. But one very unique thing about Raila is that he was always ready to negotiate with his worst of enemies. No one ever imagined that Raila will ever have a conversation with Daniel Arap Moi. By the time he decided to join KANU or work with KANU in 1998, 99 there, People never expected that because having been tortured under the Moi regime, it was believed that it was going to have a permanent grudge against Daniel Arap Moi. But eventually they worked together. Then eventually, in 2005, after they had fallen out with Kibaki, no one ever expected that he was ever going to work together with Kibaki. Then he worked with Kibaki under the Grand Coalition when he decided to forego his ambition of fighting in the 2007 post-election violence and decided that the nation comes first. For him, he has been consistent in terms of pursuing his political interests, which is primary for every politician, and also pursuing national interests. And that's why you saw him working with Kibaki, whom he had disagreed with. Then he worked with Uhuru again, whom they had disagreements. They had a serious fallout out of elections in 2013 and 2017. Then, surprisingly, in 2022, we were so sure that Raila was going to win the election, especially for us who were in Azimio. Okay. When he lost, he still embraced President Ruto, and that's very encouraging.
Allow me to cut you short. Those are live pictures from the JKI. We can see Raila Odinga's daughter, Winnie Odinga, carrying the famous hat that her father wore. And this is significant even for Winnie. I've seen from all the videos that we've received from India that she kept on carrying that hat, placing it on the casket, carrying the remains of her departed father. Now we are seeing the team of which she was part of that had gone to India to repatriate the remains of the former Prime Minister disembarking from the plane. This team was led by none other than the Prime Cabinet Secretary, Musalia Mudavadi. These are live pictures. We're seeing members of this team disembarking from the plane. Part of his security team, the bodyguard who was with the former Prime Minister when he died. And you can imagine what he is feeling, that that was his job. He traveled all the way as an aide to the former Prime Minister, and now he's disembarking from the plane alone without the person he went to protect and to assist there. These are some moments that you cannot even comprehend the kind of emotions that most of these people are feeling or going through, members of the Odinga family, people who worked closely. Sad moments there, and you can see the ODM chairperson Gladys Wanga overcome by emotion. And many people are yet to see these kind of pictures. We are so used to Raila Odinga, who, despite his age, was a towering figure, even physically, a strong person, a powerful voice on the Kenyan political podiums. And now seeing him lifeless, being transported in a casket. And definitely a moment full of emotion for so many different people. And once again, we'd like to appeal to Kenyans to remain calm, accord the family the privacy they deserve as they continue mourning not just a political figure, but a father, a husband, a brother. A lot of mourners have made their way into the airside of the JKIA. I do not know if this is a breach of security, because ideally not many people should be able to access the airside of the airport. But yes, quite a number of people have made their way to the airport to receive the remains of the former Prime Minister, of course being led by none other than the President, William Ruto, and his predecessor, Uhuru Kenyatta. A number of even border borders on the airside of the airport. These are scenes that have never been witnessed before. Probably that will be part of the entourage or the cortege that will take the body of the former Prime Minister to Lee Funeral Home. If at all you are in Nairobi, do expect some traffic interruptions on major highways, probably the expressway, sections of Mombasa Road, later on part of Parliament Road, as the body is transported there, where to lie in state for public viewing. And I'm sure military officers are preparing what we will view as a casket carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister. They're doing this inside the plane so that once it comes out, the treatment will be very different. It will be probably loaded to that military carriage as a beginning of its final journey towards a Lee Funeral Home, and a number of activities lined up. Public viewing, a funeral service at the Nyayo National Stadium tomorrow, another one at the Moi Stadium in Kisumu before the final interment in Bondo, Siaya County on Sunday. Yes, the casket has finally been draped in the Kenyan flag and now ready for the first time that we are going to see it on Kenyan soil. The casket carrying the remains of Raila Odinga draped in the Kenyan flag being unloaded from that KQ flight that changed its code from KQA 203 once it got into the Kenyan airspace to RAO 001. All this in honor of this fallen hero, the former Prime Minister Raila Amolo Odinga. And yes, there you have it. Airport officers now and the casket will soon, in a few moments, be in full view. And there you have it, the casket carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister, finally in full view of Kenyans and on Kenyan soil. And the drama at the airport is unprecedented. Mourners have made their way into the airside of the airport. Remember, there are so many dignitaries there, including the president and his predecessor. But a lot of drama, a lot of emotion at the airport. Once again, this is one of the most consequential politicians of our times. Many in our generation have not seen any other politician of this stature. Probably many will never get to see any other politician who will carry so much gravitas. He strode the length and breadth of this country like a colossus. And in a few days' time, we'll be laying him to rest. Raila Amolo Odinga. Images there, live from the airport, a lot of chaos. We probably did not expect this, especially where the military is involved. A state funeral which involves leaders at that level, of the president, the former president. And we did expect a lot of orderly ceremonies at the airport and even going forward. But these things are unprecedented and we cannot control everything. Members of the public and mourners have made their way up to where the plane is. Yeah, making it even quite a tedious task even for members of the military, who are the ones designated to handle the casket carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister. Security officials trying to control the crowd so that military ceremonies can also proceed. And yes, it will be quite a task for security officers, not just today, but also in the coming days. Raila Odinga has been quite an emotive figure. He has provoked quite some emotion in a lot of people, different kind of emotions, quite a polarizing figure, not just politically. For those who love him completely. Those who do not, there are very strong emotions and sentiments about him as well. Military officers at the airport mingling with mourners who are not as orderly as the military officers. President William Ruto making his way to the airside of the JKIA from the presidential pavilion, accompanied by his predecessor and the widow, Ida Odinga, ready to receive the remains of her husband. Also present there is the Chief of Defense Forces, Francis Kahariri. Other leaders linked to the opposition who have previously worked with Raila Odinga, also present at the airport. But you can see even the hesitation of the president just to get out into the airside of the JKIA because of the kind of crowd that is already there. Mourners uncontrollable on the airside of the JKIA, and this is unprecedented. They will need to do a better job in as far as controlling the crowds going forward. So that the state funeral can take the shape that probably the president and others and the National Security Council had envisaged as part of plans for the state funeral. A moment of unity from different leaders there. The fourth president of the Republic, Uhuru Kenyatta, joining his successor, William Ruto, at the airport to receive the remains of a man who at one point, was a rival to both of them politically. He ran against Uhuru Kenyatta twice. He ran against William Ruto once. But later, at some point, they had to mend fences and work together. The famous handshake of 2018. And now the broad-based arrangement that was formed last year. Interesting times. And even as I continue to commentate on this, allow me to welcome Maina Mwiruri to this conversation alongside Philip Kisia. Welcome back to TV47, Bwana Kisia. It's an interesting time that you come back onto this panel on Morning Cafe. You've worked with Raila Odinga as well, and we'll be getting your views in a short while. But Maina, you understand this level of emotion, even in the kind of mourners that we are seeing at the airport. This is not the first time that they've showed up at the airport to welcome back Raila Odinga, this time only in a different situation.
Thank you for having me here this morning. Watching this, I'll first tell you, I'm a former editor and reporter. I did my days at the Standard for long. As an editor yesterday watching this, first I commend you, media coverage in Kenya. Though now you have benefit of technology that has enabled you to cover this momentous event in a big way. I don't even think BBC or CNN can cover it any better than you people have been covering it since yesterday. There has been nothing left out. We have seen the plane leave last night, land in India, live. I've seen you tracking it back until it landed. It's unprecedented. In my days as an editor, we've had events of similar magnitude, but not captured in such a big way because of technology. 91 August, I covered Masinde Muliro after he collapsed here at JKIA. I was an intern. We were sent, and the country had to wait until reporters, cameramen came back to the newsroom to know what's happening at JKIA. And it was a big event. He was a vice chairman of Jaramogi Odinga then in Ford, Kenya. The death of Raila Odinga as an editor, it challenges you to the core. I was thinking yesterday, you never stop thinking as an editor when these things happen. I was just wondering, what will you guys say? What headline will you have? I was longing to see headlines. Some newspapers did special editions on your digital channels. How do you tell Kenyans this? It's big. It's overwhelming, given the magnitude of the person who has gone to rest. It's Raila Odinga. When it was put here, I saw some people on social media, on X, say, I've never thought this headline will ever be on front pages of newspapers. Raila dead.
Okay.
And from then to now, you've done it as a 24-hour engagement, telling Kenyans every angle, every bit, nothing is being left to chance. And you still have it ahead of you coming. The headline I was just thinking now is, if I'm still an editor, united in grief, the whole country
is
united here. I think every Kenyan who has access is watching.
Yes, indeed. And it's interesting that even in this unity, the government and the security agencies have allowed Kenyans to mourn freely. This level of the kind of interaction that you see mourners even crossing the boundaries and breaching even the airside of the airport is unprecedented. But we're talking about Raila Odinga here, not just anyone. And even as we continue discussing this, The body or the casket carrying the remains of the former Prime Minister has been loaded onto the military carriage that will transport it to the Lee Funeral Home. But what we've seen this military carriage do previously, we did not, because we've seen the same carriage carry the remains of retired presidents, Daniel Moi, Mwai Kibaki. We've never seen this very close interaction with members of the public. But Raila Odinga is different, Bwana Kisia.
Yeah, thank you, Fred, and thank you for giving me an opportunity, TV47, to eulogize my friend, family friend, my party leader, my political mentor. And I'm happy to join my two brothers, Fuamba and Maina. And picking on what they have said, let me say this, Fred. From God we come, to God we return. And that is life. God gave us Raila. God has again taken him back to where he belongs. And I'm sure Raila Amolo Odinga is in a better place. I also want to join my colleagues in extending condolences to Mama Aida, Rosie, my friend, Junior, and Winnie. They must be going through a very, very difficult time, and as my colleagues have said, and you've said it rightly, that Ogeto, who has been besides Raila for, I think, more than 2 decades, must be feeling the pinch. I communicated with him yesterday. I think he's really been hit like most of us. So, you know, Raila, you said this has happened before. In fact, I think Maina stands to correct me, but this is the second political heavyweight who has died out of this country in the recent past. There could have been others before him. I can only remember of Michael Kijana Wamalwa. And now we have, I think, almost 2.5 decades later, we have Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila is an enigma. Raila is not a normal human being. Raila, you know, transcends across generations. You could see his ability to connect between himself and grandchildren and great-grandchildren, youth, women, and the older generation. So he had that spark, he had that magnet, that ability that made him very popular. So I'm not actually surprised to see what I'm seeing today, because Raila belonged to the people of Kenya. Raila did not belong to the Odinga family. He belonged to Kenya. And Raila, unlike most of us, Raila has sacrificed his life, his health, his family for the sake of this beloved country called Kenya. And Raila has gone through a lot of trials. His business has suffered. Family has suffered. He has been detained. He has suffered medically. And I suspect it is because of the injuries he suffered during detention that have probably been a cause of his early departure. But that having been said, I want to say that Raila is an embodiment of courage, sacrifice, and unyielding hope. You know, when we were just about to lose hope as a country, it's only Raila who would emerge and restore hope in the people of Kenya. His voice, of course, has shaped generations, and his courage, of course, had a bearing on our democracy. So he's a man that will not be replaced in the near future. He's a man that we shall miss. We'll miss his presence. We'll miss his counsel. But again, as Fuamba said, that, you know, it's the beginning of a new generation, you know. But in my view, Raila actually was preparing himself to hand over the baton to his great-grandchildren, who are the Gen Zs. I think he started preparing. In fact, if you remember, during the challenges as a country had during the finance bill of 2024, when his grandchildren asked him, Babu, stay at home, he obeyed orders from his great-grandchildren. And he said, okay, I've done my bit. I'm now ready to hand over this country. I'm ready to hand over the baton to you so that you can carry forward my legacy. We shall miss him dearly, but may his soul rest in eternal peace.
All right, moments of great emotion there. We can see the widow of the former Prime Minister, Ida Odinga, at the presidential pavilion there. I just been caught up in some serious emotion. Now, the crowd at the airport may not have allowed the family or the president and his predecessor to actually probably accord the kind of reception they would have wanted to accord the remains of the former Prime Minister. A state funeral does take some order to plan. But then again, this is a different person we're talking about, Raila Odinga. As Bonakisia said, Raila did belong to Kenyans.
Yes.
Yeah.
At some point, he was nicknamed the people's president. And maybe it has lived to that fact up to the end, that he has been welcomed by the people. It is actually the first time, as you said, because when the late Vice President Wamalo Kijana died, I was the Vice Chairman of SONU, and we organized university students to go and receive the body. We were at a bay, we were kept at bay, very far from where the body was coming. I think only President Kibaki and a few other senior government officials were near the former Vice President's casket. But this time round, we are seeing a totally different situation whereby it's the people who are bringing Raila, who are welcoming Raila. You see, Raila Odinga, according to me, was the fabric that held our nation together. In the recent past, we've seen that he was the only person who was capable of talking to President Uhuru Kenyatta, talk to President William Ruto, talk to Kalonzo Musyoka and other opposition leaders without having any problem when these other parties could not talk to each other. So I think that kind of individual is so unique in our society that it will not be easy to find such a person again. I also empathize with President William Ruto because in Raila Odinga, he had found a very reliable ally. Remember, Raila has always been a tough political bargainer, but he has always put the nation ahead. When it came to situations whereby the national security will be compromised or get to the levels of compromising the sanctity of our statehood, Raila always decided to take a step back and negotiate. In as much as there are political benefits that are accrued towards him and some of his allies, which some of us who are not so closely associated with him did not feel comfortable with, in the interest of the country, he worked out so well. And I think one other advantage that the President Ruto has right now is that Raila Odinga has left when they are in good terms. I could only imagine how the situation would be if they were not in good terms. Remember the protests that were on in the streets in 2024 were so tough for the country. And when Raila intervened and brought together this broad-based arrangement, those of us who were in Azimio were not happy at that time because we felt that he had abandoned the rest of us. Remember, those of us who joined Azimio through Uhuru Kenyatta lost our jobs because we were supporting Uhuru Kenyatta. We are supporting Raila Odinga. Then all of a sudden, we just woke up one morning and we saw him. He had joined President William Ruto with his ODM, part of the coalition. So the rest of us who are in government, courtesy of Uhuru Kenyatta, lost out in the name of supporting Raila. But in the interest of the nation, we are seeing the country being peaceful and everybody can now pursue his agenda politically in whichever direction, whichever outfit he may want to pursue. The other aspect is that if you look at ODM, ODM was Raila, and Raila was ODM. Maybe this is one thing that we should look at in terms of advancing our politics, that we move it away from individuals so that we institutionalize our politics.
Yes.
Since the ODM is Raila and Raila is ODM, there's a very high likelihood that ODM is going to be the Tower of Babel. And everybody is going to want to be the leader in ODM, and this could pronounce the end of that.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you bring that up. This morning, the ODM National Executive Council held a meeting, and they elected to have Siaya Governor James Orengo as the interim party leader. That's a decision that has been made this morning. But even before we talk about the politics and the way forward, because everyone is wondering now what happens next? What happens next to ODM? What happens next to President William Ruto? What happens next to Kenya's politics? But just the spectacle we are seeing from the airport, this is a state funeral. You can see the military was ready there to accord this gentleman a proper orderly movement from the airport or the remains of this former prime minister to the Lee Funeral Home, and we expected that order. But this, what you're seeing now, could be an indication of what you're going to see over the next few days, that Kenyans feel very close to this former prime minister, and they may not necessarily align with the plans that are there, the elaborate state funeral plans. Bwana Maina.
What we are seeing is usually a very difficult situation for the security forces. Being a mourning event, they cannot use force. They have to use a lot of persuasion and a lot of strategy. Indeed, just to get this body out of the airport, I think they are going to follow the expressway to avoid the ground up to Lee, and maybe it's at the Lee where either could go or wait for the body at Parliament. The challenges that lie ahead until Sunday are enormous, as we can just predict here. Tomorrow, the body goes to Nyayo for the state funeral. You will not expect this morning crowd to just stream in chatting. It's another challenge. The crowd that you can expect at Nyayo tomorrow could be 10 times what we are seeing at the airport here. Then Saturday is Kisumu, Jomo Kenyatta. That could be the epic of these of mourning of Raila Odinga. That's the hometown. The crowds again expected there. And at 3 p.m., the body is supposed to be driven on road to Bondo. That's another challenge. That road from Kisumu to Bondo, Raila's home, you don't know what to expect. It's going to take the extreme testing of the security apparatus to just make sure the body arrives home in Bondo for the overnight stay and for burial on Sunday, which will still be another huge thing. 1994, after Jaramogi, Raila's father died in January 94. When the body was taken to Bondo, Moi was the president then. Moi attended the funeral. It's all the security could do just to keep people from near the president. At one time, he was being pushed. Not that the crowd is hostile, but the mass of the crowd is almost uncontrollable. It is a testing moment. The security apparatus will have to do everything to keep this funeral orderly. However, one of the things that the government has done, which will enable this funeral to be accorded all the might of order and security, is making it a state funeral. That one goes a notch higher in managing this funeral.
Yes.
Being a state funeral, it means the military will also be involved.
Yes.
So they'll need, every hand will be needed to contain this.
Yes, but it's not going to be easy. And we've seen, Bonakisia, a number of state funerals in the last few years. The retired President Daniel Moi, retired President Mwai Kibaki. And we do expect that this ceremony for the send-off of the former Prime Minister will take more or less the same shape. The body will be lying in state in Parliament this afternoon from noon to about 5 p.m. to allow for public viewing. That in itself is going to be a challenge. In this day and age, where we've seen the interaction of police and Kenyans in as far as crowd control is concerned, are you concerned that this might actually be too challenging for our security apparatus?
Fred, I think you put it very correctly, that if there's any moment in the history of our country that our security forces will face a test, it is this time in our lives. Because I've said so many times that even if you you know, the formation, you combine the formation from police, defense forces, prisons, NYS, they are less than 150,000. So even if you send 150,000 people, assuming that that is possible, okay? Like Maina said, how many millions of people will be wishing to pay respects to the former prime minister? How many? So even if you took a ratio of, say, 1,000 people, 1,000 people to 100 policemen, it is a task that is next to impossible. So, but I can say, Fred, and this is something that we should not take for granted. God loves Kenya. God loves Kenya. Because you can imagine what would have happened if there was still tension between the president, William Samoei Ruto, and my party leader, the late Raila Amolo Odinga. It would have been impossible. It would have been so chaotic. In fact, I don't think Kenyans would have allowed the president. You know, Maina talked about the uncomfortable situation that Moi was put in. I just want to imagine, I actually don't want to imagine what would have happened to our president, what would have happened to government. Kenya would have come to a standstill. But God has his way of doing things. He probably, he knew that this will happen, and he prepared this country to accord Raila a dignified and orderly send-off. You know, it's emotional. It's emotional. Forget about even the capacity or the undercapacity our security forces are facing. But you know, you're dealing with an emotion. You're dealing with emotions. Now, how do you manage? You can't apply force. You cannot apply brutal force. This is not, you know, the situation we had in June 25, 2024. We are sending off a statesman, a president, the people's president. You know, somebody that people loved, somebody who had connected with people. And therefore, what I can only plead is that the security forces, having now experienced from yesterday what has transpired, what is happening today, they should be able to predict. They should by now be sitting down, scanning the environment, and predicting what is likely to happen in the next few days, in the next few months. Because there's going to be a lot of turbulence, okay? There's going to be a lot of turbulence in our economy, in our politics, in the way we do stuff. And therefore, if our security agencies, and particularly NIS, my friend Haji, he actually needs to step up so that he can give the government the right strategy, the right information, and also suggest ways of ensuring that we retain order and calm, and this country is left unified. Because we are going to bury my party leader on Saturday. But what happens after that? What happens? Because we all know.
And do you think
we all know?
Yeah.
We all know that President Ruto has been sitting on eggshells. Okay, and the person who has been holding this government is Amolo.
Okay.
Odinga.
And but Akisa, before we get to that, because I know we are going to discuss that,
right.
It is a security situation I'm more concerned about, because the next few days are going to be unprecedented. There's already a very elaborate plan for a state funeral, with what will happen at Nyayo Stadium, what will happen at the Moi Stadium in Kisumu, the movement that Maina talked about from Kisumu by road, and with what the challenges we're witnessing right now, Bwana Fuamba, and the delicate balance that the president and the security agencies have to work with, because if they antagonize the mourners, that will have consequences as well. But don't you think that probably this could call for a relook into some of the events that have already been planned, that maybe they may not be able to carry out all the events according to the initial plan?
Yes, Fred. Where I come from, we usually say that he who is bereaved is free to mourn in any style that they wish. And in most cases, the clashes between the security forces and the ordinary citizens usually happens when there's a confrontation or when there is a conflict in terms of what they are pursuing. I've seen for the first time the calm cooperation between the security forces and the wananchi, especially when the wananchi breached the security barriers of the airport. So they have handled it so calmly, and if through a well-organized system they continue handling the situation like that, I think it's going to be extremely smooth. But again, as we've just said, it is also possible or necessary, depending on the intelligence reports, to have alternative ways of handling the funeral, especially that issue of road transport. Imagining a lot of mourners all over lining up from here to Kisumu all the way. I think that is going to be, or is it to
from Kisumu to Siaya?
Yeah, it's going to be a bit challenging,
going to be a challenge,
and should be reconsidered. They can use air transport to that place.
You can see the level of security outside the Lee funeral home, where the body will initially be transported to before it's later taken to Parliament buildings for a way to lie in state. The number of security men and women stationed there, because this entire crowd is moving from the airport on foot and going straight to the Lee funeral home, which is a very small facility as well. And they may not be able to access it, all of them. So far, we've seen that even the president and the family have not been able to see them. Let's listen in, because I do understand a veteran city politician, Fred Gumo, is currently at the Lee funeral home and is speaking. Let's listen in.
He worked for the poor. He made sure that everything that he did, the poor benefited. Hakukuwa selfish. Kama angekuwa selfish, he would be one of the multi-millionaires in this country. But he wasn't. Alikuwa na share ile kidogo anayo. Alikuwa akifika mahali watu wako, anakula na hawa hata kwa market, hata kwa kiosk. You remember one time alisema, ati hata nisipopata president, nitaenda kukaa Kibera, nikule mandazi na chai na watu wa Kibera. So we hope the leaders who have been left behind will emulate what Raila Odinga had in mind and what he wanted. Because selfishness, it's what is killing this country. Watu kujitafutia. Watu hawaendi hawapigania leadership kusaidia wananchi. Wengi wao wanapigania viti kwa ajili ya matumbo zao. Tafadhali sisi kama viongozi sasa tuanze kupigania wananchi, ndio Raila atafurahi mahali popote atakuwa kule pembeni. Asanteni sana.
She's not aware. They are aware, but you're not aware.
Oh, okay.
There's something we had planned. Asante. Yes. Yeah, sawa. Haya, sawa. Asante sana. Jina langu ni Mawadhe, Musili Mawadhe, MP Embakasi South Constituency. Mimi mwanzo nataka kutoa rambirambi zangu kwa Mama Aida na watoto wa baba. Tumempoteza kigogo wa Kenya. Aliyekuwa Prime Minister wetu Raila Amolo Odinga, ni baba ya wengi, baba yetu sisi wa Kenya, baba yangu, na tunahuzunika sana kwa kumpoteza baba yetu. Baba ametufanyia mengi kama wa Kenya. Baba alikuwa amejitolelea kuwahudumia wa Kenya. Baba alikuwa ana interest zake za kipekee, alikuwa anajipenda yeye peke yake, alikuwa anapenda Kenya yote. Baba ndiye ametuletea hii multi-party democracy ambayo tulionayo hapa Kenya. Baba alipigania mpaka kabidi akapelekwa jela, akabidi akakwenda exile, na eventually tukasucceed kupata multi-party democracy kwa sababu ya baba. Baba ndiye atakumbuka kwa kutuletea katiba. Katiba ya 2010 ni sababu ya vita na nguvu na uwezo na kusukumana kwa baba. Baba ndiye ametuwezesha sisi kupata hata devolution. Yeye ndio wakati tangu mbeleni akipigania mambo ya devolution. Kwa hivyo sisi tuko hapa hivi leo kumwomboleza baba. Tunatoa risala zangu za kibinafsi, pia najua Mheshimiwa Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka ambaye amekuwa na yeye tukiwa CORD, tukiwa NASA na tukiwa Azimio. Alikuwa amesafiri ng'ambo na yuko njiani anarudi nyumbani, sababu amesema lazima aje kuhudhuria mazishi ya baba. Asanteni sana kwa huo muda mfupi, na again nawapeni pole Wakenya wote, sisi sote tumepoteza. Asante na Mungu awabariki. Madam wa Siaya, Women Rep Siaya.
Yeah. Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Christine Ombaka. I am the County Member of Parliament from Siaya. I want to take this opportunity to celebrate the life of Baba wetu mpendwa, Baba Raila Odinga. My heartfelt condolences to the family, Mama Aida, the children, relatives, friends, and everybody in Kenya. We miss Baba already, and Baba played a very, very huge role that nobody will ever play. His politics was above board. His politics was very, very special. He liberated us from so many oppressions. He hated tribalism. He hated oppressing the poor. He fought for the human rights. He fought for women. And he wanted Kenya to be free and to enjoy the fruits of our labor. Baba was a distinguished politician. Baba was an icon. He was a legend. The history of Kenya will never be written properly if Baba Raila Amolo Odinga's roles and responsibilities is not covered in that book. Raila Amolo Odinga will be studied in history. People will come all over the world to study the life and times of Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. I want to believe that Kenyans have learned lessons from the politics that Baba played in this country. Baba had agenda. Baba had no time to talk about people. Baba had issues to discuss politically. And that is how we will remember him. He fought for this country. He was imprisoned for this country. He sacrificed his family. And he has left a huge gap that will never be filled. Let's pray for his soul to rest in peace. Let's pray for the family to stay strong at this trying time. And I know Kenya will be peaceful, having learned that peace is a treasured value. Thank you. And Kenya stays safe.
Mwingine anishikie. Mwingine anishikie. Let's be fair. Yeah.
Today we come to mourn Baba, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, a leader, a real leader that we have had in this country, a leader who has fought for our democracy, for our equality, for our rights over time. He led by example. He spoke many things, and actually even within the whole realm of social democracy, equity, and really propelling everybody to reach their standard that they're required to reach, he actually urged us on all the time. So we've come to recognize him as a leader, not only in Kenya, but the whole world. And together with all Kenyans, we say, Baba, go well until we meet again, and we thank you for the leadership that you've given us in this country.
Face the cameras.
I'm Catherine Omanyo. Baba has discovered so many people. And in doing that, the relationship he has built is beyond his death. The legacy he's leaving behind, the father of the minorities, the father of the orphans, father of those, all the vulnerable, waliotengwa, waliodharauliwa. Baba came to Busia when I was campaigning, among others. He discovered potential in me, raised my hand, introduced me to the people.
Yes, live pictures from the presidential pavilion at the JKIA, where President William Ruto is still holed up there with a number of senior government officials. I can see cabinet secretaries, ODM party officials as well. Of course, the president was at the JKIA accompanied by his deputy, Professor Kithure Kindiki, also his predecessor, Uhuru Kenyatta, and the widow of the former Prime Minister, Ida Odinga, alongside members of the Odinga family, to receive the remains of the former Prime Minister, Raila Odinga, that were flown from India and landed at the JKIA a few minutes ago. We've seen the crowds that have showed up at the airport to receive the remains have complicated the situation, and so far the president or even the family have not been able to officially receive the remains of the former Prime Minister. We just trying to witness and see what will happen. Probably the body will be taken to the Lee Funeral Home, where there's also enough security as well. These are live pictures, receiving them and sharing them as they come. But the situation as it may be, now this is probably a watershed moment for Kenyan politics. A lot is set to change. Within the next few days, probably we'll be concentrating on the funeral process, but after that, it is a moment of reckoning, not just for the political elite, but for this country in general. Famba.
Yeah, there are ways of looking at it, because Raila as an individual has been influential at the national level. He has his own followership in terms of ODM, party strength at the national level. Then there's the Nyanza regional kingship, because there's like the kingpin of Nyanza since Jaramogi left. Mm-hmm. So that means there's going to be competition among the leaders in Nyanza on who's going to emerge to be at the top. And there are several people there. Mm-hmm.
And allow me just to make a correction, because I had made this announcement as an alert from ODM that they had designated the Siaya Governor James Orengo as the interim party leader. I have that correction now, that it is indeed Siaya Senator Oburu Odinga who has been designated as interim party leader. Oburu is the elder brother to Raila Odinga. He is now the interim party leader of ODM, now meaning that even the party understands that something has to happen going forward.
Yes. So in that context, it's so obvious that the ODM is some kind of a family heirloom. And that's why from Raila, Oburu is a more comfortable person for everybody to be the party leader, as opposed to all these other people, because ultimately they'll be competing on who is bigger than the other. They do not have that respectable figure that is above all of them. And that's why ODM's power will fizzle out. But on the other hand, I think the president has an advantage right now when it goes to towards 2027 elections, because having been friends with the Raila, it is so easy and so demonstrable that when he goes back to Raila's supporters, he'll say, this is what we discussed with the Raila and this is what we agreed, and let's continue working together. So it's going to be much easier for him, as opposed to the previous situation where they were in an antagonistic situation. So back to the constituents of Raila Odinga, there's that, I've talked about the Nyanza one, and then there's the national constituency. That's where the ODM followership will still find opportunity at a very individual level. People will be looking for positions at a personal level, will be lobbying to get into outfits that make sense to their political future. In ODM, things have never been that easy for a good number of people. Like for us who do politics in Nairobi, we have been disadvantaged in such a way that ODM that carries a very big chunk of people who are supposed to be our supporters has been having its own tricky situations in terms of internal democracy. People have been handpicked. So there are people who are mourning, but mourning for different reasons. There are people whose political careers have now gone. Like right now in Nairobi, if we'll go to elections, we'll be competing fairly, all of us. That you have to present your ideas. I saw a member of parliament on one of the TV stations saying that they live in a situation whereby if Raila says right, they go right way. If he says left, they go left. Now, that's not the kind of democracy that Raila himself fought for in the first place. Democracy is about freedom of expression, equal opportunity to access leadership opportunities, which has not been there in ODM. So I think the situation is going to be quite different at all levels.
But either way, the stature of Raila Odinga is what has steered ODM to the levels that they have reached right now, marking 20 years. I think the only other party that you could compare ODM to probably was KANU, which had proper grassroots structures. But we saw that even when the late President Daniel Moi, when he was still alive and he tried to manage his own transition in that party, it did not work out the same way. And once he exited the scene, KANU very fast became a shadow, pale shadow of its former self. Do you see the same befalling this great movement that is ODM?
You said earlier in the Muli that Raila bestrode the political world like a colossus. That saying came from Shakespeare, Julius Caesar. Indeed, it was Julius Caesar who bestrode the politics of Rome ages ago like a colossus, a huge statue. From end to end, there he was. My colleague earlier here said, here was Raila. When comes such another? It was also Shakespeare, speaking of Caesar. When Caesar died, Mark Antony wondered, here is Julius Caesar. When cometh such another? It's so much points to a person of the stature of Raila. Everything fell under him. As you are saying, with everything fell under Moi when KANU was under Moi. And it's been said a lot about him. Once he set his mind on doing something, he did it focused, single-mindedly, and that's how he built ODM. ODM came from being a movement in the referendum 2005. Immediately, they beat Kibaki's banana. Raila himself said, na hii chungwa itakuwa chama. It has never been the same again. ODM became chama. ODM forcefully came with a lot of force into the 2007 elections. And whether we believe Justice Kriegler or not, every Kenyan at the back of their mind know that ODM, I don't want to say it authoritatively, ODM had it in 2007. That's what caused the chaos. And ODM, after such a chaotic election, did not go down. PNU of Kibaki went down. ODM rose to evolve again into CORD, NASA. The breath of life was ODM through and through. And now he's gone. What will ODM do? And he has given us very good insights. It may be that now without Raila, ODM may be may go for more freedom, ironically, than there was when Raila was the head of ODM. It goes without saying, you had to have his blessing to be somewhere in ODM. That's why they suffered in Nairobi. It may now evolve into a party that has more freedom and has to rely on oneself to actualize yourself in ODM. But without the grip he had on it, which now could be the bane of the party. We saw it with Moi after he left, KANU went down. ODM, from a political prediction, may not retain the clout it had when Raila was there.
And even just sustaining the existence of the party, because we've seen over years, however much they tried, ODM has not been able to have grassroots elections successfully. Even the national officials are appointed, not elected. And that means that everything was about Raila Odinga. In his absence, some of these leaders who now hold senior positions in the party do not have even the clout to hold on to ensure the unity of the party. It is your party, Bwana Kisia. What do you see as the future of it?
You know, just like Maina said, and of course my younger brother Famba, it will be difficult to place Raila. I think the French say the Nelu replacement. You know, who would be then the best replacement of Raila Amolo Odinga? I think, even before I answer your question, I think right now the party is looking at an interim arrangement, okay? That who carries the wisdom of Raila, who will in the interim ensure there's some form of stability. Remember, ODM is the leadership. I cannot talk about the members of ODM, but the leadership of ODM are in bed with government. That's a fact, okay? So I think it must have been the party's wisdom that, you don't want to really ruffle feathers right now. Let's have an interim arrangement. And the best suited person for that particular purpose would then, of course, be my old friend, Oburu Odinga. But as to whether he has the same energy, stamina, following to hold ODM together is another matter of a debate. I think the party will have to think very, very critically on who can replace Raila so that the ODM that we knew about can actually now move forward in this, this very unique moment in our lives. So, I'm one of the people who have suffered, by the way. Mm-hmm. I have suffered. Mm-hmm. In 2013, I should have been the first governor of this city through ODM. Yes. Okay? But because of a lot of manipulation, and I remember, I'll never forget, 18th of January, 2013, we had a meeting at Lillian Towers that was chaired by SK Macharia. And in attendance, Raila, Kalonzo, Wetangula, Jirongo, Gumo, Evans Kidero, myself, and we had a lineup, and certain arguments were made. But immediately after that handshake we had with Evans Kidero, so many things happened. And there was a power shift, and the other interests came in, and I was boxed out. Mm-hmm. Okay? Again, 2022, when my brother Timothy was said, let me now, be elevated, be considered for the office of governor of Nairobi. I remember when Mike Sonko was being pursued by the police, pursued. Mm-hmm. I, together with the late Prime Minister and Timothy Wanyonyi, were at Serena having lunch, and we were discussing about Nairobi and how we should move forward. And in that lunch, when this man was being pursued, I think he was arrested somewhere in Taita Taveta, we came up with another argument. And Raila said, you know what, you are both my sons. Now that you've agreed that we promote Timothy and you take his place you made for me life very easy. Again, that never happened because of a lot of political dynamics. But such is politics. You dust yourself and you move on. So, of course, this is a moment where ODM is going to be tested. Fuamba said before, we need to move away from personalities to some beliefs, some ideology, some philosophy, because that then forms a strong foundation of any institution. Mm-hmm. When you have systems, policies, that a human being is only a driver of that particular institution for the time being. But any other person can come and that institution can still move forward. But when you rely on a human being, immediately that human being is either incapacitated or he or she is not there, that particular institution can collapse. And that is where ODM finds itself. The only saving grace is that ODM has fairly strong structures, back up to the grassroots. But it's a fact that, Raila had a hands-on approach onto ODM. So, going forward, as a party, going forward, and not to find a distant future, because We are getting to a general election in about 21 months. We cannot afford to waste time. But if they do it...
There's a by-election.
And there are by-elections coming up. And I can tell you, Fred, from where I'm sitting, I can tell you, I mean, the ground actually, and this has been said by my friend Karu Omondi, the ground is hostile to the party.
The party is already experiencing challenges in Nyanza.
The ground is hostile.
Yes.
In Western.
Do you think now that with the challenges ODM is experiencing in Nyanza, even ahead of the by-elections, that now this will probably even complicate matters further?
Yes, because you see, I mean, the man was the glue of the party. The man was holding the party together. He is no longer there. And then in this interim period, now we're heading into in another few weeks, on the 27th of November, we shall be having by-elections in several parts of this country. That person is not there. I can see, unless magic happens, I can see the opposition teams sweeping all the chairs in the by-elections with landslide numbers, okay? So again, I think it's God's making. That the man that the system was relying on, to deliver certain parts like Western, like Magarini, and so on and so forth, is not there. Okay, he is not there. And as we, of course, we're all mourning, life may have to proceed, and it may have to proceed in a manner where people are looking. They're not using the rare view approach to life, but they're looking forward. Miner said Raila was a Democrat. Miner said Raila believed in people, okay, people making decisions. But of course, there are so many people around Raila who made sure that certain aspects of his principles were compromised. Now he's not there. I can tell you for free, Fred, there are people whose political life has come to an end.
Yes.
It's fait accompli. It's finished.
And you must agree, Bonafwamba, that yes, many people will suffer. But when it comes to the leadership of the party, and I'll draw that comparison once again, that KANU, President Moi handed it over to his preferred choice of successor, Uhuru Kenyatta. But Uhuru Kenyatta, even himself, after a while, found it a bit uncomfortable steering KANU and had to seek a different vehicle for his own political success. That's the nature of trying to fit into shoes that were a bit too big. Do you see the same challenge now that no one may want to try and fill Raila Odinga's shoes because it's an impossible feat?
First, I want to confirm what Philpa said about 2013, because I was also in that race. Of course, I was running mate to the late Mutinda Kavemba on Wiper ticket. And those kinds of tricky games played around, and I heard of that meeting at Lian Towers with the SK Macharia when Philip Kisia was shortchanged. So those things have happened to so many people who are in ODM or in the parties associated with ODM. Now, back to your point, the appointment of Oburu Odinga as acting party leader is very symbolic. You know very well that in the recent past there have been discussions around being part of broad-based or being non-committal to it. And Oburu Odinga has been so much in the lead of advocating for the strengthening of the partnership between ODM and UDA on the basis of the broad-based government. He has gone in public rallies even when Raila was sick abroad. He said that that is the best arrangement for their people. I do not even know who their people are, but I think by implication it means rules in particular, or those ones associated with the ODM politics. So I'm foreseeing a situation whereby ODM under the leadership of Oburu Odinga within the shortest time possible are going to make a more stronger pact with UDA.
Okay.
To the level of even having UDA as an encompassing party that will now have Nyanza and Western and Rift Valley as a home ground base for President William Ruto as he goes to look for votes from elsewhere.
Under UDA.
Under UDA. Then from there, it's very likely that I've seen the voting pattern of Mount Kenya. What usually happens is that Mount Kenya usually sees who is going to win the election. Once they are so sure that you have a chance of winning an election, they'll side with you. And there's a likelihood that once the president manages to have Nyanza, Rift Valley, and Western behind him, it will be likely that even the Mount Kenya undertones or overtones of dissatisfaction will fade away. And between now and 2027, a lot of things are likely to happen. And this new arrangement is likely to give President Ruto a strong win in the second term.
Okay. If we focus on ODM for now, this is, we've seen parties that once the leader exits, Mwai Kibaki left PNU, we no longer talk about it. Even DP, that was there initially, we no longer talk about it. KANU, after Moi, however much they've tried, even handing it over to his son eventually, has not really helped that party. Do you see any hope for ODM, even if it is handed over through the family line?
First, I'll say, I'll be a little bit philosophical. The Raila's biographer, the Nigerian Baba Femi Badejo, called him Enigma. Enigma is mystery, meaning, and everybody has been agreeing, you could not pin him down because you cannot understand him. He's a mystery. And enigma, in fact, in Greek means riddle. He was a riddle. If ODM would like to survive, they may have to look back and operate the way the man operated. He never went down through from 92 when he was behind his father in Fort Kenya. What looked many times like disadvantage for him became advantage. His father died in 94 and did not even leave Fort Kenya to Raila. It went to Amalwa. Raila reinvented himself with NDP and vied in 97. And he did a strong showing, defeating two people who looked stronger than him, defeating Gilo, defeating Wamalwa. Losing at number 3, teaming up with Moi. And he proceeded. 202, he sat out. But everybody knows it's Raila who won that election for Kibaki. From Kibaki Tosha to Kibaki injured and Raila saying, sit back, everyone. Kibaki, sit back. You cannot now go to the field. He led the movement and won it for Kibaki. With others, of course, but he was the outstanding figure. 2007 will be his strongest showing ever. He should have taken that one. There's many things happened that we will never know. 2000, now later against Uhuru twice. And he worked with Kibaki even after the worst debacle of 2007. 2013, lose to Uhuru. Take him on again to 2017, loses but teams up with Uhuru. Lose last time, team up with Ruto. He never fails to see an opportunity where you see none. Whoever may want to criticize him, he has managed his politics well from his point of. And what Kenyans may not understand is, even those who criticize him for joining Uhuru, joining Moi, joining Ruto, what they don't understand is this is global practice of coalitions. In Israel, nobody wins. Netanyahu never wins. Immediately he fails to win a majority, he calls other parties and they join. France, the same. Sometimes France, they win, many other times they don't win. Coalitions keep coming together. It's a global practice.
Yes.
And he understood it so well. And he has his background in the worst days of Europe. He understood it so well. ODM now, minus Raila, he's gone. If ODM does not reinvent itself, to borrow some of the things he did best, as my friends are saying, it could be headed for a very rough patch.
Let's consider for a moment the future of the broad-based arrangement now, because very many people who, let's say, could be enjoying the fruits of the broad-based arrangement are very committal, and they say we will stay with Ruto even beyond 2027, and it's a given. But even before we do that, let's listen into what's happening in Parliament ahead of the lying in state of the remains of the former Prime Minister.
Oh. Yes, Honorable Jacob Kaimenyi. Thank you.
Yes. Chair, pardon me one minute.
30
Thank you,
seconds.
Ocha.
Wind up. Wind up.
Honorable Speaker, it is very difficult to mourn Raila Odinga. He has left very many orphans, and I'm one of them, Honorable Speaker. I feel it in my heart. But Raila Odinga, you are gone. We will not let you down. Fare thee well, Raila Amolo Odinga.
Murugara George.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, yesterday was a dark day. A dark cloud fell over our country, and by the time it started fading away, the sad news were broken to us that the former Prime Minister, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, was no more, and that he had rested. The country was plunged to mourning, led by His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, and everyone. And even as we convey these messages this morning, the entire country is actually mourning. The Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga is just about to be walked into this house so that he can lay in state and we are able to pay his last respects. Before we do that, allow me, Mr. Speaker, on my own behalf, on behalf of my family, and on behalf of the great people of Tharaka constituency, Tharaka Nithi County, to convey my deepest and most sincere condolences to the family of the late Right Honorable Amolo Raila Odinga, to his wife, Ida, his two... because of what he has done for this country up to the last day when he actually rested in peace. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to draw some analogies between the father and the son. We all know that Raila Amolo Odinga was the son of the doyen of opposition politics in the country, the late Odinga Odinga, whom we reverently referred to as the Jaramogi. Indeed, it's pride. It's extremely proud for one to be like his father. Both were selfless persons who would sacrifice everything for the sake of the country, Kenya. For example, the senior Jaramogi declared publicly, without blinking an eyelid, to the white man that there would actually be no independence to this country without Jomo Kenyatta. Purely selfless, when he knew for sure that he would have actually taken the reins of power to rule the country in the absence of Kenyatta. On the same shoe, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga in 2002 declared Kibaki Tosha when he knew for sure he would have contested and possibly won the election. This is what is known as selflessness par excellence. Similarly, even the tribulations, the travails all went through were similar. Detained purely because they were advocating for good governance in the country. With those remarks, it is important to say that like father, like son, Raila Amolo Odinga strode the country, strode East Africa, strode the continent of Africa and the world like a colossus. advocating for good governance, democracy, human rights, and justice. We will remember the former Prime Minister, Raila Amolo Odinga, as the doyen of devolution and democracy in Kenya. Allow me to go back to your adage. Raila Amolo Odinga is dead today, but long live Raila Amolo Odinga, Tinga, Baba, and all the acronyms we have reverently given to the former Prime Minister.
Cynthia Muge.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity not to just eulogize the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, but to also acknowledge his immense contribution that he made to this country in democracy, in the fight for unity and freedom. Honorable Speaker, the late Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga stood for many things, and I'm a beneficiary of some of the things that he stood for. In the Constitution of Kenya and the issues of devolution, Honorable Speaker, I was first elected in the County Assembly of Nandi, which is a creation of the late Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, and he stood for it. Honorable Speaker, we mourn today a man whose immense contribution into the development of this country cannot be wished away. And Honorable Speaker, I want to remember the late Raila Amolo Odinga in his journey that he has demonstrated a number of times that leadership is not about privilege, but it is about service. And Honorable Speaker, I must remember the late Raila Amolo Odinga for inspiring and giving hope to the young people to fight for a freer nation, to fight for a better Kenya. Honorable Speaker, we reflect on his immense contribution, not only to honor this man, but to also ensure that we continue to nurture democracy and unity of this country. His soul rest in peace, and may his family, the spouse, Mama Ida, the children, Honorable Speaker, and the people that he made. Raila Amolo Odinga made hundreds of politicians in this country, and he has held their hands through the political terrain, and we appreciate him for the immense contribution. On behalf of the people of Nandi, we say, fare thee well, Raila Amolo Odinga. Your spirit will continue living on in the generations that you taught and mentored in this country, Kenya. May his soul rest in peace.
Member for Westlands.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity also to eulogize and pay tribute to my great political mentor, Raila Amolo Odinga. Honorable Speaker, the year 2007, when Right Honorable Raila Odinga was running for the presidency, he nominated me as one of his proposers. Mr. Speaker, I was not known to him very much, but he picked me and gave me an opportunity to be among the few people who proposed him to be the president of Kenya. After that, Mr. Speaker, he also nominated me to Nairobi City Council, and when he was doing that, he assured me he wanted me to be the mayor of Nairobi. But, Mr. Speaker, the rest is history. After that, that's how he nurtured my political career, and ever since, I have walked, I have listened to him, I have learned a lot from him. He is a selfless man. He loves this nation, Mr. Speaker. Raila Amolo Odinga can dine with the lowest and can dine with the mighty, as you mentioned in your speech, Mr. Speaker. Raila Amolo Odinga, you can find him in BAMBA eating nyama choma. You can find him in Shaurimoyo sitting on a bench drinking whiskey with very common manage, and you can find him in Serena or any other place. He's a man who can attract, and he has attracted many, many people. 1997, Mr. Speaker, I know there were many Kenyans who will dismiss him, but 2002, when he pronounced Kibaki Tosha, a selfless man, he sacrificed his ambition and supported Honorable Kibaki even after he was involved in an accident and he was away from the campaign, Raila took up the mantle and championed the campaign of Mwai Kibaki, and Mwai Kibaki was elected as the president of this country. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, several times I believe Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga won the election of 2007, and it was stolen from him. But Mr. Speaker, he sacrificed his ambition, stepped back, and worked with Honorable Mwai Kibaki. 2013, same thing, 2017, 2022. Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga has put this nation before anything else. And that is the man, Mr. Speaker. I know there's nobody who can sacrifice such opportunities. Even the people he was sitting with, Mr. Speaker, many of them could not believe in what he was saying. He makes very difficult decisions and sometimes very unpopular. And when he made the decision now to work with President Ruto, everybody dismissed him and said he is greedy, he is what. But Mr. Speaker, look what he did. He realized the country was going the wrong way and he wanted to get Kenya back on the road. Honorable Speaker, Raila Amolo Odinga is not just another person. He is a statesman. He is a Pan-Africanism. He has championed, if you look at our constitution today, devolution is his dream. And he kept on making sure that devolution is perfected. More money is given to the devolved governments. And Mr. Speaker, he was recently, when he was even pushing that the CDF also be given to the county government, I think it was uncomfortable with many people. But he didn't mince his words. He was very clear what he wanted. And Mr. Speaker, we, on behalf of the people of Westlands and my family, and on my own behalf and the family and the people of Westlands, I pay tribute to the great son of Kenya who has passed on. May his soul rest in peace. May he join the great men, Masinde Muliro, Raila, Okinga Odinga, Kenyatta, Kibaki, those who have gone before us, Michael Malwa, and Mr. Speaker, we know Kenya will stand among the big nations on the sacrifice that Raila Odinga has made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Badi Twalib.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii pia ili na mimi kuweza kutuma rambirambi kwa kifo cha Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa niaba yangu, kwa niaba ya familia yangu na kwa niaba ya watu wangu wa Jomvu, twatoa rambirambi sote kwa familia ya Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nilifahamu Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga mwaka 2007 nilipochaguliwa kuwa diwani wa Jomvu Kuu Ward katika chama cha ODM, na niliweza kuintroduce kwa Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga na mbunge wangu Mheshimiwa Ramadhani Seif Kajembe. Leo Mheshimiwa Spika, nachukua fursa hii kusema kuwa tumeondokewa na mgogo wa kisiasa, tumeondokewa na baba, tumeondokewa na mtu ambaye alijitolea katika kuhudumikia serikali hii ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, nachukua fursa hii ya kumwomboleza Mheshimiwa Raila, pia vile vile kuomboleza vijana wangu watatu waliokufa kwa maji kwa bahari juzi, Caleb Otieno miaka 21, Stephen Karembo 23 na Thomas Wanyongi ambaye ni miaka 24. Hawa walikufa maji juzi. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, naweza kusema mwezi huu wa 10 ni mwezi mgumu sana kwangu, kwa maana baada ya kupoteza hawa watu watatu, jana ghafla tupata Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga ameweza kutuacha. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni miezi miwili iliyopita ama mitatu, Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga alikuwa kwangu sehemu ya Miritini akianzisha ECD center ambayo alialikwa na Mheshimiwa gavana wetu. Mheshimiwa Spika, tutamkumbuka Mheshimiwa Raila kwa mengi. Leo ugatuzi umeweza kufanya kazi thamana na Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Leo uhuru wa kuongea, watu wanaweza kuongea thamana na Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga. Leo Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga ameweka ndoto za watu wengi katika kuonekana kuwa na mwelekeo wa kuweza kwenda mbele. Mimi Mheshimiwa Spika, naweza kusema nilichaguliwa kama diwani 2007. Nimeanza kuwa mbunge 2013, 17 na 22. Vipindi vitatu vyote naweza kusema kwa kizungu role model wangu alikuwa ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Leo katika maisha ambao tunajaribu kuongoza, tunajaribu kumuiga Raila Amolo Odinga. Kwa maana hiyo, Mheshimiwa Spika, Raila Amolo Odinga ni mpenzi wa wengi. Hata leo nikija hapa, kuna kijana anaitwa Joseph Oluoch na vile vile Kibonge kutoka Bangladesh wakinambia lao utapata nafasi, toa pia rambirambi zetu uweze kututaja. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, leo mimi ni kusema kwa ni siku ya huzuni, na mimi maadamu nimepata fursa hii nasema tena kwa niaba yangu, familia yangu na eneo langu bunge la Jomvu, tutoa rambirambi kwa familia ya Raila Amolo Odinga na chama chetu cha ODM, na kuiambia familia kuwa Mungu atawapa subra na Mungu akifanya kazi yake haina makosa. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika, na Mungu ambariki Raila Amolo.
Rahim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to Honorable Raila. Honorable Raila, I met him 20 years back in Meru when he came for the Orange and Bananas campaign. I don't know if, Mr. Speaker, you were with the delegation that day. And I remember them going into Pig and Whistle. There was a hotel called Pig and Whistle. After they came out, there were rain of stones on them. And my petrol station was just opposite where they were going to hold a rally. And I remember Honorable Raila, when his speech on that day was, because the rain of stones was so much that he said, "Nyinyi wa Meru mutalia nikiingia nikiwa rais." And then from there, that was the first time I encountered tear gas in my whole life, and that's when my political career started. After that, he went to Makutano and then Maua, and that was then. After that, we came on the same side. I was on the other side. I was for the banana, and he was for the orange at that time. They beat us hands down in the referendum of 2005. But we got back again with Honorable Raila in the one we have, the Constitution 2010, in the referendum. We were on the same side. And again, we were on the same side when we did the BBI referendum, which we failed, but we were together then. And again, when in 2021, I was on his side. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Raila is an enigma, is Baba, is everything, and I believe to get somebody like him will take a long, long time. I don't think we will ever get somebody who has gone to detention, who has suffered for this country, and the way he has sacrificed himself. Had Honorable Raila not come through last year to form the broad-based government, I think we would have gone the Madagascar way or the Nepal way or anywhere else. So Honorable Raila did a big favor to this country. The Gen Zs should not think that he betrayed them. He made sure this country, we are safe, and where we are today, we owe it to Honorable Raila Odinga. And I believe with what is happening today, we need to give him a befitting standing. And I say, God bless him. Revelations 14:13 says, the dead who die in the Lord, the rest from their labors and their deeds will follow them. Inna lillahi wa inna ilahi raji'un. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members, and I request members avoid coming to me, starting pressure. I don't want pressure from members. I'll follow the list that is here. The way the speaker was doing is what I'll do. Please, I request members to avoid approaching the speaker's chair. Please. I always do that, you know that, and it's what I'm going to do now. So if you come here, probably you'll even make your chances to go further. So let's just follow the way it is. The next in the list here now is the Honorable Ndikiri Mugambi.
Very good, that's the correct. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that observation. I arise on behalf of the great people of Bori to eulogize the great man of this republic, late Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Mr. Speaker, I met Honorable Prime Minister in 2007. Mr. Speaker, through his brother, Dr. Obulu, who is a very close friend to me, when I was the chief guest at DB Primary School in Bondo. Mr. Speaker, my first sight of this great man gave me an impression of a man who is caring. Mr. Speaker, I made an observation that the outside of Raila is not the inside of him. And I want to state that the inside of Raila is a very soft man, very caring person, very considerate, person who does not entertain conflict, somebody who is always on the path of looking for solutions, particularly for this country. Mr. Speaker, I arise to console with the family headed by my great friend, Dr. Oburu, Mama Inda and the children, and the entire fraternity of Odinga family. It is through Dr. Oburu and Amolo Odinga that I met our colleague, Ruth Odinga, who is a member of this parliament. Mr. Speaker, in as much as we say anything, this man has died without being given an opportunity by Kenyans to serve this nation at the greatest level as a president. But what he has done and what he has stood for is something that we, all of us, need to emulate. We mourn this man who also has already departed, but his legacy will remain forever. I ask my colleagues, I ask other people in the leaderships on the parties that if we have a case study of a statement, it is carried by none other than His Excellency, the late Honorable Prime Minister. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Bondo.
Na mtakubaliwa, mkubali watoto, mama na family, tafadhali wafanyie heshima zao za mwisho.
Didn't campaign. He was not in the country. And if at all there's any other person who has ever gotten into this parliament, minus campaigning, is Raila Amolo Odinga. He did that by virtue of the work that we were doing. I'm the one who went out meeting the small groups with Ida, with Joe Aguirre, a small group headed by Okiri Pacho as the chair, Shem Akuba, William Okelo, and we're not more than 10. We did that, and Raila got into parliament in 1992 without stepping in the constituency in the name of doing a rally. Virtually, he didn't know many of the people. He didn't know even where the polling stations were. So that was our effort. Come 1995, when there were issues in Fort Kenya, Raila crossed and actually crossed the floor because he left his party and took another party called NDP. NDP, because of that, had to go for a by-election. So what I did, or what the small group of us did in 1992, we remember it because now Raila could not move to the constituency the way he had wanted, because me at that time had left back to the university for my master's. And he had to come to literally look for us. And that's when Raila got back to parliament in the by-election of 1995. One or two things that I'm too sure that maybe members may not be knowing of Raila. A lot of the things that Raila did, a lot of actions and decisions that Raila implemented, many of them he was not the planner. Many of them he was not initiating. But he had an exceptional courage once convinced.
The honorable members,
anytime.
Order. This is a very solemn moment. And I think it's fair to allow the Member of Parliament for Bondo, who is also the Raila Odinga as Member of Parliament, to be listened to. It's a solemn moment. It's not a moment where someone will be contributing and we are all not giving him a chance to, or we are all, Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What I was trying to say is that a lot of things that we might have seen Raila do, many times was not the planner, many times was not the initiator. But the courage and the manner in which, when he was convinced he was taking these things, by the end of the day, they were his things. By the end of the day, they were his activities. And he did them with a lot of courage. The other thing that maybe other members may not know is that Raila was a person who did a lot of multitasking. In fact, if you book for an appointment and you are talking to him, one person on a phone, your appointment will collapse. He's one person that when he was talking to 3, 4, 5 people, definitely that's a thing that will pass. He used to multitask a lot. He was a man of crisis. In fact, many times Raila managed the crisis as though he was planning to manage them. It was very unique in terms of crisis management. Finally, Mr. Speaker, when it got to the issue of how he looked at the principle in sporting, of the issue of the winner and the loser. Many times as a sportsman, a great sportsman, he placed in front of him the principle that once you are in a game, you'll either lose or you'll win. And that's exactly what he had all along. When he went in the games, in the political game, when there was a loss, he will recognize that. And that is exactly why he didn't believe so much in this idea of winner takes it all. He didn't believe in it because after elections, he had wanted that the nation gets back to its feet and that winning government serves everybody. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well said. Next is the member for Aldai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to eulogize a great man, Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. My sympathies go to the family, Mama Ida, the family, the people of ODM, the people, the broad-based government, and the people of Kenya. We have lost a great man. We have lost a hero, a person who today we celebrate and we are happy about democracy because he is the father of democracy. I think we all remember right from the 82 coup all the way to 1992 to 2010 to the birth of the 2010 Constitution, and in each time, Raila Amolo Odinga fought hard for the democracy of this country, for the freedoms that we today enjoy in this country. Many young people today talk about and are happy to participate in the democracies of this country, and they forget that the real person or the person who brought this democracy is Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. We want to say thank you for what he did, and we say that he did a great job. The history of this Kenya will be, when the history of this Kenya will be written, his name will be will forever appear in the history as being the person who fought for this country and fought for the nation. I want to say that the people of Aldai constituency say pole to the family, and as we mourn the death of Baba Raila Amolo Odinga, and we want to say may his soul rest in eternal peace. Goodbye, Baba. Thank you.
So that you know, the next people, the only one to speak are going to be the following, as per the board. Next is the member for Nambale, followed by the member for Dagoretti South, then the member for Butula. Those three in that order. Member for Nambale.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak, to pay my tribute to Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Mr. Speaker, as it has been said, Raila is a true father of democracy in this nation. Many people have said that indeed, sometimes in the year 1994, when Raila disagreed with the ideologies of Ford Kenya, he moved, formed his party, NDP, and did the right thing, which was to surrender his seat and go back for a by-election. Mr. Speaker, this is a decision very few politicians, and actually is the only one since that time that has made this particular decision, so that you obey the institutions and the democratic space that is placed in our nation. Mr. Speaker, as many will remember, Raila has been a tower of politics in this nation. Whenever things are not moving right, Raila will always abandon his position and go for the position that suits the interest of the greater nation. Mr. Speaker, coming from Busia County, Raila was indeed a true father of our great county of Busia. Anytime we met, he had fond memories of how he would wish development reach Busia County. And he will mention to you things that he feels that are supposed to be done and carried out so that the great people of Busia can benefit from the leadership of the government. Mr. Speaker, it has also been said that he was indeed a beacon of courage. We know that very few leaders in this nation will speak their mind the way the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga used to. He will always say the right thing, whether he's attacking the government or even to his fellow opposition leaders. So, Mr. Speaker, as a nation, we have lost, and on behalf of the people of Nambale and the great people of our nation, I lay my condolence to the family of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Dagoretti South.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, how do you even start to eulogize a man of the stature of the Right Honorable Engineer Dr. Raila Amolo Odinga? A man who, he himself, was a force of nature. A man who moved the crowds with a charisma unimaginable. A man who dedicated his entire life to his country. A patriot who you can place many charges on, but can never place the charge of unpatriotism on the man. Mr. Speaker, this man that we eulogize today must be known as the father of opposition in this country, taking over from his dad, who was his blood father, who is also known as the Doyen of opposition. Mr. Speaker, I stand here on behalf of my family and the people of the Dagoretti South constituency
to pass my condolences to the family of this great Kenyan, because the world has lost an icon. Africa has lost an enigma. Kenya has lost a leader. To me personally, Mr. Speaker, I have lost a political father. Mr. Speaker, I met the late former Prime Minister as a very young man when he used to be a youth leader within the Ajip House, campaigning for his father, Mr. Speaker, when the original Ford was formed. When Raila was a young man is when I met him. Later on, Mr. Speaker, I went on to be a youth leader in his party. I was the first national president of the ODM Youth League. When I met Raila, he was at his prime. That Raila who would capture people just with his greetings. The man who would walk into these rallies and he would lift one hand and he would say, "Higher, higher," and the world would go silent. And he would lay out the history of the country to the people. And when he had captured the attention of these crowds, he would end it on a high. Tendawili, tendawili. Na tukilera hata hiji nini yetu takuwa chama. Mr. Speaker, this is the gentleman that I eulogize. A man who picked me up when I was trying my skills in politics as a young man, took me to Dagoretti, introduced me to the people of Dagoretti, delivered an election for me in an election that he himself also won. Mr. Speaker, Raila Odinga won the election of 2007. But try as we did to swear him in, this gentleman told us that even as we are approaching the election of 2007, we will have to be cautious to ensure that we leave a country for the future. Mr. Speaker, I want to pass my condolences to my colleague, the Honorable Ruth Odinga, our colleague in Senate, the youth leader, the Gen Z himself, Dr. Oburu Odinga, to the children, Rosemary, Winnie, Junior, and posthumously, my very good friend, Fidel Odinga. Here, we want to thank this family for sharing such a consummate patriot with Kenyans. When Kenya called him Baba, we meant it. But we know that he was the blood father of these children who had given up their father, committed him to the service of nation. And today, we mourn a great Kenyan. And as I said, Mr. Speaker, the world mourns a great icon. Kenya will be mourning an enigma, and so will Africa. But for me, Mr. Speaker, I want to eulogize a great patriot who also happened to be my political father. Raila Odinga is dead. Long live Baba. Higher, higher,
Thank you.
higher. Tendawili, 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 tendawili. Tunasema hiyo mambo yote iko sawa, hata kama Raila ameondoka, rais Baba ataishi milele. Iko sawa.
Thank you. Thank you. The member for Butula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand here on behalf of my family, my great people of Butula, and the entire ODM fraternity to eulogize a great leader of this nation. Honorable Speaker, the late Raila was a father, was a leader, and he did guide some of us very well. Mr. Speaker, I first got into contact with the late Raila when he was the Minister for Roads and Public Works. That time I was in Treasury, Mr. Speaker, and he used to call me to give him certain information that he needed to enable him
carry out his work as a minister in the ministry. Honorable Speaker, our relationship went on, and when I reached my retirement, Honorable Raila called me to his office and asked me if I could join the ODM party. So on my retirement, Honorable Speaker, I joined the ODM party through the advice of the late Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. Honorable Speaker, Raila has helped us, the people of Butula, to get development. Any project that has been successful in my constituency, Raila's hand can be seen. Particularly when we were to get a road to be tarmacked. By that time, he was the Minister for Transport. He confirmed to me that he will make sure our road is tarmacked. By then, I was still in the office. So from there, he was very close. He was asking anything that we want in Butula, we give him, and for sure, he has helped us a lot to get the development, not only in Butula, but also in the entire Busia County. Honorable Speaker, the late Raila will be remembered dearly by the people of Butula and the people of Busia. Anytime there was arrangement for Honorable Raila to come to Busia, people came out in big numbers. Everybody wanted to be close to him. And he was calm, he addressed people, and everybody was happy with his guidance, his advice. And he always told people, be peaceful and work hard. So he made us work hard for the benefit of our people of Butula. Honorable Speaker, we eulogize a great leader, and an icon in African politics, and a person who is loved all over the country. He did much for this country, and his name will not be erased in any records of this country. We will keep remembering him. It will be difficult to erase the name of Raila from our people. We will continue remembering him, and I want to send my condolences to the family, particularly the wife, Ida, the children, and the brother, Honorable Dr. Buro Odinga, who is also my great friend, and the entire ODM fraternity. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Matuga.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii. Niruhusu kwanza nianze na aya ya Quran tukufu, sura Al-Imran, aya ya 185 inayosema kulu nafsi zaikatul maut, kwamba kila nafsi iliyoko hai itaionja mauti. Tukiwa hapa sisi sote tutaonja mauti, na wale ambao pia tukiwa hapa tunajua kwamba wapo ambao Mwenyezi Mungu ameweza kuchukua nafsi zao. Lakini kwa nini leo tumechukua fursa hii kuzungumzia nafsi moja ya Raila Amolo Odinga? Hii ni nafsi moja, ni mtu mmoja ambaye katika halaiki ya watu, yeye peke yake ndio watu waliamua kumuita baba. Sikumbuki hata siku moja ambayo yeye alisema kwamba niiteni baba. Lakini watu wenyewe kwa yale ambayo ameyafanya, yale ambayo ameyatenda, yale ambayo anayozungumza, wakaona huyu ndiye baba yetu. Kila mtu alizaliwa na babake na mama yake, lakini watu wenyewe wakaamua hivyo. Sisi watu wa Pwani tumemwenzi baba. Tunajua siasa kutoka zilipoanza, kura hupigwa, lakini kwa ujumla watu wote wa Pwani humpigia baba. Na kwa nini inakuwa hivyo? Inakuwa hivyo kwa sababu baba Raila Amolo Odinga amekuwa akizungumza sauti ya wanyonge. Alikuwa akizungumzia maonevu ambayo watu wa pwani kwa ujumla wamepitia kabla ya uhuru na baada ya uhuru. Alikuwa akizungumzia masuala ya mashamba. Alikuwa akizungumzia masuala ya ajira kwa wale watu ambao huwa hawapati nafasi za kupanda ngazi za juu. Kwa hivyo kwa watu wa pwani kwa ujumla na kwa Wakenya wengi, walikuwa ndio sauti ya wanyonge, kwamba baba akisema amewazungumzia watu wengi. Na ndio maana kumbukumbu zinasema hata wakati tukitaka kubadilisha katiba kwa mara ya kwanza na yeye akakataa, watu wengi walisema vile baba amesoma, sisi hatuna haja ya kusoma, moja kwa moja pia sisi tunakataa. Mheshimiwa Spika, miezi miwili iliyopita tukiwa tunapeana mradi pale wa umeme na Mheshimiwa Waziri Wandai, tukiendelea na hizo sherehe, Waziri Wandai aliweza kunong'onezea kwamba nimepigiwa simu na baba akiniambia kwamba katika eneo lako bunge kuna shule ambayo imetajwa Jaramogi Oginga, na ameniamrisha kwamba kabla nitoke Matuga niende kuiona hii shule. Baada ya hiyo sherehe tuliambatana na waziri mpaka kule sehemu ya Mazumalume ambayo hii shule ipo, ambayo nimeweza kuijenga kupitia mfuko wa NGCDF. Lakini kuna historia kwa nini hii shule imejengwa pale. Mzee marehemu bila shaka, ambaye babake alikuwa katika wale watu ambao alipigania uhuru, aliwahi kukaa na baba yake baba Raila Amolo Odinga, mwenda zake Jaramogi, mpaka kukaa nyumbani kwake Simba. Na hapo basi akasema, mimi kabla nife nitapeana eka 10 ili kujengwe shule na itajwe Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Na tulipofika pale, baada ya kuiona, Waziri Wandai akazungumza na baba na akamwambia baba alikuwa amemwamrisha kati ya yale madarasa mawili ambayo nitaongezea hii shule, yeye pia atapeana pesa kutoka kwa mfuko wake ili ile shule iweze kuimarika. Baba ameenda, lakini nina imani kwa sababu Waziri Wandai yupo, bado hiyo ahadi itatekelezwa. Na huo ndio upendo wa baba ambao alikuwa nao kwa wananchi wa Kenya, wananchi wanyonge, kuwapenda bila kuwabagua. Na ndio maana watu wa pwani wakawa wakati wowote wanasimama na yeye bila ya vishawishi, ila tu kwa sababu ya sauti wake na moyo wake mkunjufu. Kwa niaba yangu na watu wa Matuga na familia yangu natoa rambirambi. Mwenyezi Mungu aweze kuangalia roho yake kwa huruma kulingana na matendo yake mema aliyoyafanya. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante. Honorable Dorothy Ikiara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, today...
Order. Honorable members, don't block the aisle. The members blocking the aisle. Order. Order, the honorable members blocking the aisle. Take your seat.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, today we gather to celebrate alumni whose steadfast devotion not only forged our nation's destiny, but also illuminated the world's stage. Rooted in unyielding belief in justice, democracy, and unity, he faced every trial with fearless resolve and profound humility, embodying the true essence of exemplary leadership. Though his presence has passed from us, his legacy shines onwards, a radiant beacon engraved deep within the hearts of his people and echoing across the globe. As we honor his remarkable journey, we are compelled to carry forth his vision, a relentless pursuit of justice, peace, and unity for humanity. Together, we celebrate Baba, champion of devolution, champion of democracy. Baba, you have fought a good fight, you have finished the race. Fare thee well, Baba, till we meet again. My condolences to Mama Ida Odinga and the entire Odinga's family, not forgetting our colleague Ruth Odinga and all the citizens of this country who believed in Baba. Fare thee well till we meet again. Thank you.
Honorable members, as I resume the seat, it's important to notify the House and the rest of the citizens that the viewing of the body of the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga will no longer be at Parliament because of the overwhelming crowds that have literally overwhelmed our facilities. The committee of the funeral, chaired by the Deputy President and Senator Dr. Oburu Odinga, have announced that the body will now be taken to Kasarani for the public to view, for the simple reason that it was even difficult to get the remains of the Prime Minister out of the airport. So Lee Funeral, understand, were contracted to go and embalm the body at the airport. And it will be airlifted now from the airport to Kasarani. And those of you, particularly Nairobi MPs, please take the responsibility as much as you possibly can to inform your constituents that they can slowly snake to Kasarani to go and view the body. Nyayo Stadium could not be an alternative because it's being prepared for the state funeral tomorrow. So let's go on with our debate. Any one of you who will want to go and view the body after I've spoken, you can also snake through to Kasarani. But tomorrow, like I informed you, the clerk and our protocol team are preparing to have sitting space for each and every one of you at the stadium tomorrow to join the proceedings for the state funeral. I'm told the next speaker was the member for Tarbo. Yes. Is he in the house? Yes, Janet Setienei.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish on behalf of my family and the people of Tarbo to pass my condolences to Mama Ida, the children, our colleagues, Honorable Ruth and Senator Oburu, and the entire Raila family. I wish to give my tribute to Honorable Raila Amolo, Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, alias Baba. He was the icon of democracy, peace, and stability. He was a charismatic leader and a statesman. The first time I met Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga was at Wilson Airport. And I stood to introduce myself to him, and I was surprised when he shoved me down and said, "I know you are the member of parliament of Tarbo." And I was very surprised because I didn't know that he actually knows many of the leaders. I wish to say he was a charismatic leader, and he is one of the people that fought for democracy in this country. I wish also, as I mourn him today, I wish to call upon all Kenyans to remember that they are the people that fought for democracy in this country, and therefore, as we remain, we pray for him as he rests in peace, and may we remember as Kenyans that this country is larger or bigger than all of us, and may we maintain peace and stability in this country, and may his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. Honorable Speaker, I rise to eulogize the maverick, the enigma,
the icon of Kenyan politics, the doyen just like his father, Raila Amolo Odinga. Raila Amolo Odinga can be remembered for many things, but I want to say I personally remember him for his honesty. He was a very honest politician. He was a politician who would not lie to you. If you are asking something and you can't get it, Raila Amolo Odinga will tell you that he is unable to give you that one, but you can get the alternative. I remember vividly when I vied in 2017 and had wanted to be in the ODM party. And my local ODM chairman, Sebetio Sabwa, brought me to Nairobi at Capitol Hill. And at Capitol Hill, we met Raila Amolo Odinga. And he actually believed I could make it. But back at home, there was leadership within the party that did not think so. And therefore, what he did was to make a public call and put it on speaker. And in front of Sebeto Sabo and others, the people who did not want me to be in the party said, we don't want Omboko. And when the discussion ended, Raila told me, you have heard, so you can see what to do. And that's how I left. Very honest person. I remember vividly, Honorable Speaker. In 2022, when we had the Azimio and the other collision, and we arrived and we met Raila Amolo Odinga together with Atuoli, together with Oparanya, and the former president, and we were being given chance to make a decision on what to do. I entered with Honorable Sabula. And he was so honest. When Sabula was asked, what do you want? He said, I want to be governor. He was told, no, I've already given out the ticket. Maybe you can be a deputy. I hope he's listening to me. That was so honest. I was asked my question, and when I gave my answer, which I'm guilty to say, I was just told the meeting was over, and it ended there. We went away. This was a very honest leader in politics. I want to remember Raila Amolo Odinga for peace and tranquility. That this is a man who would look at the holistic picture instead of looking at the personal benefits. We cannot ignore the KANU merger as we saw it when everybody thought that Raila could not work with Moi. We cannot forget the Kibaki stalemate when it looked like, yes, we want Moi out, but Moi has brought another candidate. So what do? He surrendered his place and said Kibaki tosha. And that is how Kibaki became the president. And they worked together very, very, very well. And remember, even during that particular time, Honorable Speaker, he had had very tough wars with Kijana Wamalwa in Thika, but still he embraced Kijana Wamalwa because Wamalwa was now the deputy of Kibaki, and they still worked together. This guy had a big heart in politics. We cannot forget his handshake with Uhuru Kenyatta, and we cannot forget his handshake with Ruto. Honestly speaking, Raila Amolo Odinga and the family, if we refer back to the father, they seem to have the same spirit. Because in 1963, somebody spoke of this, when the father decides not to take independence simply because Kenyatta is in jail, it's the same thing that we saw him do in 2022 when we had the Gen Z uprising. Because every other player and cynics thought that maybe Raila should take a position of making sure that the government is not there and add force, but he decides not to do that. He decides to join government, strengthen it, and make sure that everybody can get his stake in the most correct way, in a more orderly way. That's Raila Amolo Odinga for you. And I want to say that this guy was a strong person of unity to our people and this country. I want to also indicate that we remember Raila for his works, that at one time he remained the only alternative for Kenyans. Look at the time of yes and no, the Chungwa movement. People did not believe in the constitution the way it was. And Raila took a position. That is the position that people followed. And finally we were relieved. Teachers of this country were lucky to actually get an opportunity through the constitution not to be devolved, because originally the teachers were supposed to have been devolved. We thank Raila for his great positions he always took.
Na mtazamaji, tunazidi kukuletea matukio na matokeo ya siku, ikiwa ni siku ya pili tangu alipoaga Raila Amolo Odinga, ambaye ni waziri mkuu wa zamani na ambaye aliaga jana Oktoba tarehe 15, na hii leo tarehe 16 mwili wake ukatua katika angatua KIA, ambapo maelfu ya wananchi vilevile wakiwemo kapata mwili huo. Ni hali ambayo